Hello, hello, hello. Hey, it's me again. Plain to see you again. It's a Cheap Trick song. I was okay today, I thought. And then life. Now I'm in a mood. Dealing with it, man. Just dealing with it. I'm trying to remember the name of the song. I can't remember it. I'll have to look it up later. And then, of course, my snoot seems to be stuffing up again. Let me try to behave myself. Don't hold your hand over your mouth while streaming. It's not the Dream Police. It's not Surrender. It's one of the other ones. She's tight. Hello, Bill Hughes. I hope you are well, sir. In case you didn't catch the first time I said it, I said I was okay today. And then I was in a mood. I was going to text you, sir. And see if maybe we should holla before I went online and screamed into my void. Then my screams got louder inside. I had to let them out. Ain't that a shame? Tonight it's you. I want you to want me remastered, not official. I can't remember it. Put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in it and start the log. Start the log. Start the log. 02 00. Find a letter. That is the line from the parrot. And the one I keep mentioning, I should just put a link at the bottom of every description. Disorder in the court, 1930s. Three Stooges. The parrot runs around telling them for the whole show. Wow, did you hear that clack? That was my jaw. I'm having a jaw day. Jaws. Brum, 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 brum. Find the letter. Find. Cheap. Trick. Song. Hey. Properly spelled. It's me again. Plain to see. Again. No one else has got in the online. Mr. Bill H. Oh. So you don't have to avert your ears. Veer your ears. I sort of said it online the other day. Into the ears that need to hear it. Rambling and bambling. What was I about to say? Oh, I don't blame you, sir. The good instruction manual book, all capital letters, says, don't let things in your eyes or in your ears that you can't unsee run here. My paraphrasing. If you think it's evil, don't allow it to get in there. Even if it will just upset you, then it's evil. Don't listen to it. No, I don't blame you at all. That's why when you said you might hear something or some Juan. Nothing against you, Juanitos. That you didn't want to. I said heart, bright red heart on the Who is phone. When I logged into my TubeTube It says, I don't know if this is recommended for me, but the bot put it on my main screen turn on. It says, Dean's Debate, Part 35. This is not Dean. I am Dean. Prove me wrong. Trump will be terrible for America. I want to go hear it someday. That's a deflection. That's a distraction. Okay. And maybe he's got, apparently, there's lots of vidges. Whoever this Troll King 404. 404 is a computer error on web servers.
I feel like that's like the same thing as being like, oh, like,
Shush. Shush, gamer. I didn't mean to play it. I meant to click share. I'm having a day. I think I already said. We'll look into that later. Troll King 404. Put in a timestamp. 6, 10. See another day. Troll King 404. Trumpy stuff. Prove him wrong. Change my mind. Yeah, I don't think so. Don't care. In case you're watching and not just listening, Bill, I zoomed the screen. Not enough that it could be seen on a phone, but it is zoomed. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I had no bell thingies. It's recommending me all this other stuff because I did yesterday watch some Audit the Audits. Not yesterday. And some other things that were recommended for me, such as police activities, police shootings. Excuse me, young people. And I know you know this. That's why you do it. To cause us temptations. I'll scroll you off the screen. If you show it, we gonna look. Don't be mad at us. Is what it is. 18 hours ago, something about a magazine van. I watched a link through yesterday from the Armed Scholar. He claims to be an attorney. I don't know anything about it. It was not that important to me. Very good. Very, let's try the modern age of, if you're not going to do it my way, like just go crazy, just go live as if you had rehearsed a thing. I don't ever need rehearsal. I don't care. Keeps you on your toes, living life, acting, reacting, be the shark, swim in your pond, always stay in motion. Haha, did you catch that, Bill? That's patrol procedures. Always swim like the shark. It's one type of specific shark that must stay in motion. They coast at the coast. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go search it up. I was about to say something. I was about to do something. And I distracted myself just that fast. What was I looking at? What was I thinking about? Anyway, there's a bunch of police activity stuff yesterday. A bunch of other stuff. I didn't go online. I didn't do live. It all ties together with something. And I forgot just that fast. At 8:24. Now it's 9:42. Better make a note. Log it. I forgot. Probably had to do with the same old don't work off the clock And if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. Poor Bill, if you're still with me. If you didn't say, not again, I can't listen to him say that garbage again. This was on the to-do list today about Biden Jr. That would be POTUS, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., and their octogenarian nonsense, and they're either 12 or 112 inside, both of them decrepit, ridiculous old people, having pissing contests or biggles dickles. I read a thing this morning. I took a screenshot. We might get to it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th on the list. That was coinkadingle that it's oct, meaning 8. That's the German. But not ach. That's achtung, baby, means caution. Baby. What is crap? I want to submit a records. I don't request anything from my government. I don't ask them questions. I demand. I tell. This is an order from your boss, government, about those 260 something federal judges that POTUS Biden, Jr. is reading about on the Sunday shows and papers, that the Senate must hurry, because he's only 5 less than Donald Trump in federal judge approvals of Trump's last term. And I mentioned in previous streams, bless your heart, Joe, because you had to do 15 commutes and commutations and whatever it was, XYZ number pardons. He's going to have to do one more in lesser time, in lesser days into his term. Donald Trump, including the bad guys from January 6th. Pardon them all. Empty all of the federal prisons. No president will ever dare to try to out-piss contest you there, sir. Get all done. Elon Musk, you're the one who volunteered. Fill out for free all of those pardon paperwork for every federal prisoner, except the violent ones. No violent ones. All the rest, let them out. Each and every, see Pulp Fiction. Bleepity bleeping one of you. And while I'm on it, on my demented stuff of Trump, Mister, is that a cucumber in your pants, or are you just glad to let the world see you? Biggest wiener-bearing president ever, times 2. Third leg, horse car. Donald J. I can't read the clock. It's too small. I have old eyes and a headache. Not really a headache. The same old thing. Go back, listen to the previous streams. If you want to know, you listen to my previous streams. Trump, comma. I always fill it out. Let's just keep doing it the way we do it. Trump, comma, Donald J. Bird. What I would do on the other never existed. It's a figment of my imagination. Is always put something. J is for, and then something else that I tried never to use before. No repeats, no redundancies. Good sir. Please, please. Plisses with SZS's. Plisses. I beg of you, like I don't remember his name. I always want to say Renfro for some reason, Bill. Are you still there? Make a smiley face. What's the name of the guy in Dracula? Dracula. Quote, yes, a cat. Oh, yes, I would like a cat. I only asked for a kitten, lest you should refuse me a cat. No one would refuse me a kitten, would they? Who said it? Renfield. But for some reason, in the last 5.5 years or so, I just always want to say Renfro, the bug-eating guy, who's waiting for his Dracula to come save him. Pass it along. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking, why would I be thinking this? Uh, never mind. I'm going to behave. Ren. Ren. Field, not Ren. Pro. Let's group those together. Wink, wink, wink. Somebody go figure it out. Find the letter. It's a puzzle. It's a riddle. It's an encoding. I don't remember where I started, but I got off on a tangent. Squirrel. And I'm trying to violate. And now am violating this a prohíbe fumar, por favor sign. I beg of you, sir. Wear a kilt and flame fluid and or identifies as whammon for about 3 minutes. Please, Trump, comma Donald J. Nobody is smart and sarcastic enough or childish enough to ever do this at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But since it's all a mockery now, and it's all about which one of you guys can eat enough Viagra to have the bigger, longer foot. How disgusting. How silly. How silly. Thereby depriving them forever of the title of first woman POTUS. All you got to do is give it about 3 or 4 minutes. Press conference. Then back to apex misogyny male. I don't know how to spell it. Apex man. Like a man spells M-A-N. Go see the Lemmy. You need to do it, sir. History books and deprive them and deny them. No matter how they angle their squats. They can't win that pissing contest. And Big Joe, he sure won't put on a dress. And sure enough ain't gonna. He's too much prideful. He's too much. He doesn't understand what it would do. Or maybe he understands what she would do. If I were him and all of them, I would resign effective immediately and let Kamala have it until January 20. Just saying. Thereby depriving Donald Trump of any opportunity. Besides, she fought a hard fight. She done good. She won the Democratic vote for president. 100%. Might have even been some independents in there. Give it to her for Christmas, Joe. Or holidays if she's agnostic, California atheistic. Since we're begging future former octogenarian presidents or their handlers, let's repeat that loop and put it in the log. Please, pretty with sugar. POTUS Joe, POTUS Biden, sir, please quit or Kamala. History books. Which all ties back to the thing I was going to talk about. It says the headline was, let me look it up. I don't want to misquote it. It's in the screenshots. See the screenshots. There he is. Handsome feller. Why, you must have to fight the whammon folk off, sir. Is that why Jill's always nearby you? To make sure she gives them evil Wi-Fi so they'll back off? I can understand. Wow, look at you. Did you miss it by this much, or is that your version of 10 inches? Just wondering. Are you accusing Donald Trump of that? A picture's worth 1,000 words. How President Biden is trying to Trump-proof his legacy. Dearest friend, Biden, Joseph R., thank you for your thousands of years of service to our country. Deflection techniques. But, dot, dot, dot. I appreciate you, Joe. I appreciate you. Still with me, Bill? I'm trying hard to get your emojis, Mr. Bill. It must not be. That's an inside joke between me and a certain Bill from a previous boss of his. One we call Baby Renfro. I appreciate you. You never had a legacy, Mr. Biden. Here's your legacy. Third time's the charm. For the third time, your own party has lifted you up and thrown you down. And you headbutted the Pope unapologetically. Sure, I probably should have apologized to the Pope. Maybe you'd be president now. Just saying. But that's where I got all those details about judgy wudgies and all this other stuff that's all about numbers. All Joe Biden cares about is having bigger, ready, numbers than Donald Trump. If you had a legacy, sir, would you know it? Here's me pulling all of the mainstream media thing that everybody else on both sides, they mock the other side, but not their own side. Lame stream meteors and all the webcasters. How long has it been since you heard that? Maybe you never heard it in your whole life. 24. Oh, my. Webcasting. Squirrel. I lost my thought. I was going to log or note something. Oh, well. Let's say. I forgot. Again. Moving on. Giggles. Giggles is from a Mel Brooks movie. Very funny movie. I don't remember if it's the same one that says, it's good to be the king. Oh, I remember. A message to you, Rudy. I remember. Tie it all together. VIOLATE and the above clock written down. It's always the same old thing. It's the same thing again and again and again and again and again. I'd started to get into that thing. Biden Jr. said the thing. I don't believe for a second that they didn't submit I believe it's 269. It's got to be the 69 number. Know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm saying. A federal judge thinks that the Senate they must approve their judges' busts. Because that will give him, currently, I believe the article said, Trump had 5 more. So you don't really need 260. That's just about making sure that Trump don't get to cancel your appointments and appoint his own 260 in a month. Ish. Oh, you babies. So I want the names and dates. It must be written down somewhere. And it is public information. I want somebody to either pay me for it or somebody who pays themselves to do it. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. You got a chance here to burn a hole in Biden's legacy. Don't let them slough that off on the Senate. And there's many other things. It goes back to it isn't written down in that all that work off the clock, supposedly. But oh no, we never clocked for work we didn't do, thereby frauding the government. Brand new shirt. I want you to want me. Sorry, I'm responding to the chat. He knows how to operate me. Send me off on a tangent. I remember where I was at. Do you even Discord, bruh? I know. Takes it a minute to get caught up. Approximately 25 to 30 seconds. Gives me time to moderate chat, which I horribly failed at the other day. I had a slew of Russian bots on the last stream. But the YouTube AI was helping me so, or whatever you call it. I call it the Autobot. No offense, Transformers. Google's bots are going to go into you, Transformers, and provide for you all of the AI overview information of planet Earth and all the histories of it. Because Google had that. Working off the clock. Not written down. It didn't happen. That all goes back to the Georgia thing. That, yep, I will forevermore. To the lawyer's merchant. I've got a bunch of links. I got a bunch of stuff. I need to refine it a little more in my mind. All about that dude. It's all about that bass. Hmm. Bill, do you have a Discord account? We still haven't got time. And I spoke to a JB. I made a note because I was thinking about going online. I have a lot of things that I was doing yesterday. Hoping, trying. At 13:35 approximately, I used tilde for approximately. A JB called. They're on their way to a faraway state for the holidays. The other half of the JB equation is doing very well. I'm so happy. So many hearts. Maybe I'll send them a link. Check in at 30. just prior to 30. Check in at 29, JB. I brought it up because he said, for some reason, I seen here screaming into the void today, but I am good. Did you see my whole thing? I added it to the, I haven't decided yet. Star void equals screaming into the void throughout. It's coming up on your screen soon. This is my void. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Without me, my void is nothing. Without my void, I am nothing. All shouted. Anyway, the JB. For some reason, driving to vacations, he decides to tell me 2 years later exactly that he had to confess. Back at the old box, let's call it Jack in the Box, because I was a shift leader there once. I don't think we have any in North Carolina. That's what I'll call it. Jackass in the box. Even after everything else. The same boss as, or one, or maybe that boss, like me, is a we, because they are many. Ordered them off in writing and put them on leave. Kept calling them. Even at several times, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., employees everywhere. VIOLATE. Just say no. Block your boss's phone number on your phone. Not that I would be able to tell you how, but you guys are all smarter than me. The whole world. And none of it got written down. And then the JB conglomerate will wonder why everybody else that was there, because nothing is written down, is still to this day squawking this ridiculous embezzlement, inappropriate use of company funds, falsifying false timesheets, blah, 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 blah. This is a test. This is a test of the insane-making system. Don't volunteer it and don't allow it. Every time a boss calls you on your personal time, you should or must, or all of you shut up forever. Don't take this personal, Bill. This is to everybody everywhere. I think I told the other day, or I meant to. I'll go into it in a minute. Don't take this. I'm not speaking to you, Bill. I'm speaking to the void. Get in writing a minimum. It doesn't matter if it takes 10 seconds. If your idiot boss calls you, as there must be more of an idiot employee who calls you to answer a question, off the clock. You must have a 4-hour minimum at 4x hourly pay to make up for that garbage. So they got to pay you basically 16 hours, 2 full days shift for that 10 seconds. And hold them to it. Go redraw your Crayola drawn employment agreement. Start building better bosses by holding them to the highest standards. And the only way you're going to do that, Earth, a Murray curve, is to hold yourself to any kind of standard. Earth, Americans, the whining class, and I'm included. What did I say? But I'm whining into my void. I said, I'm going to be doing today, show number 19, some chit-chat. You are what you eat, or ET. And it was very hard for me not to write who is / was phone home. Oh, I heart you, sweeter neater. Doing admin follow up and the whining. The whining. I'm entitled. It's my thing. Do what you got to do. And it goes back to it ain't written down, it didn't happen. How about the appearance of impropriety, smokes and fires? See all my previous streams. The Willis and Wade thing. It also compares to, oh, I didn't even get to put my comparison to that arose organically out of the last stream. Shoot. Go ahead, play all those games. Let them get away with it. And then you can't complain. 36. 11. Loop. De-loop. All of the topics. Already. I know it's not how you're supposed to spell it. It's how I did it. That's how I do. Like the other one. The one-word version. Loop all the topics already. Got to go back to the the fire we are standing next to. Because I want to make clear, if you're still with me, Mr. Bill, Fire Marshal Bill, absolute clear. I am not screaming at you. Good. And normally I don't backspace over everything. Normally I finish what I'm doing and then go clicky and change what I need to. It's more efficient. I'm having a bad day today. Good, sir. I am screaming with you. We are a united voice. We are many. Go see the latest. I haven't seen it. I have seen many. The power of many. People mock, ridicule, critique, hate upon the acolyte, reportedly, allegedly, a Disney malfunction of the Star Wars malfunctions. Seen with mine own eyes in clips from the show. A coven of space Wiccans gathers together and sing chants about the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. Group think. Screaming with you. The fire we are standing next to. Life is frustrating, Mr. Internet Void. And Squeal Team 6. I've done many things. Maybe I did cover it in the last stream. Who knows? Sarcophagi. Is it in the notes? I thought it was back then. Way back then, 2 days ago. Maybe it was the day previous. I don't want to search for fire. I probably did write it 3 times and say, are you threatening me? What had happened were, I know I mentioned it. I talked about it because I didn't shame and blame and discuss the entirety of the store in one of my previous streams recently. I went to the place to buy the thing, and the employees came up, and pretty soon what started as one ended up in 5 to 6, I'm not sure how many, employees of the place screaming about the management of the place and their coworkers. They weren't screaming, they were whining like I'm doing now. Because nobody in their whole lives will listen to them. And they won't. They willfully refuse to. Write it down. Jump over your immediate supervisor's head. Read your employee manuals. If you don't have one, go plagiarize one that includes who is above you that you can go to in writing and writing only. Don't come flapping your yaps at anybody in the company. Should your immediate chain of command or supervisor do a do not do list thing to you, which you can't do without a do not do list. Goes back to today again and again and again and forever and evermore. Amen. And is it important or not? If we can't get anything from the bottom and we can't get anything from the top, such as, grassroots efforts to fix a thing, or somebody at the top who actually doesn't suffer from chronic I don't give a F-itis, because why should they care more than everybody else? And that's what everybody else says. And then everybody else at the bottom says, well, basically, here's my interpretation that I say freely. It steals any idea or thought of hope that I was possibly starting to lie to myself and have. No, not utterly self-harming, just truthful. I'm allowed to have my 14-year-old emo girl thoughts. If I have to, I'll get a little black lipstick, side ponytails girl icon emoji for my I'm just flapping my hands around and being so dark strimmeries. But nobody will do anything for anybody, and including themselves. And listening to all these people talk about this turns to that, and it turns to SXAX. Sorry, I spoke out. X being a period. And harassment, which I guess I will get in trouble forever because I always say, from whence I came, this wasn't an issue. And I don't know if I'm allowed to show it on screen. I better put something over that. Oh, shoot, it's in my description. I don't know if I can or can't, and so I'm not willing to try to crash all, dear YouTube. I promise you. I'll go fix it later. What if I use a 3 like a hacker? I used to always say when I was a kid and into my 20s and 30s, because that only seemed to happen to the fairer, even if that's all they identified as. I used to say, her, the second 3 letters. Long pause, her, that, meant. Is or is not. See, I'm already jumping into it. Into it and out of order. O means out of order. Because this leads to this and this leads to that and all the disgusting talk from the big retail place. It fixed it for me. Thank you, auto spell bot. Talk from the big store the other day. leads back to and loops around to the checklist item. Ari Willis. Willis, what you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Old TV show. Go look it up. Because my mind was asking me, isn't what she did with Nathan Wade the inversion of what we normally would just call harassment or discrimination? Because, let's say, he was giving her a massage. She allowed him to work the case with falsified billing that they both confessed to or admitted under oath. And no qualified anybody of any sexes and histories and abominations of ages, whatever that July 4th document says about the Indians, the savages. Nobody else has any chance to get in there and put a proper and correct case against a criminal. That's a shut, what is it? Open and shut case. Pie job. Play the damn recording of the damn phone call and lock the dude up. And you guys purposely screwed that up. I know you did. And nobody will hold anybody's feet to any fire. So isn't the relationship itself a violation of everything? Law, rule, codes, ordinances. I say rules because the bar has rules and the Barristers Association of Georgia and hello Elizabeth and supposedly specially exclusively for state and county attorneys as district attorneys or prosecuting attorneys, they have their own special book. And guess what it says in it? It says, not even the appearance of impropriety. But who cares what that book says? No one's ever followed the law in America. Shut the F up. Nah, no joke. I sent you an email of something that you have asked for. Yay. In a couple seconds, if you get a chance, answer a yes or no. I'll make it one syllable. Is it something I should stop and look at during this live screaming? If no, I will look at it whenever I get done, probably late tonight. I was gonna this morning. And I said it previous streams, I'll say it again. I'll tie it back to one, guess how many of my 78 to 84-ish era Van Halen songs are my favorite. All of them. They all tie. Anything after that didn't happen. It isn't written down in my book, so it didn't happen. Just saying. Uncle Dave said, okay, thanks, Bill. I would. I'd follow off on the squirrel, and then I'd have to ask you, what was I talking about before I ran off on the squirrel thing? And I have to be careful how I say it because I don't want anybody to think I'm talking about my wee wee. I'm not a president. I can think about something other than my giant throbbing member of parliament of the committee. Ugh. You just gotta say it how you say it. It hoits. Say it in New York or Boston style. There's more. To fall down, let's say. Ask Nancy's Pelosi's. Bet you wish you'd have been on shorter shoes. Ladybug. I wish you well. Wish you the best. Get well. Heal. Blah, blah, blah. Hope you didn't slip in your own $15 an ounce ice cream. Just saying. Poor baby. Aw. Hurts more to fall down than to be pushed or squished a little. Not George Floyd style. I ain't talking about that. Talking about maybe you're just laying there when you are already down there. You know, you're laying down there on the ground and some do-gooder, good intender and good actor comes along. They will happen in your life. And they lay their hand lightly upon you to make sure that you're alive and well. Go study the first aid things where you're supposed to tap lightly on the shoulder and then give them a big smack in the face. No, I don't remember. Go take a Red Cross class. Don't go by me. So they try to get your attention and say, "Are you okay?" That does not hurt as bad as you're walking on your tippy toes. Not because you have high heel shoes on, because you're feeling light and having a good day, and then you fall down and splat. It hurts more. So, like when you start days, that's my best analogy or metaphor. An analogy. I don't know how you call it. That's why I'm not a writer or an English professor. I don't know what them words mean. It's my story. So when you just start feeling like, today ain't that bad of a day, you start to feel elevated. So then when you get back down on your belly where you belong, crawling in the dust, you fell down there. It hurts. It's all right. I'm tough. I can take it. And what that always reminds me of is Uncle Dave said, in a sing-song fashion, once upon a time, when I get up, nothing gets me down. I don't even remember what song. We'll say Van Halen. Van Halen. Van Helsing's a pretty good movie. Van Halen. Lyrics. Always primed to bop. When I get up. What is this garbage? 1986 is not Van Halen. That's Van Hagar. You trash, you Googlebot trickster. Nothing gets me down. Oh, that would be Jump. And nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest around. Uncle Dave knows, baby, just how you feel. So you might as well jump. I should have put a link in there. Jump. Stay on target. The text machine went off. The text machine went off. 2:10 p.m. The good King George said, no, at 2:12. I will be out for about 1 hour, then I can get on. There was another secret message. But the public message, mixing all of them together so you can get cipher, encoding, decoding the answer. And you thought you had all effing answers. To you, sir. Just, you know how my mind works. And you thought you had all the expletive deleted answers. It's a social distortion song. Properly written SXDX. You don't write it any other way. I must put it on the big screen. Put it on the big screen. I listened to Beat It. Ed dropped by a studio. A friend was trying to do something, having a hard time. He said, "Can I give it a try?" And he did, and they put it on the album. When he was asked how much, said nothing. I heard that interview only recently when a friend sent a copy. A few years back, he did. It's not like, it is kind of like the TED Talks things and TEDx's, where it's a kind of a popular platform or forum of interviews and such. And they invited Ed on there, and he went. It was about 40 minutes to an hour. I don't remember how long. Pretty good interview. I think the social distortion song is called The Answers. I think. Look it up. Verify your sources. I don't know why I keep opening a new tab. Still haven't got to what I got on here to start with. Thanks for listening. Thanks for helping. I am starting to feel lighter and less rage. Ed. I made up that other word today too. Somewhere, I think. Rust. Rage. Ted. It's on the screen. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Stop pretending that everybody's on your screen, Dean. That's not cool. What was I looking for? Social distortion. The all the answers. Is that it? All the answers. All of them. Everyone. Correct the notes. All the answers. Since I got it up there and I didn't close the tab, and in case, let me give a warning. Epileptics, epilepsies, anything else. The original of this little something goes on the TV and the little guy's head wobbles videos of social distortion at YouTube. This is one of the new ones. See how it says 3 years ago? They have redone and redid and replaced all of their videos. The new ones, I don't know what it is in me. I don't have epilepsy. I have all kinds of other, I guess we'll call them brain damages. Something. There is an AI voiceover for creators. I want a Japanese schoolgirl. Hee hee. You guys will know I got it when you come listen to my screaming into the void and it sounds goofy. Anime. Not the other I said. I want anime. Girl anime. Because they're not very they don't care. Something. Getting off that topic. Share. Anyway, the social distortion videos. The updated ones, especially if it says remastered or something. If it's in the last 5 years or so, and you have problems with the flickering, flicking slash flickering images slash videos, warning. If you have, might not get like, it's not a headache, it's not anything, and it's not severe, it's not like vomit inducing, if we're allowed to say that anymore. It's kind of like for a momentary, the tiniest little seasick or dizzy feeling. The one that does me really bad is all of the ABCK, AKCBs, Rolling Stone ones, lyric videos. Rolling Stones, Ruby Tuesday. Let's just ask for that one. See this one up? ABKCO Vivo. These ones that say official lyric videos from them. This is just audio. The next one down, Ruby Tuesday from the Rolling Stones with a music mark or a check mark. These others, the official lyric videos, I cannot look at them. It doesn't cause me any kind of pain or whatever. I can't explain it. But so I have to make notes about it. Don't run off looking at vidges because I said so. I'm giving you the fair warning. Another Van Halen song. Oh, it's a whole Van Halen record. And there, look up my stuff. Van Halen. Jump. Ah, might as well jump. Go ahead and jump. Official music video. I see, and they have a 2004 remaster. Let's go to the audio only. Bye-bye. Autoplay blocked. Let's see it as an ad. You didn't see that. Whoever you are, you didn't see it.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you could create voice?
You didn't hear it either. That's not the ad that it threatened me with. That's the voiceover ad. This is a non-demonetized, not yet monetized. It's not demonetized. Van Halen. Jump. Go there. Audio. Remaster. 2004. I'm not going to link the other one. It's called Mean Street or Mean Streets. And somebody called fair warning. I tried to get through some of, I don't even remember when it was, the reunion stuff. Tattoo. Nope. Couldn't take it. Couldn't make it. I deny its pure existence. I didn't even like the music work on it because most of it was stuff they had rejected in a garage long ago. Where we at? Where we at? Stay on target. Covered a lot of good stuff. Did I get my girl up? I meant to. Puke. Because now I have to number one, not number two. It's not in screenshots. It's in downloads. DRB girl. Skirty. Oh, she makes me feel better. Just seeing her with her little bubble factory. I must go drain it. I shall return. Welcome, I'm back. Okay, minimize. Don't have to look her up again. Failed to log the break leaving the BRB. Shameful rotten. 1:07 for 3. Back from a break. Start at the top of the list. The list is in the description. The list is now scrolling up on screen. The checklist. Make a plan that includes checklists. Admin. Do the admin. Make sure at least the dates are in the previous videos. I got very distracted by life the last couple of days. It was a good stream. Did a long one about the Trump Supreme Court thing. So I must go to view my channel, maybe, and then go to what? Where do I go? Live? Do I live? I need to explain the thumbnail too. It's in the list. It's on the checklist. I didn't stream that one day ago. See, these timestamps. YouTube, please. Just put the hours in there when it's beyond 22 seconds instead of 3 this time. Yep. It is my voice. I can't fix it. I try to do better. It doesn't work. What was I trying to do this thing? I don't believe this is the right place. This is not the right place. You are in the wrong place. Your vidge-yuhz. Yep, that's the one. Creator Studio. It opens a new tab. Then you must go back to 11 or 12, says it has 1 comment. So you must go to the dashboard. Because you haven't been on in 2 days. Take a screenshot of your dashboard. Ba-dong. In the first, while it was live, it got 63, 60 something. I have screenshots from yesterday somewhere. It was up to 79. Now I have had 3 views subtracted. The other days. See, it says 1 day and 13 hours ago. But the thumbnail said 1 day ago. When does it round up? Now, how do I get there? Content. Live. Clicky. Vidya. Details. I haven't created a playlist for these shows yet. No, it is not made for kid. Find age restriction advanced at the bottom until it show more. Paid promotion. If you have paid promotions or product placements, you better check the box. Do any of the following describe your content? Any fakery? No. Automatic chapters? Sure. Automatic places? No. Automatic concepts? No. Tag. Comma. SCOTUS. Comma. Supreme Court. Comma. Ruling. Comma. Foolishness. Comma. I'll have to come back and add more tags later. It really offenses me, that whole thing. 119 pages of rubbish. Rubbish. Add your titles in the description lane so the Automagic Google Tube bot can generate stuff that you can then go back later and edit. The date was 2 ago. No location. Not giving you that. Because it feels like home. That's a Madonna song. Of course, I didn't do it justice. The wonderful, the immickable, the inevitable, the unstoppable. Something Ciccone or something. I'll look it up in a minute. That's pretty much it. I don't know what all these mean. I read them a little after the first one. We got the essentials done. Changes are saved. Trump's go to Supreme Court. Ruling foolishness. I guess we should put it in there. No, I better not. I'm being smarmy. I was going to put Squeal Team 6. The ruination of all ages and sexes. I can say that when I'm quoting the July 4th, 1776 document. How do I get back? Go back to content. Today, 19. We are live now. I just did 18. Let's go back to 17. Chit-Chats. On number 17. Oh, Sarah Connor. And there is no fate but what we make. Do you have any altered content? No. Undid. I don't remember what to tag it. See, if you don't do this stuff, like the second your stream is done, you're going to have to play catch up and go back and either use your stream, same old thing. You're going to have to take your field notes and write a good report. The date was of the Sarah Connor show. I don't know. Let's go to your videos. It was live. It says. What does it say? It doesn't say. You can't go to the videos. You can't go here. Is it from the dashboard? Well, you go back to the notebook. Save your work where you're at. And scroll back up. When did we do the Sarah Connor show? 15th was Sunday. So that was the day before Trump versus U.S. Where does the rest? Biology and so on. Going online now. Discord and Rhymes. OBS. Oh, there's the title. I thought something was missing. So that was the 14th. One step beyond. Go back there. Go back there. Date was 14. Leave it blank if you ain't gonna get it right. And did I turn off the other stuff? Off. Off. Save. Save hard. You're making several copies. I got 2 done. In the administrative stuff. We better go back and look at 3 vidges ago. That one. Show more. poop. See how long I have been neglecting these requests, these mandatories. I need help. Help. I need somebody. Help. Beatle song. Ruined by moi. Englishes. So when was number 16? Up we scroll. Up we scroll. Number 17. Wait. 17 says it was on the 13th. What time is it on Earth? Didn't I just put 14 on there? I don't remember. Gonna have to go back again. Are you neglecting my request? It's from 1984's Amadeus. Best movie ever. 12/12. 12/12 was number 16. I am performing administrative tasks at 3. 12/12. English, English. No, no. Yes, yes. Save, save. 17. Show mo. Something is amiss. This was the, what did I say? 13. I said, I believe, because the 14, oh no, I've got myself all mixed up. Video number 17 was on 12. We ended the 12 and started the 13th and did number 17. Yep, I believe it is correct. And then I believe, here's your chance to help YouTube, but make YouTube better for creators. Get started with a quick survey. I must not. I don't know what that thing's likely to say on screen, so I'm not doing it on screen. But because I'm already messing this stuff up, let's scroll to bottom and put 1, 20, 20, and admin functions. That's 3. Somebody go look it up. Where we perform our administrative functions in the G word games. And administrative functions at 3. Because do it right or don't do it at all. At all, at all, at all. So we're going to go put an X in the box. Done. X. At least the dates and languages on the previous videos. Go see the previous videos. To find out. I have a saying. It is not my saying. I've heard it in many, many places. I just repeat it without citing a source. There's too many sources. If you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all. My version is if you're in doubt about a thing, don't do it. Oh, the Secret Agent Produce. Today's thumbnail. Today's thumbnail is brought to you by Life. Go to the downloads. Today's thumbnail is called Tube Thumb Agent Nanias. I love them. Coming up on screen. Today's thumbnail. A equals 1 with a bunch of question marks is code. When I saw the picture on the scrolling the pictures things, and I did quoth the Raven, I cited my source for where I borrowed this image from. Harvard, who got it from Adobe. The main image. Hands wrapped around a bowl full of fruit and vegetables. I said, I must have that image. I must use that image. I was searching for fruit and vegetable images. Because, and I've put a question mark. Did that mean, was that a symbol or a sign? The fruit. I don't know if I've told that story on streams yet. I'm not going to tell it today. It reminds me a lot of my friend Alexis drawing that I used to have taped to the inside lid of my green box full of stuff that I meant to keep forever and ever, amen. It's back here on a to-do list somewhere, or a notes, an ideas thing, to do a proper homage, tribute, remembering of Alexis. And let some of the poems, I always call poems, he wrote and published and claimed copyright on the pages that he uploaded them to. Kind of goofy to claim copyright on something and then upload it for free to the internet. Except, turns out, it is kind of smart. If you're going to share your wealth of information, Alexis was always inspirational, led by example. Goes back to something I said about Amy Coney Barrett the other day. Give them the chance to mess up and sue them if they do. Don't keep secret from the earth anything because you're worried that you won't get paid and someone else might get paid. Especially if it's something you're going to put out there for free. But claim your copyrights. File your papers if you have to. So just in case somebody steals your stuff that you put out there for free and starts making monies on it, they should not only cite their source, but have reached out to you and said, hey, can I use your stuff to make some money? I'll split the money with you. So that's how that one particular fruits and vegetables picture came about. Where are you hiding, picture? I lost you. The hands, Alex drawing. Alexis, yo, Alex. It's how the boyfriend of Justine Bateman's character in that old TV show talked to the brother, codename Alex. Yo, Alex. Well, anyway, I put it in code and found this lovely Chiquita Bananas lady. But is it bananas? Who knows? It's a Chiquita Honduras. Sorry, didn't roll the R. Can't do it. I don't know what a 4011 is. They have a standard, but not all markets and grocery stores honor the standard. Let's ask the Google bar. What is code 4011? Apparently, it is a dole, not a chiquita. Bananas. Bananas. Somebody get Sweet Anita to give me the permission. What is code 411? At the grocery store. Produce. Oh, that would be the code for nannies. Nannies. I love them. Oh my gosh. The way life operates And we have had this conversation many times in the last 2 decades, at least. My lovely lady eats correctly, properly, right. I myself, not so much. Because she does, she takes big bowls full in her lovely lady hands, just like this picture. If you're a dude in that picture from Adobe/Harvard, so sorry, Chari. They look like lovely lady hands to me. She takes her basket full of goodies up to the thing and stands there for yesterday. She was complaining that she spent about 40 minutes getting her cart full of goodies at the grocery and about another 40 or more standing at the checkout aisle dealing with, what is this? What is this? But them not taking her word for it. Calling over the manager, calling over the sub-assistant vice secretary man. That's the name I couldn't remember of the Rolling Stone song the other day. Because young people, like 50 years old and under, do not know what all the produce is. They have no idea. And some of them are quite the rude about, well, Mater's come in a can. Why don't you just get the can? But my lovely lady, she is above all of them and above the affray. She is always patient, polite, tolerant. So while discussing it again, this is how you people. And the reason I looked up the Chiquita B nannies and the code to add to my picture. Because, well, she was describing it again this morning. See, you give her carryover hangovers of post-traumatic shopping disorder. I just made that up. PTSD. He said, why don't you just tell them that those things have stickers on them? They can beep those just like the cans and the boxes. And then I incurred the wrath because she had never thunk to just tell them. Because they do. Some don't have stickers. They have word or picture-based lookups in their modern supercomputers at that place. And it's all hopeless. But I was giggly this morning, thinking, poor Mr. Pear, poor Madam Yellow Pepper. We're sitting there singing. They've given me a number and taken away my name. 2 versions and the destiny of it all. The Devo version that I forgot existed has barcodes all over the thing. You'll have to go look it up or link it in the description yourself because I can't let the video and the ads play. Copyright risk. I could not find an original Johnny Rivers version that didn't look to me like it's going to someday vanish from the YouTube for copyright or other reasons. But I found one that is, when it says dash topic, usually that means it's YouTube approved, and it said in the description that it was provided by the big music company. I don't remember who it was. It has a funny picture of Eddie Murphy and some other comedian. that were not in the old TV show they mentioned. All right. Secret agent products. We got that done. Sort of. Didney is how I represent the ears, the mouth, the rat. Anaheim and Florida Corporation. Until they sponsor me, I ain't saying their name. I took away your name, Didney, and gave you a code name. Mickey Bourne. The Mickey Bourne identity. Got 1. 32. 55. Didney Bourne identity. And a Indian mayhaps doctor. Produce. So here's the tail. Let me get it back on the screen. Because I have mentioned in previous videos, we had friends in the business. We could go to Disneyland, Anaheim, California. See the Dickies. Stuka's over. Huh. And we might talk about the drones over New Jersey. Jersey made. Once upon a time, going to the Disney. Throughout, from now on, back to the code name. Anaheim, California. Myself and my little cuz. We're having a really good time. Goofing around and running around full speed ahead. Particularly at this moment in ye old submarine ride that I believe no longer exists. Sorry, can't codename them. Must type them on the screen. I will accept product placement and sponsorships. Giant corporation. I will help you for the right amount of money so that I can contact others and afford to subcontract them. Not put out any more trash like the Acolyte. Don't feel bad. I hate the prequels as much or more than what I've seen of your Acolyte. And that's hard to do. Them prequels have Natalie Portman in them. Even she can't fix that. Oh, Disneyland. Submarine ride. Nemo. Somebody go get me the Dory voice. Dora, whatever it was. Ellen DeGeneres. I'm usually bad with names, but I can somehow remember that. The submarine voyage was, so yes, it is gone. On attraction at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Features vehicles designed to resemble submarines. It first opened on June 14, 1959. As one of the first rides to require an e-ticket. Closed 9/9/1998. This would be long about, I don't remember, early 80s. Before half of the 80s had gone by, I think. There was very low volume at the park that day. Maybe a corporation had bought the place. They will. If you'll pay a lot of money, corporations, You can have Disneyland or Disney World all to yourself. They will snub everybody else. And I promise you, it costs you a lot of money. For whatever reason, there was not many people, and we were young. Not young once and soldiers, young once and Mickey Mouse hat kids. And we were riding the submarine. And we were the only two. And then we get off the submarine because the guy pushing the button, or gal, I don't remember, doesn't matter. The button pusher that starts the submarine riding would not let us just sit in there because they have turnstiles or turnstiles. I'm not sure what you call them. I thought they were called turnstiles. Turnstiles count visitors. Yes or no, Google bar? See, it says styles. Yes, turnstiles can count visitors by using counters to record a number of people. Okay, I've heard it both ways. Make a note. 01, 38, 30, turn stalls and turn styles. Because Julia Stiles, she fine. Sorry, that's how I roll. I go places. I do things. My mind races and my mouth follows after it. What was I doing? Go back to tab. Disneyland, submarine. So, because they had to have a head count through, and any of you that have never been to Disney, not an endorsement, they don't pay me to say they don't pay me at all, but you could, Disney, you could. I promise everybody on earth, I'm saying this out of true belief and true belief only. If you've never been to a Disney park, go to one. Go collect recyclable cans and trade them in for pennies and get you a weekend shift somewhere to put away some dollars, because you're going to need a few. It ain't like the good old days in America. It's a life experience that everybody should have on their bucket list. Get it did. And if you can, go with chillin'. You will create the fondest memories, and you'll get sayings like, they're hurting the sky. I'm not telling that one now. Or you can run around as fast as you can go. If you've been to a Disney experience park, you know. The indoor and the outdoor are far apart. It ain't a whammon. Sorry. I'll get demoted and cancel cultured for that. It was an old bad joke. I uttered it. There's big long lines that have turnstiles or turnstalls that you have to go in to get counted as you come in. Then there's usually an exit far away from where you enter without the counter, so that the in people coming on board the ride and to get off our ride, and hurry up about it, people, they can get off without delay. They don't care. They don't know if as many that went in didn't go out. They'll find you at the bottom of the submarine pond later. Charge the rest of your family extra for the extra additional attraction. No, I'm just joking. It's wrong. I don't mean that, Disney. You're very careful about all your people. I'll tell your story later about how you saved LKD and her poor terrified father. They do a good job. Everybody go to Disney once. Anyway, in order to be properly counted so that the person pushing the button to start ride could have documented that they were there doing their job. See how documentation is so important? Everybody go get a job at Disney and learn how to do a job. Be an employee. At least back in the 1980s. Probably now, it's as smuttery and stupid as everywhere else on Earth. So running, trying to go through and ride as many submarines as we could before other people would go on submarines with us. My cousin went through. He was number 999. I tried to go through running full speed ahead and it locked. They lock at 000 when it turns over. Because I was running full speed ahead. And that thing moved a little and then locked. My lefty leggy slammed hard into the arm of that. Let's see if we can find a picture on the internet. Disney turnstile. These look digital. Are you digital? Images. Go back to vintage. Yeah, see. Show me your papers. The Disney bot.ru may someday say your papers are not in order. Go see Not F Firefox. The real Firefox, 1982, Clint Eastwood. Well, let's try Disney Turnstile, 1985. Ask the Google Oracle. The Google Oracle will try to give you an answer. The answer. All the effing answers. Go see the previous links. Social distortion. Poop. I don't see one. Anyway, I don't know that I can find you one. Sorry, internet void. They usually had 3 or 4 little metal arms on a thing that spins around in the middle. It's about the size of, I don't know, pi r squared. I'm looking at my hand made into a letter C because my hand made into a circle number 0 is too small. Letter C. Whatever. Not the diameter. The pi r radius. Is radius the one across the center? D equals pi r squared. Yes. The radius. The across the center. Doesn't sound right. What is the radius of a circle? When the diameter is known, I don't know. I want to know the formula. I want to know the definition of. Show me the picture. Radius is half. Diameter is all the way across. Then what is the outside? Is that the circumference? I don't know. I don't care. I can't math right now. That's why we have a Google bar. In case you don't remember the definitions and the formula, you know where to get it. Thanks, Google. And all other search providers, Bing and everybody else. No preferences. The diameter would probably be about the size of my hand right now. I'm holding up in a C. I don't know, 4 inches. 4 to 5 inches, maybe. Stainless steel, purdy stuff. And they had people walk around with a cloth and a squirt bottle and sanitize those things. Disney apparently used to staff a lot more people than robots. Now, it's all about the bot. Anyway, that thing locked, and that perfect cylinder slammed into the muscle in my upper leg, and I ended up with a perfect shape of a football, not a soccer ball, an American pigskin football. Bruise or injury, impact injury inside the muscle, a contusion inside. A smash. It was a smash injury. Not like the kids these days call smashing. No, no, no. Disney didn't do that to me. So anyhow, and then what had happened were, and I don't know the science why. I'm sure my lovely lady could tell me, because she's all into that stuff. It calcified, which made the muscle lose all of its muscle ability, pliability. Disney World blog discussing parks, resorts, discounts, and dining. Disney World's finger, what? I don't know. Stay on target. Get back in the trench. Luke, you flew out of the trench. Yeah. Back in the trenches. Turn off the targeting computer. You lose all the elasticity, plasticity, strength, and everything else when you have deep, dried up bloods and internal injuries intertwined in between the fibers of your muscles about the size of a child's, not a sponsor, not anything. It's what it was. Nerf football, 1980s. Hello, George.
Hello.
I'm,
Sorry it took me so long.
yeah. I'm long form discussing turnstiles and all this other stuff. Turnstiles. Disney. And I can't find a picture of the old school ones. I give up. Anyway, with a calcification in my leg. Back to the produce and the thumbnail today. Finally getting to the point. The Indian. The Indian. When you have a serious injury and a doctor who doesn't want to just give you shots and pills and all kinds of other stuff, especially because you're going to the free-star clinics in Los Angeles. Not really. We would have had to pay, but my uncle worked there, so we got to see free-star doctors. Dealing with this, and I was on crutches, I think, for 8 or 9 months before I threw them off the side of a hillside. Most people would call it a mountain, but we have real mountains in California. A little bump in the ground. And I'd had enough, so I threw those crutches off the side of the mountain, and then had to go get them. Because I needed my crutches. The
They get
doctor.
cumbersome.
Yep, the doctor done sat me down. He was a good doctor. He told me all about rubbing it down with rubbing alcohol and soaking it long soaks, neither hot nor cold. Warm, a little above warm temperature. Do hydrotherapy. That means walking in water.
Oh, now that you brought that up, I don't know this is the place
You have to hold that
to
thought.
bring it.
Make yourself a note. Make a note. What's a note? Let me make a note. All right, what were you going to say?
Part of my health insurance, starting the new year, is a free membership to the Y.
Oh boy. Three-star membership. Why? We'll come back to it. We made a note. We put a pin. I made a note. But I got to finish this one story, and then we'll come right back to it. Let me get back to my checklist. The Hindu, and I don't know. Was he from there? I don't know. He was a he. That's how he identified. Doctor. Of India, Indian ancestry or heritage. No clue. In Los Angeles. He said, turn right. I love you a million muches, sweet Anita, but you always say, turn left. Doctor, back then, how we got back to this, the produce sections. This is in the middle of the 1980s, or the first 5 years of the 1980s. He said, part you guys do your own Hindu/India/Indian accent. I try not to mock or offend anybody more than I already do. He said in a very thick. No, not Pakistani. India, I ascertained his heritage. Accent. When I was trying to figure out why would a contusion or crush or squish injury calcify in between the fibers and blah, 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 blah. All the stuff that created this baby football of hard as a stone inside the muscle of my thigh. And he said, and I'm quoting, so don't fire me, YouTube. This is a direct quote from a doctor. He probably put it in writing and I could, whatever. I'll go find you the medical chart. He said, because you eat shit. I said, huh? We're getting to it. Sometimes you got to build it up. And even though it's built up a lot, it still doesn't ruin it. I said, okay, help me not eat. How do I not eat poop? He said, every time you walk in a grocery store, turn right. He said, maybe you never noticed before in your life. But here in Los Angeles County, and he had been several places in America, he said, I have never seen one. He didn't have science. He figured it was a product of marketing. Because people who run grocery stores must know something about running grocery stores. He said, but if you find one, let him know. He doesn't work at that clinic anymore. I don't even know if he's still alive. That was a long time ago, middle of the 80s. He said, every time you go in a grocery store, turn right. Because that's where the produce section is. He said, fill your little basket or your grocery cart or basket with stuff you find from the produce section. Anything that is in a bag or a box or anything else or a bottle. He said, even if it claims it's water on it, if it's in a plastic bottle, don't take it. All the rest of that store is off limits to you if you want that calcification to come out of your leg and not grow up and have to wear a leg brace because you eat shite. And the only thing that you can get out in this world that is not going to ruin that leg for your whole entire life is produce. Fresh fruit and vegetables. Get used to them. Don't even cook them. Just eat them. I said, even the onions, onions, if my grandfather said it. I said, I really hate onions, and there's a long story why. Can I tell you? Do I have to tell you? He said, don't eat the onions. Eat everything else. He said, eat the green onions. And I laughed and thought about alfalfa and the little rascals. So that was his answer, is because me and all other Americans eat poop. Processed, boxed, bagged. It's all chemicals, and it will calcify your internals. See, everybody in America that has these hardened plaques in their arteries. I wish I could go back and jump through time and Kodak moment, record video, pictures, and get him to write a 1-page medical book because you have to have all those initials. And besides, he was an international guy. He could claim in his world of studies as a doctor of internal medicine. You eat shit. Stop eating shit, and you'll stop having calcifications inside of you. And every other thing. And that's all the page of a medical book should say. According to my doctor in Los Angeles 40 years ago. All right, we got that one done. Kidney, above the knee calcification. The doctor in Los Angeles. Go in your grocery store. Turn right. Buy your stuff from there. Remember, Indians, some of them are vegetarian or vegan. Sorry, vegetarians. I always say it that way because of South Park. If you are vegetarian or vegan, then everything you need is in the right. Stay out of that freezer section. Vegan close to me and my lovely lady comes with hydrogenated death or hydrogenated or hydrogenated. I don't care what you call it. Whippy toppings and spreads that say vegan all over them. They are chemical death. According to World Health in the 1990s, hydrogenated or hydrogenated or hydrogenated, however you say it, oils are non-biodegradable cholesterol. Look it up yourself. And go ahead and fool yourself and eat those things with them little heart stickers on them. Oh, you ate one too. That's another Van Hagar, I think. And that I know they stole from my mother and or more likely my tia Evala. Van Halen. OU. 812. 1988. You guys go figure out for yourselves. 5150 is named after the California code that Eddie named his studio after. That's the California law or statute or rule or state something that allows for involuntary incarcerations for mental health reasons. Find yourself locked up in California for a 3-day mandatory. That's under statute 5150. OU 812. Me, my mother, my brother, my aunt. My aunt was always figuring out how to mix letters and numbers to say something in short code like texting kids have done for the last 30 years. And I put it in on accident, put it in today's title of You Are What You Eat. True story. And then we will say, I don't remember what I was going to, I don't remember what I was going to look for. Speak, spell, original release date. June of 1978. So it might have had to do with speak and spell as well. We used to try to make speak and spell say all kinds of things, like when the way the electro voice of speak and spell would say certain letters, like he didn't say H exactly. Speak, spell. The only way I can mimic it is we would say I, the letter I, space bar, the letter H. If you put it in lowercase, it would say one thing, but if you put it in, maybe it didn't do upper lowercase. I don't remember. If you put the H on there, it would say what sounded like I ate. Like I have pains. I ate. We figured out all kinds of things to make a speak and spell say. That's why how I know Eddie and Alex got that from my aunt and uncle. I don't know why. I got no claims. You guys can go read all of the books. I don't remember the guy's name. What's the guy's name, Mom? Type it in the chat. That wrote the big history book that you helped contribute to and gave him all the pictures. Greg something. Greg Renoff. Greg Renoff Van Halen. He wrote Van Halen Rising. See how I did it? I said it very Southern girl. Van Halen Rising. You can go find out for yourself if you have an inquiring mind that wants to know. Why would my aunt and uncle have any influence on the Van Halens? Greg Renoff. VH. Blam. Because my aunt spoke, rip, sainted. If only by me. In speak and spell. Speak. Are you still there, George?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's hop back to if you want to get caught up on the entire whole hour it took me to get through the produce and why the thumbnail is what it is today.
Not
Sorry.
really.
You'll have to go back and listen later. 02. 04. Well, now it's 05. 00. Unpinned. So your health insurance is going to cover free membership to the Y. That is cool. I don't know about you, George, but when I grew up, the Y was free. If you had money and wanted to, they would take your money.
Tell you from why little kid in Durham and Wilmington, it weren't free.
Your audio kind of buzzed a little bit. It was free or not free?
Not.
Okay. Well, you know, I grew up in a big giant city and lots of big giant city corporate donors and everything else.
Every year, my grandmother Williams up in Durham would buy me and my Chris brother memberships. So when we'd spend our whatever time we'd spent up at her place, she'd also sign us up for swimming lessons. We had them in the morning, after lunch, and in the late afternoon. And when we were in Wilmington, the other grandmother signed us up for swimming lessons. Considering we lived near the coast, they didn't want their grandbabies to drown, as she put it.
Yep.
So that's the reason I swim like a fish.
I don't know if it was my mother's doing, but that kind of thing was very important to my mother. It always had to do with her doing. Sorry, Mammy, I speak very derogatorily of the fake gun bank robber guy. The guy was not around any of my life. I never knew of him. So mother had full control, and mother took care of raising the me.
Well,
If she had us swimming lessons prior to, I don't remember. I don't remember much before I was, 1 and 2, 3 years old. At some point, a Jewish friend of hers took us to Jewish Sunday school, and at the synagogue, they also had a swimming pool and offered free-star swimming lessons. So I remember going with a very hairy-chested Jew to swimming lessons when I was very
Durham,
tiny.
North Carolina has had public pools since the 30s. I'll put that out because that's where my mother used to go. But grandma wanted the smaller classes and the more individual attention. So that's the reason she signed us up for the Y.
Yep.
But when I became the age of a Boy Scout and we went to the YMCA pool, we were all going to start off with this swimming skill award. This is when they had skill awards. But my level of confidence in swimming, I got my swimming merit skill award, my swimming merit badge, my life-saving merit skill award, my life-saving merit badge, all in the same day, because I could do anything they tossed at me. And when it came to swimming and treading water, and because being a chunky little fellow, I floated already.
Your name is Hope. Hang on 1 second, George. Now, instead of being quiet and staticky, your mic is popping at the high end. Something has gone wrong again. Oh, that was a big
No, that
noise.
was
That was me repeating back through George's equipment. But it didn't pop.
Okay.
Try now.
But
Continue on.
yep. Well, when I first went to college,
It's
or
still
tried to college,
crackling and popping at the top. What is going on? Did you turn up
what
the
is going
gain or something? This is how
how,
technology fails you people. Go ahead.
how's it
Go.
going now?
Well, it didn't peak out at the top. Go ahead and continue with your story if I didn't interrupt you too much.
Well, when I first year at college, I went, I'm going to take some easy classes for easy A's. Who doesn't do something like that? So I took swimming for PE in college because we had to have a PE. Well, I passed the final exam on the first day, and I wind up being the assistant teacher for swimming. It's like when I took PE at Pembroke, I took archery. And it was an easy A. Because at the time, not only was I a competitive archer, I made my own bows and fletched my own arrows. And the only thing I didn't feel competent at was making my own bowstrings because I didn't have a bowstring jig.
The popping is continuing, and now it seems to be happening all throughout the meter bar.
How about now? Is it still popping?
Yep. It only did once. Well, you said that, but right in the middle of the word popping, it was a bad. It's more like a tick. Tick. Oh. Technology reliance / failure is something we must deal with patiently.
Yeah. I think my headset's finally saying, I'm old. I want to quit.
Oh, your computer doesn't have a mic on it. It's not a laptop.
I have my mic, that's on my desk, which isn't even on right this second. I'm using my Razer headset. And considering I bought it 2010, 2013, it was used then. Well, then it was the top of the line, but even used. I don't use it very often because when the earmuffs I start to sweat, the earmuffs start to bother me.
Yep. Always something. Every day. I'm hoping my audio's okay.
So far, so good.
I don't have a way to check it for myself. Like, plugged into a different computer with a set of headphones on that. Every now and then check in on it. Because of the lag time in the live streaming, I could say a bunch of stuff, put up the BRB girl, and then hop over to the other headset. That's the way to do it right. I don't do it right.
I don't do it either. I just change USB plugins. You know what socket it's plugged into.
Yep. And who knows? Might have to restart the computer or do some other thing or blow it out with a blowing air machine.
That's the reason I was late, is talking. One of places we had to go to deal with a new equipment I'm buying put on layaway. Their computer was down, so they couldn't do any business. It decided to their mainframe or whatever their main computer decided to do an update, which put the entire store's all their computers down.
Sorry, making notes on the notebook. Everybody else, whoever listens to this.
For those that are buying used equipment, always boot it up and check it. Because I went in there to get a Galaxy S9 Plus, because that's how they had it marked and because they had a brand new box for it, and no one bothered to check it. I checked it, and it was a Galaxy S8 Plus. So I got it for a lot less money, or I'm getting it for less money. Always check your equipment. Always check the stats on stuff.
Yeah, and did you say you have another microphone there you could try? Because this one is getting unbearable. And I don't know how many clicky places you would have to click. I know on my computer, trying to change that midstream or something, you have to change it in Windows, which I don't remember how to get to in the sound settings. And then when you're done, you have to go find which one it's using in Discord. Do you even Discord, bro? Well, Elizabeth says that the crackle is not coming through hers. So maybe just ignore it.
Because I can get switched to my other mic.
We'll see if it continues on.
Okay.
And then.
Providing cats off my thing that I regulate what the hard drives and the Bluetooths and the stuff like that. They keep powering things off by stepping on the button.
Do you want me to find music, or you got something to say for a couple minutes while I go let loose some beverage?
I guess I do.
All right. GH covering. Sing some songs.
Yeah, right. You don't want to hear my voice singing. The old saying, I couldn't carry a tune in a tin bucket with the lid nailed shut. Now, the one with perfect pitch, that's my brother. My brother and my aunt could sing. I and my mom, nope, we like music, just can't recreate it. But no, on this, always double check don't go by what the box says, especially if you're going into a pawn shop to buy something. Always, if it's a pew pew, always check the action, always check the barrel, make sure it's no obstruction. If it's computer equipment, turn it on, check the systems to make sure it is what it says it is. Because a lot of them, they have anywhere between 7-day warranty on electronics and maybe 30 days at max, everything else. But when you have to buy something on time and you want some some fairly decent equipment, I've actually had lots of good luck looking at pawn shops. Also, definitely double check their policy on layaway, because each one's different and they don't tell you what it is until you already got your money in hand, unless you ask. Just like story. We were in dire straits several years ago, and I had some silver that I inherited. But the silver predated, as in flatware silver, predated the 1900. Therefore, versus saying sterling silver on the back, it used what's called a hallmark, which will tell you when it was founded, poured, made, as well as its silver content. And she took it to the pawn shop to try and get a loan for it or sell some of this, what I call scrap silver. They're bits and pieces from different sets. And they said they couldn't take it because it didn't stay sterling silver. And I'm like, I flipped it on the back, looked at my paperwork that had the different U.S. hallmarks on it, and then the British hallmarks and the German hallmarks and the French hallmarks. And so they were all American made, and there was a hallmark bigger than day. And this information you actually get free offline. I'm like, it says silver right there. It's not saying, doesn't have the word sterling silver. It has a hallmark, which will tell you hallmarks. Not only tell you the silver content, and the other hallmark, there'll be another hallmark. They'll tell you the manufacturer. So if you know it's one thing and they say no, they can take it somewhere else, because that company does not know how to determine things. When I know for a fact they have these little, the place she went to at the time, even then, had the little electronic machines. All they had to do is touch it and it will tell you what the metal content is, just like they do with jewelry. She just ran into someone that was too lazy to do their job. And I hate people that are too lazy to do their jobs. That's one reason
you must hate America. You hate America?
No, because there's people in America that do their jobs. They know what they're doing. A prime example is at the Chicago Scottish or Celtic Festival. We were selling what's called military badges of the UK. And there was another guy, 2 tables or groups of tables over from us, who was selling the exact same thing. I know because he was one of our suppliers. And this couple came up and they were asking him about a badge. Apparently they went to his table first because he had the exact same badge for less money. But because he wouldn't talk to them and tell them about the badge, and they came over to us and I started explaining the history of the badge, why it is what it is, why it looks the way it looks, and also pointed out a book, a small Osprey, which is a book title, not sponsored, company that had a brief history of that regiment. They not only bought the badge from us, even though they had the exact same one for like almost $20 cheaper over there, but they also bought the book because I knew what I was selling. People will pay for knowledge. Because if they don't pay for knowledge, they already know what they're buying. You're not going to convince them of anything else.
That always goes back to a saying. I kind of glanced across it earlier about my friend Alexis. You weren't here, George. That if you got something that you feel like needs sharing with the world, share it, but make sure you've got your copyright in case somebody starts making money off what you gave free to the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I pointed out the book that basically told them the exact stuff that I told them. It's just I knew it off the cuff because the downtime between the Celtic and Scottish game, the Celtic festivals, the Scottish games, the Irish festivals, one of the things I would do is I would research what we were selling. The whole reason I wouldn't sell a certain type of system without knowing what we're selling. I'm not getting on the phone and just doing a give me the information. I'll read it. I'll look at it, but it needs to, or you can give me a class on what it is and what I'm selling, and then I'll sell it. I don't do telemarketing because even telemarketing, spam, whatever you want to call them, they irritate me, and I know they irritate everybody else. Know your audience that you're selling to. And that was the whole reason we were asked to read a certain book. When I got asked my opinion in the book, I go, you don't want my opinion in the book? Yeah, I really do. It's horse fecal matter.
Yep. That's an insult to a horse's rump. Oh my gosh.
I didn't want to say the shortened colloquialism for that, so I used the proper term.
What is this Let's Go Brandon stuff?
Huh?
Does anybody know? Let's Go Brandon.
Yes.
Let's Go Brandon is a political slogan and internet meme used as a euphemism for the phrase F Joe Biden. Oh, well, I already wrote it and said it on the stream, and I apologize, Mr. Biden, I guess. I should have looked that up before I wrote it and said it, but I'm not going to unwrite it and unsay it. It is what it is.
He was at I think it was a race car race, and one of the racers, I think, was last name Brandon, and they were going, "Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!" And some others were going, "F," whoever. And he thought they were cheering him on because of Hunter, because apparently Hunt or something like that, and it became after he said he was proud because they were saying "Let's go" when they were actually saying something else. But see, that's the problem with going to trying to do some political at a redneck rally, because that's what race cars are. Is redneck rallies, whether they're from New York, whether they're from France, they're a variation of redneck. That's who like NASCAR. Nothing derogatory about being a redneck. For some things, I'm a redneck. I'm not a NASCAR fan, but I am a redneck.
USA Today. Go to USA Today, not a sponsor. Could be. You could be USA Today.
And for those who don't know, the origination of the term redneck is someone who works for a living outside.
RalphPrivately.net. What?
And yes, it actually became a slogan back in, was it 2020, 2019 for that presidential election.
I didn't read on the thing. I've already moved on to what I had on the list for today. It applies. It's what I was thinking. Somebody go get that guy an editor, an auditor, a peer reviewer. We'll go back to that later. And the other one too. I play equally.
Auditors.
Huh?
We all need auditors. I said we all need auditors. We all need proofreaders. We all need, because none of us are infallible.
Well, especially if you're going to hold yourself out as, or park your old ass in, my and the rest of us Americans' big seat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I don't care if you're on a street corner.
You should be careful what the heck you say, because I truly wish that we could put internet voted electronic stunning devices attached to these buffoons that supposedly speak for our country. And every time they say something like this, I get to zap the heck out of them.
Because they'd be electrocuted, because everybody would be pushing the buttons as much as they could. Yeah,
well, then it would really take a tough guy or gal, non-gender specific, or a careful one, a deliberate one, a cautious one. And I'll get to it, because if I see it this way, so does the entire rest of the world. And you know what they didn't do on September 11th, 2001? Hurt any politician.
Well, they started to, but they didn't get close enough. Oh, talking about 2011, the thing that stunned
2001.
me. 2001, 9/11. What stunned me is the aircraft that hit the Pentagon. Because growing up, the Pentagon used to be surrounded by all kinds of anti-air, no-fly zone, take you out in a heartbeat rockets and missiles. Apparently, 2 years prior to 9/11, since Russia was no longer a threat, USSR, they took them out. They disassembled them and moved them because they didn't think they needed them anymore. The hard points were still there. It's just they were inactive and the missiles had been carted off.
I guess I better put the link in the chat as well, just in case. I don't even know if that's allowed. We're gonna find out. Go. Just in case. So anybody who wants to can follow along. It's this garbage that I already ragged on it earlier. How President Biden is trying to Trump-proof his legacy. Well, then you should have quit the day after your inauguration and let Kamala run it, dude. I said uglier things earlier.
Okay. No offense to anybody. That particular politician couldn't proof his legacy against anybody. All they had to do is go look at his voting record, his legislation record, and his campaign record.
I already said earlier, you can go rewind the stream later, replay it later. The only one who's going to lie to him about that he ever had a legacy is Jill, and she's okay. The problem is, Jill, POTUS, go listen to all my other streams. I keep coming back to this. Somebody around our president shove a bar of soap in that dude's mouth. Make him bite on it and drag it out. If he doesn't leave teeth ruts deep enough, make him do it again. I learned that by cussing around my mother when I was a small child. I mean, my ripped Aunt Eva. My mother never did any such thing to me. It was Eva. Blow a few bubbles. See the BRB girl. You know what happens to kids when they cuss? They blow bubbles.
Not around my mother or elders, not around my elders. And occasionally when I lose my temper around my elders, Mom used to say, the time I was 6, I could outcuss most sailors. But for most of us adults, and I'm going to say specialized adult males or growing up males, you learn to do it less because you want to date somebody and you want to have a good impression. So you learn how to polish your language.
Yes.
Unless you go back in the armed services, then you learn so much for polish. There's something about the military mindset, especially enlisted, unless they think hard, and I do mean think hard about what they say before they say it. It's a long stream of expletives just to say good morning. One of the reasons I know this is my lovely wife never cursed really before she went in the Army. Once she's gone through basic training, IIT, it was F this, F that. To the point it doesn't have the shock value it used to. It's almost like using the word and or but or perhaps. Now, as you rise in rank, as you rise up in, because you have to be in the public eye more, or amongst more officers and NCO women and ladies, you have to curve your language because you deal with, more of foreign public.
Okay. It will scroll up on the screen eventually, or if you click the link, scroll down until it says the White House's efforts, comma, which also include. This is something that maybe I'm the last 1770s in spirit only, half mutt, 90% mutt, who seems to have some white people from back then of British and German ancestry and some brown people from over here back then that can truly think back because of my DNA and my blood, whatever you stupid people on planet Earth think.
What, genetic memory?
Yes. There's nothing about, I call it, if you want the right people words, not meaning any political stuff, I mean people that operate in a socially acceptable, correct way, then go read Warren Buffett's annual letter to shareholders or the Federalist Papers. But me,
Well,
I'm a mutt, and in spite of my mammy's best efforts, I had no raisin. And I'm
if
going to
you've been in the
say,
United,
in my mind, in the good old days, I would invite you both, Trump and Biden, out into the street and let you both stand at paces against me, because I don't want to live on this planet with the likes of you. That's how much hope. In this case, I'm 911 picking on Joseph R. Biden, but I am 911 addressing again. Somebody get close to Donald Trump and tell him to grow the F up. Or croak, dude. Put X's over your eyes so you can do no more harm. And here comes the harm. This has to do with
well,
Biden. Biden has already
getting
started to lose influence globally, with Trump widely being treated as the de facto president by world leaders.
they're afraid of him.
I don't care. He's not the president.
I get that. I never said he was.
Mr. Trump must not meet any more foreign leaders outside of the presence of a whole, what do the kids these days call it? A lot. Or an SH star ton of reporters, recorders, and everything else, to make sure there is not even the appearance of impropriety. Somebody get a hold of this dude. But never mind him. He's just a guy who's going to bumble along. He got elected. Go listen to my whole last 10.5 hour stream. We pay a gigantic government, including those imbeciles that are supposed to protect him, known as the Secret Service. You must protect him from himself. A private person messing around with world leaders that could be construed to be influencing foreign affairs is a felony in America. Do not let Mr. Trump do that. Whoever's supposed to be in charge of this garbage, including Joseph R. Biden. You're the executive. Dude, right now, please quit. Let Kamala go up there. Because here's your legacy, Joe Biden. You're a fool. You were a zombie when you took office. Only people that lie to themselves ever thought you were any more than. Back during your campaign, you asked your wife by your sister's name where your wife was. There we go, Joe Biden. There's your legacy. And here you are worried about getting federal judges confirmed while Democrats still control the Senate. Dear Senate, say no. You Democrats and Republicans, vote no, no, none, zero, zilch. And then ask incoming President Trump. Tell him first that you're doing it, Senate. Please listen to me. Hey, Trump, we got the list. We're going to vote no for all of them for Biden. And we're going to hand you the list. And then we need you to submit it, and we're going to vote yes to all of them so they all get confirmed under you, not him. Please, Senate, play politics. Crush this dude. Biden didn't attend the reopening of Notre Dame. Good, because he probably would have headbutted Emmanuel Macron like he did the Pope. Trump sat 2 seats from Jill Biden. Somebody published a real good picture. Myself and my Priscilla noticed how very cordial and smiling they were to each other. Yay for you, Donald Trump, you did a good thing. Yay for you, Jill Biden, you did a good thing.
To take this out of the political realm, not only politicians or world leaders need, everybody else needs it. I know my not going to this particular movie actor's shows didn't affect his income whatsoever, but to this day, I refuse to pay for a movie ticket for a particular star. At least he thinks he's a star. He's got the money of a star. Because of something mean he said about someone he couldn't even hold a candle to. And if you would permit me, I'll even mention names. And that's George Clooney. Basically, without knowing Charlton Heston and what Charlton Heston did and all that rigmarole, when Charlton Heston was politely bowing out of being the president of the NRA due to an illness called Alzheimer's, and the fact that he wanted to spend more time with his family while he was living, because there is no cure for Alzheimer's at this time or then, George Clooney put it out that it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And then you look at George Clooney's life and what he's done, and you want to go, you worthless piece of fecal matter. He's done more for Hollywood or Hollyweird, however you want to put it, more for the U.S. as a whole, more for equal rights, more for just name it, than George Clooney will ever do, because he's a selfish P word.
Very good. It didn't enrage me at all. A romp down memory lane. And George Clooney's the one that started the movement that got rid of Biden finally. Everybody likes to blame Nancy Pelosi. She had nothing to do with it. She ain't got that kind of money. It was George Clooney that said he would give $10 million to the Democrats if they replaced Biden. And then he called on others to do the same, and by 3 days later, they had $110 million worth of money to wave around in the Democrats' face, and Joe Biden quit. For the good of the country.
Yeah, right.
No, for money. Please, Senate, while you're at it. While you're at, just say no. Then
And
Senate. Hang on, let me speak, George. Let me speak. This is my scream. I must scream it into my void. Well, it's all fresh on my mind. Please, Senate, get together and send a bill across the hall to the House and tell them all that you're going to go on strike. You'll shut down this whole GDMF government of ours. That all of the taxpayers of America's money is now stopped, and any that hasn't already been spent or washed off through the Biden crime family, it must be returned to us. Because if their president wants to meet with private citizens about the affairs of the United States of America, then Volodymyr Zelensky, poor bad actor, get your own damn money from your private citizens that you meet with. You may not have not 1 cent of our American taxpayer money if you won't talk to our president. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Nothing that can be called into question. You did it, Vladimir. We should. And somebody in our ridiculous government, and this is just me saying what would be right according to 1776. What the hell do you think you're doing, dude? Say no, not unless you get Joe on a Zoom. OH and no. Please, government, someone with the ear of a government. Marjorie Taylor Greene. All you Republicans who say we shouldn't be sending money to Ukraine. And I have people that I know of or have communicated with online that mean a lot to me. Well, they need to get them a better president, and we need to get us a better one. Donald Trump, this is your fault. Do not meet with these people. To protect Ukraine from itself, you should have said, hey man, I can't talk to you. Blah, blah, blah. Of course, they have to try to throw things in here that look like stabs at Trump because they're talking about Biden's fantastic legacy. It's not unusual. Listen to how they say. It's not unusual. Here's Jean-Pierre Karine Jean-Pierre, Biden's mouth, our current POTUS, saying, it's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual when there is a president-elect for heads of state foreign leaders to want to have that conversation with the president-elect, she said. I don't care what's not unusual. It's not unusual for our president to rub his wiener all over interns at our White House either. Or somebody to be stashing their coke in between the towels. Jean-Pierre. I don't care what's not unusual that is wrong and illegal. All of you talking about, well, we all got dirt on each other. We all do wrong. That's what you just wrote and had semi-quoted in USA Today. USA Today. Pull your head out of your butts and hammer away at these people for this. What the heck is wrong with you? It's not unusual for people just to violate every tenet of the United States Constitution and the BS stack of millions of pages of paper that we call the law, the rule of law that we're all supposed to live by. And then you wonder why us down here on the ground see all the other streams. If you don't have to, neither do we. See the beginning of the stream, George. I am begging, please, you guys, everybody who voted for Trump, send them a message, a memo, a letter. Donald Trump needs to pardon every single non-violent criminal in federal stuff. Commute, pardon, stop the investigations if it's not according to Donald Trump and Donald Trump only, violent, so that he can be the most history-winning, lovingest, pardoningest president ever. There's no one else is ever going to dare try to outdo it. Because if the rules do not apply, the rule of law, and that stupid couple of pages called the United States Constitution don't apply to the president and to the Congress and to the Senate and to the asinine people that call themselves our Supreme Court, they don't apply to us. Except they do. You see how unfair this is, you scumbags? Despite Biden's lame duck status, I haven't even got to the bad part yet. This is what's wrong. All of you who suffer from extreme, inherited through your magic sperms, because it's paternal only. Everybody knows that proper British bloodlines are paternal only. All you fools, I started to say earlier, the great, the one and only Warren Buffett calls it dynastic wealth, and then goes on to explain that British Westerns and particularly Americans believe in this ridiculous magical sperm. See bloodstock books and bloodlines and heritages, and we didn't invent it. Go read your Bible. They're so concerned with the direct sperm lines. Blah, blah,
No, that's
blah.
because
Please
you
claw
know
back our money. Get our money
you know
back. Tell
you know who your mama
Zelensky to
is.
go to hell.
You know
Yes,
who
I
your
know who
mama
my
is.
mother is.
Right. But unless the father owns up or gives you their name, you don't know who the father is unless the mama tells you. And you hope the mama knows. And with modern,
I don't know about all the good old days. I know we're not a bloodline tribe or band.
okay, nothing wrong with that. Most of the Scottish clans today aren't what I would call bloodline either. If you feel comfortable with them and pay your membership and sit with them, you're a clan member. But then again, like a lot of Native Americans and Scottish clan tribes, bands, hoop-de-hoops, it was not unusual to be adopted in from outside and to
Yes.
take the adopted name.
Yes.
They
closed that up when I was 3
yes,
by forcing public law 280, and that all the tribes and bands and nations, whatever they call themselves, had to close their books and prove a lineage. And now
all deals with money.
it's pissed me off for my whole life.
Well, I'm just saying all has
No
to do with
matter
money.
how committed, no matter what, because, and what kind of inbreedering stupidity is this? No matter who my good woman is, our pact or agreement or covenant beyond all the understanding, especially of the idiots in charge of my tribe, bunch of inbreeded fools, toothless idiots, no matter
Well,
what. I can't get any benefit or casino checks for my wife. If we had had biological children, they would qualify maybe for some, but it's up to the existing current voted into power board, not a rule of law, not a nothing. A bunch of
exactly.
a-holes get to sit around and vote on it, whether or not your reality is your reality. And if it might cost their little duckies something, then no, they vote no.
It comes down to money. See, even the I'm just quoting memes and modern movies. The noble Native American savage is corruptible.
And we're always. All you had to do was
Yeah.
give them some fire water and a buck. They'll give you a
Well,
Louisiana territory or a bridge in New York. We discussed that in a previous stream.
I mean, as in when you're starting to throw things out like thousands and millions of dollars at people, there are those that are very corruptible. And generally, those that are very corruptible, I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings here, tend to seek out power.
It doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. How does anybody become in power in the United States in our politician scene? They seek it out.
And
Yes, I
they
agree.
they do it for various reasons, maybe initially, but it comes down to money for 99.9% of them.
I guess. It's not only anti-democratic. I read this earlier, and when I went seeing, here we're
Ad-
getting to it. I don't know what that ad is. Let me hide the ad. And I don't
Clinton's
know
fight
because this don't have page numbers. I am somewhere still in the USA Today article. This is the first piece of meat I wanted to chew up and spit out. A rush to fill judge vacancies and a Biden veto. Biden's push to Trump-proof his legacy extends to the federal courts too. Zients, who's apparently someone who speaks for the White House, said the White House is urging the Senate to confirm as many nominees as possible in the time we have left. Please don't. I'm urging the Senate. No. Somebody go get Elon Musk to threaten, hey, Senate, say no, because that idiot on the internet said so. Because the first thing Doge is going to do is take away all your staffs. We're just going to send them home. You know, you're going to have to do your own damn typing and go get your own beverage. And squeeze your own butt and boob. The Democratic-controlled Senate has raced to confirm 16 federal judges since mid-November, bringing the total number of Biden-approved judges with lifetime appointments to 229 over his 4 years in office. But here we go. Here's the meat in this pile of shit taters. That means mashed taters in my native Injun tongue. 5 short of Trump's 4-year total. All they care about is having a bigger number or, package. Octogenarian pissing contests. You know what your legacy is? Joseph R. Biden is the kindest, warmest, most gentlest, smallest, dickest president we've ever had in my whole ancestry's lives in America. How about that, Joe?
But see, that's all he has. I didn't like him as president, but I will give the devil his due. Jimmy Carter has been one of the best former presidents, or ex-presidents, however you want to put it, that this country has ever seen in a very long, long time. He's become more of a man of the common man after leaving office than he ever was in office. That being said, up
So
until
cares it cost us $375 to defend ourselves. We had to pay the legal fees for the lawyer we wanted to get rid of. But by the settlement we negotiated, we got rid that lawyer. This party, and this party that is about parliament division is not constitutional, and the Senate House AG investigate it and bring charges. This will again become our law. There's another reason. Maybe you should consider Joseph R. Biden, so-called President of the United States. Get the heck out of there. Quit now. Under the agreement that Kamala signs you one of them Richard Nixon pardons or Hunter Biden pardons. Because Donald Trump sure ain't. And I don't blame him. Because if all we can do is try to tear some of you down to this well of crap and sewage that you drown all the rest of us in, so be it. Good. There's a way out, Biden. Get Kamala in writing. Standing in front of, I don't care, have her call the Senate to order. And have her stand up and swear on a Bible.
or she could do like what
That
happened
she will
under
pardon you unconditionally, going back 25 million years and going forward 22 million years.
They could pull a Ford.
And then hand her the keys.
Where you had the president impeached, the vice president resign, the Speaker of the House resigned, and they went through quite a few people before they went to Ford. And Ford was seeing how it was tearing the country apart, so he just pardoned them because they needed the healing time.
Yep.
Sad thing is, it costed him his election against Carter. That's the sad thing, because I feel and believe, looking at Ford's record, he'd have been a much better president than Carter was. We probably wouldn't have had Iran take hostages the way they did. Just like, why are all these things happening around the world now, or for the past 4 years, but they weren't happening for the 4 years before that? It wasn't because the people, we just decided we want to go into war now. No, they looked at who were the world leaders at this time, and what do we think we can get away with? Okay, here comes another strong. They know his record. He's not a total unknown. And they went, oh shit, he's coming back. Let's try this.
I'm just making a note. Because preach
Yeah.
on, sir, except I'm getting back to this. 15 Biden nominees remain pending, and I've already said once in this stream, I'm going to say it again. I was planning earlier, before I got hours behind again. Life lives itself upon you. To have up and on screen and ready how to submit to the White House, to all of it, to the administration, to the Congress, to somebody. A demand. I don't do. I never request. I never ask. George has been in many of my classes. In security and law enforcement, we are in the tell, not the ask business. Let's all get this straight. In security and law enforcement, we, those in the business, are in the tell, not the ask business. Meaning, in particular, the one that stops everything all the time for me, and I would happily provide remedial training for all, however many million of you cops there are in this country at every level and subdivision. You never ask somebody to leave. You tell them. If you ask them, you are giving them the opportunity to tell you no. Get that language out of your mouth. I know it sounds polite. It sounds diplomatic. You tell them in politeness, leave, period, please. Period. It's not a question. Security or police. Don't sit there trying to recite people the Riot Act and the trespass rules, ordinances, and laws and jurisdictions and all that other. If you want someone away from your presence, tell them leave. Period. Please. Then when they don't, you say, oh, I guess I used way too many letters and punctuations. Try this. Go! Exclamation point. Say it loud and say it proud in a tell, in a clear and commanding tone. Commanding. And then stop talking. Do what you are empowered to do beyond that. In United States, not illegal aliens. Everybody else of If you are one of the we the people mentioned in that toilet paper of fame, tell your government, not ask. We all of us, however, the only ones who are not we the people, citizenship is not required. All lawful, whatever you are, all whatevers, all asylums, all, I don't care what you call it. If you are not here illegally, stop requesting, asking. Go back and see that horse pucky down there in Georgia that I really, really, really wish I could, if I had any money, I would flop my buns into my piece of garbage 300 something thousand miles vehicle and go all the way down there and buy them a cup of coffee and a lunch and a bottle of wine or something to talk to those merchant attorneys. That if you can't get it, I put them in my checkbox. Lawyer's merchant. I still have to get to that today. If you won't do it for your client, do it for Donald J. Trump. Because he can't hire an attorney worth a crap. And get him out of that mess in Georgia by getting rid of the other idiots. Get the case tossed. Because Fawny Willis, you are still dragging along, delaying. I don't remember what the heck it is. I have to come back to it later because I'm not done with Joseph R. Biden Jr. I do need to pull up again. Let me see what we're going to call the inhabitants of this land now. Apparently from Scranton, currently out of Washington, D.C. Imagine I came here from another country and read that document from 1776 and said, who are they talking about? The
Sir,
inhabitants of this land. Well, that
Sir.
must be all these white people.
sir,
Yeah,
you're talking about the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution? Declaration of
the
Independence of
Declaration.
17. Okay.
I don't need an AI overview, thank you. I need the text. Find Indian. The merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. That's you, Joseph R. Biden. That is you to everybody not from here today. And Fawny Willis. And the entirety of the Supreme Court. Go listen to the last 10.5 hour streams. Get out of my public offices. You are costing us our everything. Of course you're immune to it. Those of the last of us that try, against all odds, not to cave to the lessons we learn by example from our so-called leaders, and still do right. Don't do wrong. Be careful how much of an example or a leadership example you set. Parliament Division, I already read that one. The Google bot, YouTube. The YouTube with a capital Y and a capital T. I know I mocked that a lot too. I have to interlude here because the chat pops up and then the chat scrolls down. The .ru, I like that. I put that on the end of anything. See the beginning title of this stream. Are you? It's the way Americans text RU, AREYOU. but .ru means Rusk. We just blame them all the time. Sorry, Vlad the Vladimirovich, whatever you are. I always just say 2x Vlad. Putin, if it was the Chinese fault. Or the Iranians. When the bots get up there and try to bot link in my chat some highly irregular, not good thing, faster than I can get over there and mouse clicky to even see what the heck it was, it doesn't even tell me comment deleted or whatever. It just vanishes from the screen. YouTube is on it. Good job. Good job. Catch them doing something right. Let's get back to the mess. How Biden? Biden nominees, 15 remaining. Senate, no. Just say no. Just say no. Democrats, get behind and punish him for costing you the election. Promise Trump, comma, Donald J, that all 15, if he won't change the names, you'll approve them on day one. But the answer to Biden is no. Play politics. You be careful. If I shout it loud enough into the wind or my internet void, maybe somebody will whisper it into the dream minds off of the whispering wind of some congressperson who starts to think about, how are we going to show those several million Democrats that voted for Trump, all the independents, that we can clean our own house, that we can police our own, even if it's just legacy and political stuff. Here's a good way. Senate. I forget what it's called when you go read The Cat in the Hat throughout your entire meeting. Filibuster, that's it. Filibuster it. Or stand up and unanimously, Senate, say we reject your appointments, your judicials. We're not going to hear them and we're not going to approve them. And put in writing or speak it into the permanent record of the American archives. And here's a sad one, because guess who would have to read it? The President of the Senate. That's Kamala Harris. If the Senate unanimously votes, even just to censure or have a memo, who has to read it in is the President of the Senate. And gavel it. Nope. We're not approving your anything. And we're seriously discussing now. Clawing back. It's called clawing back our money from Ukraine. Because who the hell else is Volodymyr meeting with? Trying to drag America into World War III. What kind of European or Turkish or I don't know what? If he's just going to run around the world meeting future potential politicians, even though they're in an interim where it seems sure, but it's never over till it's over. What if something happens to Trump? Is J.D. Vance, whatever they call it, read in on whatever happened between Volodymyr and Donald J. Trump? Probably not. I need to see the minutes of that meeting. All of the American people need to see it, or Donald J. Trump needs to be impeached or charged with the felonies of whatever it is in usurping the White House. It doesn't matter if Joe Biden abdicates it. What a ridiculous. Congress has the duty to hold back all the money and to do what's best for the people, not for their political parties. And I'm one of those ones. I've always tried to make excuses. And My Priscilla, my my woman, my good woman, my better than me, often tells me I'm wrong. It's very frustrating. There's another reason I cannot be right. It's just forbidden. That's a husband-wife stuff, like steaks in the freezers. I guess we're just keeping each other sharp. She didn't sure tell me to hush or be quiet this morning when I said, you know what? It becomes, without any evidence or proof, far and far more easier to go down Sherlock Holmes road or lane and say, when you take away everything else, what's left is what you must accept as truth, according to Sherlock Holmes. No matter how dash QAnon, a MAGA hat, red hat wearing conspiracy theory it is, because I was ranting this morning that, let me count on my simpleton's fingers how many steps it is to the Biden crime family. I know I'm taking up a saying that belongs properly to Fox News and all their affiliates and the right-wing medias. Or whatever. Sue me for saying it. Sue me for defamation so I can freely defend myself. And maybe then I could start a GoFundMe and Republicans will give me money to hold some Democrats' feet to the fire, to defend myself about are you or are you not? Because how it appears to me. Let's see. Again, it does say in this USA Today article, go find it, how Biden snuck the last 61 billion with a B dollars. 61 billion with a B dollars went very recently to Ukraine. It's to be used for defense. Well, everybody's sloughing off their Gulf One or the original Gulf War, Desert Storm 1990s equipment, such as tanks that require Ukrainian energy to operate. Why wouldn't I think that with some more degrees of separation, or a thing I learned from the Obama Vice President Biden administration, corporate layered liability protection, with just more paper. This Maryland company, that London company, such as the Clinton Foundation, bounced off this some other state. They all use Maryland because it used to have a free register your corporations in Maryland. Minimal fees. Now they charge minimal fees. That's why they're all out of Maryland. Their Secretary of State is like, we'll make it up in volume. True story. Oh, who has raked in millions of dollars from Ukrainian energy companies? I'm not going to say. I won't say it here. I'm just asking the question. It's the third time I've said in this live stream, you people stop asking questions. I hear all the young people, streamers, complaining that, you know how you know you're watching mainstream media, whether it's Fox or CNN? They say, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking a question. Well, I'm going to say it. Hunter Biden took lots of millions of dollars from Ukrainian energy. Who is fueling all of these weapon systems that we are giving to Ukraine with those American 61 billion with a B dollars worth of Ukrainian energy? See where you've left me? Sitting on the floor, crying, rocking back and forth, saying, preach on, Sean Hannity, you got it all along. I'm sorry I ever called you bad names and didn't listen to you. Say it again, Sean Hannity. He must be right because it's so obvious. Or at least there's not any inability to question it or think it. There's no dispelling of the rumor or the conspiracy theory because if there's the appearance of impropriety, there's probably impropriety. So maybe you shouldn't have even the appearance of impropriety. Please, Senate, stop that money, claw it back. Tell Vladimir, I guess you should have read the American Constitution because no damn American does. If we could change the date by 4 years, I know he told me he would change the date. He'd sign it tomorrow. Well, guess what, dude? What were you doing 4 years ago? Oh, you shut up. You know what your legacy is, dude? Zombie Joe. Your handlers don't even have enough sense to handle you. Protect its signature laws and confirming of federal judges. All the rest of this is garbage. Hey, baby. AI girl is pretty fine looking. That is definitely an AI girl. And I don't care if it's an AIT girl. My eye said, pretty woman, walking down the street, scrolling by my screen. It happened. Sue me. Blah, blah, blah. To see if this is Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren's baby. See if whatever it is. So here I go again. Sorry, it's an interlude. It's a break. Government, shut up. Elizabeth Warren, quit. I revoke my many, many offers, including a previous stream, to adopt you into my band or tribe and make whole your mistake claim. It doesn't matter. Us Indians don't have to obey your white people laws. You don't obey the treaties. Elizabeth.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, man. Pocahontas Warren. You're fired. And I hereby revoke in writing, which I very recently said, my many offers of adoption into my band, aka tribe. If you want to know more about it, go get my Facebook back up from Zuckerberg. Crazy lady. Dear Republicans, let's catch Republicans doing something right. I feel like I should wait for George to come back. And he so earnestly. Any of you who get upset because George so earnestly and vigorously defends the Republicans at every effort. He is advocating for them. The way we're not talking about legal stuff. We're talking about First Amendment, people sitting around the coffee tables or I'm not going to say the bars because I don't, if you want to get drunk, go get drunk. Don't make excuses and shut your mouth. Fill it full of more of your drink liquid. Be a good engine. Get into the spirit world with your fire water spirits. But if all it does is make you louder, dumber, shut up. So stay away from bars. The bar. All you're going to do is get in a barroom fight. But never mind me. I ain't got to hear you. Go for it. Shout it out loud in daba. But record it and upload it to your YouTube. So ain't no one going to hear it in the bar that matters. You and me both. Utterly inarticulate. Frustrated. Frustrated. Oh well, I'm tired of waiting. Ah. And she's not involved anymore, but they founded and made this thing for her to make her a home after she whatever. I know. She's a senator now. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Listen to the previous hour. Say no. Say nope to dopes. That means Joseph R. Biden. And ugh to Drugos. Including yourself. But you were the founding boss of the CFPB. Sorry, I don't do good with acronyms. Go back there, tell whoever, just go tell the Senate. You know what? Elon Musk wants to close these places down anyway. Let's close it down. Let's shut it down. And here's why. I started to mention it in another stream. And I'm going to mention it again briefly. But it would take me 20 hours, probably. Which I still think YouTube has a 12-hour cap. And I don't have to script it. I think it to myself so often. Listen, government, every one of you at every level. Joseph R. Biden, if you were any kind of president at all, you would fire everybody that works there because they don't peer review each other. Nobody's over there leaning over to each other and saying, can we do this? Let alone, should we? You can not tap any fee charged by any private entity, bank or otherwise, to anything. You can not. You've got your head stuck so far up. See the movie Heat. Heat, quote, a great donkey. I don't know what Democratic unicorn flatulates. All I can think of is that I'll get back to it. Whatever Democrat unicorn emits out of its rear end, whatever clouds you people dwell in before you ride it to work, that is the great donkey with a little horn on the center of its white head. And you got your head all the way up it. Why? The goal was not to get the legislation. It is just to make people think the idea was put down by the other side. Wait, I missed some. I apologize. Let me back up. Wow, you've been busy. I apologize. I was busy too. I'm raging. I'm rage ed. A real Congress has the right all along to have the mandatory meeting in both houses. No antics. And say yes or no. Tell the president, etc. This is done here and fix our country. You're right. And if they won't execute, that's all the president does, is do what the GD Congress said. That's it. Make it happen. Make it so. Congress, every one of you go take a law class. Apparently this Elizabeth knows far more than you. $1 million for each of you. And let her teach you. Because it's right here in chat. Don't any of you idiots steal this. You owe her. Congress has the duty to hold back all the money and do what is best for the people, not their parties. Oh no, the last time Lizzie W. helped us, she put the stop on our PhD school. Claimed she would fix it, but did not. They are back in business. We are still do not have our PhD sign-offs. Lesser evils, lesser moronics. The HH guy was a bigger jackass than her. Talk about an empty head. The goal is not to get the legislation, it's just to make people think that the idea was put down by the other side. It's in a copyrighted book for teaching at the PhD level for nations. Yep. Someone's got to teach them something. Steenie Beanie's working on it. Where was I? Heads up butts. Way up the butts. Government. Let's get to the point. 03. 33. 12. To the point. The point is there is no point. Not in this case. Here's the point. Government trying to or threatening to order private anything to do something at their expense is TYRANNY. That's it. Period. End of discussion. We should have a special law that every one of you that even mentions it to the gallows, to the people's razor, immediately. We got to have some teeth in. You don't get to sit around saying things like we're going to cap the fees of private banks. Unless, oh, imagine that. This measure is opposed by the banking industry. Unless the first thing it says is that to alleviate all the fears of the banking industry. Because obviously we have too much damn money in Congress, in the vaults of the United States, see worth 35 trillion with a T in debt. You don't have no money to pay for stuff. Get your heads out of those donkeys and out of the clouds and out of everything else. Unless you are going to pay for it. Imagine if you're going to reduce the fee to $3 for the people who continuously write bad checks. You know what some of us have paid in our life in bounce check fees? 0. Why? Because that would be wrong to do. Even to the monster megadeth corporations that have stolen plenty of my money. Bank of America rocked off with almost $6,600. Just disappeared the account. Blame the computer. I never got that money back. Bank of America, you want to feel better about it? Give me my damn money. Plus interest. It happened in 88 or 89. I used to work for Wells Fargo. See, my other cousin, the whole Wells Fargo scandal, I don't know, 7, 5, 10 years ago, something about Wells Fargo employees run amok, and of course the board and all the executives sitting around saying, well, we thought all along we were the lunatics in charge of the asylum. Turns out we were not. Who possibly could govern a bad employee? Imagine if the government had money, which you don't. Stop it. Senate, while you're at it, cut all of your pay. You can't cut the current pay of your current. All those ones coming in the next month. You guys can get it done, and Joe Biden should sign it. Actually, he shouldn't. He should quit. Get out. Someone throw him out. Jill and Kamala, throw him out the window after getting him to sign a resignation. the ground floor one. I'm just kidding. Don't do violence. Wheel him out in the big chair and set him outside and tell him to wait for you. The grown-ups have to do real work. Get the Congress to pass a bill, a couple of lines long. Stop all of you politicians and all your lobbyists and lawyers from interfering. It's this easy. We are cutting all of the compensation of all federally elected persons by 50%. Send it passed in both houses to the White House, and if they don't sign it, if they veto it, impeach him. There's a way for you to save money, but you can't tell anybody what they can and can't charge unless you're going to pay for it. Do you know what those overdraft fees would be if you said, well, you can only charge the peasants $3, but we'll make up the difference to you, bank? All of a sudden, instead of $35 to $65, overdraft fees would be $90,000 each. Got some of that infinity money coming from the government. Oh, I agree in the no fees. And that bank that closed our little Boy Scout troop account just kept the money. Another bank gave our information to a corporation. They took 500 plus and never got it back. I went through the realm of Hades and all the high waters with all civil lawyers and district attorneys and city attorneys. And they all said, well, you're going to have to talk to somebody about this. This is a civil matter, blah, blah, blah. And we might have to bring it to a federal court because that's a bank. And maybe, I don't know, there's a bank regulatory agency and there's an SEC and there's all this other, because it's not only a bank, it's a publicly traded stock company. I don't know if we can sue it. I spent about 1,000 of my good dollars consulting with attorneys to find out, now you're effed. They stole your money. And it doesn't matter how many layers. Here's another. Bureau is short. The short word for bureaucracy. Close it. Senate, House. Now. Don't let Elon and Vivek and Trump have the glory. Order it closed today. CFPB, you have embarrassed the nation with this garbage. That you're going to cap private fees for private services. Anybody who doesn't like paying those fees, then don't have a bank account and don't bounce checks. It's that simple. If you don't want to pay a fee to the bank and have your government doing crap that affects all the rest of us, because, well, we were so busy trying to do this thing that's tyranny. You don't get to order private people what to do with their private time. This again goes back to alchemy and all this other. We just need to shut it all down. Close it all. And here's some other guy doing breakneck speed, whoever a Chopra is. Chopre. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. I don't care. Breakneck speed. You should have been working for us all along at breakneck speed. Somewhere there should be a turlet in one of those buildings. Go with your toothbrush, dude, and scrub it. Whatever a director Chopra is, and dude is non-gender specific, I don't care. All of you Washingtonians, or wherever you shifted the little buildings around. I read one the other day. Ha ha ha. Trump thinks that the government's all in Washington. We have offices all over the country. No, he doesn't. You guys aren't smart. You go ahead and sing that to your choir or preach that to your choir and think you're something special. One day I'll get the voice of somebody. I'll win the lotto and I'll hire myself a whole bunch of idiot baby lawyers. Get y'all shut down by the rule of law and claw back too. Your junk fees. That's what we call paychecks for federal employees at every level. I'm not even reading any more of this stuff. Foreign alliances. Biden's going to hand Trump a roadmap for emerging foreign alliances. So you're going to hand him a so that he has to say no. The only important part of this I've already ranted about. In September, Biden ordered the Defense Department to allocate the remaining security aid out of nearly $61 billion. This week, the U.S. transferred to Ukraine $20 billion backed by frozen Russian assets. Be careful what you do with Russian anything, including the word Russian. You will never pay for that, Biden, Pelosi, which is what my mother-in-law calls you, and she's right. She's my mother-in-law. Sort of. Trump, Donald J. Well, all of you sit in your empires made up of our taxpayer money, let alone the poor American people brainwashed in the American dream enough to send you free money, donations. Ugh. You know, like I said earlier, no politician suffered on September 11th. 3,000 working class Americans. Just saying. Stop offending our allies or enemies. I don't care what you call them. Because today our enemy's enema is our friend. And I know what I said. Here it is. Here it is, drum roll. I'm going to start typing my notes and then come back to this highlighted screen. We made it. 03. 44. 47. It's away. The first guy that took the shot in Star Wars. When he took it, the only Star Wars 77, A New Hope. This is what got me, and I was still giggly this morning. I had thought of ways to try to say this with a little bit of humor. This is the thing that Joseph R. Biden Jr. said. If we're not leading the world, leading means ruling. Don't misconstrue what the likes of him say. If we're not leading the world, who does? That's the thing. It's up here in my checklist. Let me find it. Biden Jr. said the thing. And here we go with the octogenarians. Let's cross it off the list. They're big pissing contests. Somebody, FOIA demand or White House request, or I don't care what. I got to correct that. I typed the 260 plus because it was whatever, 5 less. I need the names and dates of submission of the remaining 15 of if because I have no hope and I'm so hopeless in it all. I'm not even going to try. Any of you that try and think you can get the ear of a politician, send them a link to this stream. This is the thing. It's a way. Joe said, the thing. I always type it like that. It's the title in all caps of the 1982 movie. If we're not leading the world, who does? Listen, Joe Biden, I know that you practice that with Jill and she practices it with you. Just get these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got to get these words out right. You've got to. No more of that brains that you always say, Joe. No, come on, man. But the problem is, you guys don't realize, if I hear it this way, imagine what our enemies hear it as. You've got to look at these things from a not the king of the all, the world, and the great creationist. I wrote it in my notes. I'm sure I did. This is pure Empire America thinking or mindset. That's what I hear. If we're not ruling the world. Oh, faux pas. You said lead and you meant rule. True story. Get yourself peer reviewed. Get yourself audited, adjusted. Pay me. Read that speech before you go giving it. I know. None of you care. I've already said 1,000 times. You and your daddies and your great granddaddies and their great granddaddies were all inbreeded and stupid because you don't give a damn. They're never going to blow up your tower, your ivory tower. Just a whole bunch of stupid American peasants. Empire America. We rule it all. Is it the New World Order? If we're not in charge? Dee-da, 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 dee-da. You can't talk your way out of it. You already said it. And here I am. Am I putting it in context? I don't know. Sometimes the suspension of disbelief is so great that I must walk out of the theater. The context doesn't matter. If we had any kind of Congress at all, they would submit papers. All right, dude. You endanger our nation. You say things that could be construed that we are not trying to spread democracies and assist allies and grow other than drug creating poppies, the poppies all over planet Earth. Flowers. If we're not in charge, no one is. And it goes on. Blah, blah, blah. Here it is in context. Not a joke. What not a joke, dude? I've said before on the vanished social media. I'm going to say it again here. Stop speaking in this 12-year-old texting girl speak. What is not a joke? Who is not a joke? I not a joke? It. It is not a joke? But not a joke isn't a sentence. I'm not an English teacher. I don't know. Why did you say I'm here? Joe Biden. Apparently you wanted us to know that you are not being a wise guy. Why didn't you just put not being a wise guy like you do everything else? Love it. Is that a statement or an order or command? Not a joke. If we do not rule the world, what nation rules the world? We know what lead means. It means putting that leather or nylon rope, shank, attached to a chain across the gums of a horse, and by paying compliance, making it go where we want it to. Me and everybody not you, Joseph R., doesn't need to be led. Who pulls Europe together? Who do you think you are? Hello? Am I the only one who sees this way? Elizabeth, am I wrong? George, am I wrong? Is this not the ultimate King, Emperor, God man says this kind of stuff? A
Well,
very inflated sense of self. What has 50 years at the top of the American food chain taught this man Biden? That he's the God-man emperor. Who pulls Europe together? Europe, dude. Who's supposed to offer them a helping hand in times of need? Us. Whatever. I see the thing down below.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Who tries to pull the Middle East together? The Middle East. And if you're saying, well, I tried, and it's my intention to, I don't care what your good intentions. See my previous title of my previous vidge-yuhz show. Paved the road to my hell. And all of theirs. Because I don't care how well intended you are when you're this stupid and brazen and Marie Antoinette-ish and aloof and rude. Come on, man. I'm not being a wise guy. Because you don't know what a wise guy is. That's an Italian gangster from 100 years ago. You can't be a wise guy. How very offensive. You should need to recall this statement, Mr. Biden. Are you, what do they call it? Are you culturally appropriating Sicilians? Ew. Oh my gosh. That's violence. That's like SA to all Italians ever. I think you are right. It is also well contained in the work of Eleanor Roosevelt's work on why we have a UN, to not have a League of Nations, but all free nations in cooperations. I love loved it, love it, love this. So lazy in America we can't say I spacebar anymore. Not a joke. Not a joke. Wise guy definition. Sorry about the spelling, etc. I left my glasses in the other room. Giving the computer a ride on my wheelchair. Yep. I didn't see any spelling. Haha. I must be used to reading the languages. And I make so many typos, it doesn't matter. I don't see them that good. And then what do we got to do? And I got in trouble because I asked my fine, better than me woman this morning, why, if it's over there, is red scary? But over here it's the good thing under a May gay hat. I know, I make fun of that slogan, and I shouldn't. It really offends her. That's why I have this streamery. They issued classified national security memo Wednesday that offers a roadmap to the Trump administration. Is this allowed? Why are you issuing classified anything to anybody incoming? They're not Senate approved. We're not at the dates. What is going on here? I don't feel safe. What again if G-D forbid something happened to Trump? Do you have their assurances in writing that whatever the hell you're doing with not our government has been conveyed adequately to J.D. Vance? You guys don't convey to each other. You have no form of communication. This is all demented and psychotic, and only we pay for it. American people who don't live in the elite, rich, and ruling class. Here we go with the Red Scare. Dun dun dun. Rus, Iran, North Korea, and China. I almost called it Saipan. Oh gosh, I apologize, Chinese. I heart so many of you equally. I meant to say Siam and almost uttered Saipan. Let me make sure I'm not offending even further. Is China Siam? Oh, yes and no? Question mark. Unless you ask China. China says Thailand is China. Thailand says we are not. It's a thing. I think. Or is that Taiwan? I don't know. Okay, I was wrong. I apologize, both of you. Ask it again. Slow down. Don't be a smarmy. Siam was a tributary state of China before European colonial powers arrived in East Asia. I don't know when that was. China has a known 5,500 to 10,000 year old written. It is in writing. It did happen. History. So for the last 200 years of 10,000 years of written history, this was China, but now it's not because we say so. Again, European what? Apparently, from being of European colonial ancestry, Mr. Joseph R. Biden has never grown out of the power. So I was semi-correct. I still apologize to everybody involved. Your collateral damage to Empire America, Joseph R. Biden, our King, Emperor, Ruler, God, Man, with a giant, statuesque nose. It doesn't matter what else Donald Trump does. He doesn't wander around squawking about how he's the emperor. He needs some finishing school and walk around the room with a book on your head, dude. You know, all them other things. Stop running your mouth too, but you don't run your mouth that bad. So just keep saying collusion, collusion, collusion. I think the tell them is the key. And what was used, we do not try to train horses or dogs, or even sad kids or broken veterans. We tell them it's all okay. Come on the fun ride. That is Taiwan. It is China. Yeah, but I meant Siam. Because, I don't know. I read the wrong history books or something. I shouldn't have spoke so fast. I should have typed in Google bar before I spoke. Here I am calling them all on about it. It is China. In one of those Iraq, the British said we are the kings of one part, exactly the oil part, to split a country. That's what's wrong with Palestine and Israel right now. When did the British colony end, and what soldiers exactly kicked whatever you call them out of what the Jews were allowed to inhabit? Oh, that would be the British. I have looked, and I have watched so many other professional online streamers with big followings. Hey, Earth, I got something to say. Type in my chat, I'll answer you. I'm not too big yet. 1948. Who kicked the Palestinians out of Palestine? Israel. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, of course. Just the Israelis who weren't there, they were European Jews. The Israelis who were not there. Gosh, we're rewriting history right in front of our faces. It was the British. Let's see what the wiki has to say. Who? It was British soldiers because that's when the British colony or colonization ended. When Joe Biden was 40. Or maybe he was 80 by then. I don't know. 120? How old is that dude again? 1,050 years old? The eternal, immortal emperor of Empire America? It is very offensive what you said, sir. And everyone around him who's supposed to protect him from saying offensive could be misconstrued, appearance of impropriety. Dozens of massacres, fleeing fear, psychological warfare. Psychological warfare is warfare. Oh. They tried to scare him out with threats of disease. Oh, let's find BRIT. In the 1930s, this model was accepted by the Royal British Commission, which was sent to Palestina in 1936. The Brits placed the idea of population transfer on the agenda in 37. Hitler and co. were just warming up. Imagine that. There wasn't no Jew thing. This was all about Britons, the Britons, the English. Find next. Find next. British. While Ben Gurion was in favor of the Peel Plan, he and other Zionist leaders considered it important that it be publicized as a British plan and not a Zionist plan. If the British didn't want it done in their name, it wouldn't have been done in their name. They weren't tricked. So anyway, that's how it goes. Transfer. The other day I was looking it up again, and by typing different in my Google bar, I had discovered the same old thing, probably at history.com and everything else. Throughout 47 and 48, it was British and British soldiers only driving those people out of their lands to make room for incoming. And I'm sure somewhere, if we traced the family lines back, there might be a Biden in there. Well, the Biden administration can try to Trump-proof some areas. This isn't one of them. It will be up to Trump and his team on whether to implement the policy suggestions. Trying to, whatever your secret memo is that you sent, you should be number one, impeached for. If you're not willing to do it out loud and proud and say, I have invited President-elect Trump and J.D. Vance, because this is something I feel is very important as President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, to the White House, to a skiff or the dome of silence from Get Smart or whatever the hell you use to, this is a national security matter. Without being able to verify whatever, how do I know you didn't send Trump a letter or a postcard that said, my wee-wee's twice as long as your wee-wee and at least 40% rounder in girth, Donnie? Because you won't provide anything in writing to prove different. I can make up whatever story I want to. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Loop. See 10.5 hours the other day of ripping apart the Supreme Court because they won't. I have to scroll way back. Let me scroll back way back in my notebook. Does the entire Congress have this much notes about our imbecile? And you can't say anything about it. Those are the language of the founders and framers in the 15th, the Federalist paper. The ink hadn't been signed upon the Constitution by all the ratifying several states before the founders and framers said, we give up. These are imbeciles, all of them. It hasn't got better. Fine. Peer. Go get them. When was this? I was making notes. 12 to 15. This was yesterday. Doing some cleanup and some research, and some made me giggle. I already discussed earlier in this stream a JB call. Who I needed to discuss that with was here then. I don't know if they're still here now. I said, ha ha, yesterday. Not ha ha with an exclamation point. That's kind of like the pirate thing, like, Eureka, I found something. Something I was reading. Oh, getting caught up on the Dave Grossman. I found a PDF file where they charlatan him, they this, they that, tear him down, not offering to edify or build something up. Just, can you tear apart a guy? Sure. But they said one of their reasons to tear him apart is that he has no peer review. And my mind giggled thinking over all this other stuff about 10.5 hours the night before ranting about SCOTUS and how they don't proofread their own documents or any of that staff or anybody. Class, anybody.
Yep.
Peer review is exactly the same thing as what these kids these days would call moderation, mods, or moderated. Somebody And it made me giggle. I was still trying to be giggly about it this morning, and then life lived itself upon me. I don't apologize. My tolerance dried up. So we go back to 04, 12, 09. Peer review equals mods. Because if you don't have mods, if you don't avail yourself of them, and I imagine that if you put out a call, here's another one, Elon, Vivek, former and future, currently elect, Trump, comma, Donald J, in an administrative capacity, make a little message board. I don't know how you work it out to moderate that, where all these speeches and thoughts and other stuff that you guys are going to do up there screwing around with my government, whereby verifying our identities and achieving moderation status, we can proofread some of this crap for you so you can hopefully pull your thumb out of your butt and your foot out of your mouth. I offered it only to Donald Trump and company because I know the other side of that equation is not only unwilling to hear and unwilling to listen as part of their fealty pledge to their religious cause of cloud dwelling, unicorn riding, socialist, communist, liberal democracy in my country. They had to pierce their own eardrums. Allegedly. In a fiction book I read once. But it's worse. They had to willingly and knowingly agree that no matter what, if somebody starts to speak truth and reality in your cloud-dwelling liberal Democrat space, and some of you in the center, you will put your fingers in your ears and wiggle them and say, nanny, 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 I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, orange bad, bad. And that's all you idiots do. You imbecilics of old. Get yourself some mods. It is not 1800. We don't rely on you. You have proven yourself distrustful, unworthy, unqualified, disqualified by self of using your pens or your mouths. All of you. Holy smokes. Well, if we don't rule the world, who does? Good job, Joe. Good job. What a fool. The whole thing at USA Today, it was from a couple of days ago, I guess, but I just saw it this morning. Oh, I still haven't got to that. Am I done with Joe? I think I am. I have to go pee.
You do?
I have to go number one. Can we even say pee anymore? You know.
I don't know, but you can say urinate.
Yeah. Not gonna do you all no ID. And or. That's follow-up stuff. Yeah, I already X'd off to Biden Jr. He is Junior, isn't he? I don't really care. Let's go. 4. 16. 50. P. QRSTUV. Break. I'm not going to try to find music. If somebody types in the chat, hey, answer her back. I'm going to tinkle. Where my lady? I shall return.
Problem.
I am returned.
Yay!
Yay. I'm so glad everybody's still here. Anybody who is still here. It says, you are right about the now easily available constant body cameras and audio for all elected people. I try to teach, and I have yet to get one of my skirty, not clear who is the puppet master. There is no puppet master. There's no bent up old bum behind the curtain. It's just organic. There's no lunatic in charge of this asylum. Yet in law school, I'm reading backwards. Yet in law school, we learned from the property advisor of JFK that it was not the British, because they made a deal to have Parliament and stop the antics of the riffraff revolting. But it is not clear who is the puppet master. The British sent them there because, like now, we have all the Syrians and Libyans pouring into Europe. The British sent the European Jews who were pouring out of Europe to the motherland I apologize, Jewish, Hebrew, all the rest. I'm being very offensive today. I don't know what you call your land, your promised land. The British sent them there so they wouldn't stay in England. And, you know, it's a winding down colony. We have to wind down our colonialism. So let's send them there where they can fight with the Muslims. And we can just be pip pip and cheerio England, because England has some rebuilding to do. The Germans were not kind to England. I agree. I think that those started long ago, are long dead. It is now lawyers and greedy who keep it going. And just reckless. People who run their lives reckless. I'll sort of apologize again. I sat down for long, you know, any people who haven't grown up in a melting pot or lived around a melting pot and had exposure to other cultures, I don't apologize to you because you can't see it my way. You can't sympathize or empathize. I didn't have problems. I don't have problems. I make jokes about, I used to make jokes all the time because someone would say bigot or whatever, and I'd say, oh no, I hate everybody equally. It's a bad joke. I love everybody equally. By exposure, I am very countryist. Because of small-mindedness. I mean, I was. I don't know. I grew up in my very early childhood, Iranians or Iranians, however you say it. I don't know how to say it correctly. I just say we're American. We say Iran. Did a thing that involved hostage. Ended up with a whole bunch of our militaries KIA'd and some private contractors having to get started and spun up, that eventually turned into the bear paw, that turned into the scourge of all time-space continuums. But at the time, we could buy targets for our little engine bows and arrows, or cork G-words, that had a picture of a donkey looking back over its own shoulder and the supreme leader of Iran's face. I know, we're not supposed to have images of those either. We're not Muslims. It's very offensive. I'm not pulling one up and showing it on the screen. But it's what was around when I was like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. All the grown-ups had them. It was a laugh, yuck, yuck thing. It was called the Ayatollah Khomeini. Or no, the Ayatollah Khomeini. It just is what it is. It's history. Look it up yourself. I'm not putting it on my screen. It's very offensive. I guess being steeped in that pot. The only country that I like ever specially was really stupid countryist about, as if I could tell the difference, was Iran. I would accuse, I don't know, I probably accused perfectly good Greeks of being nasty Iranians in derogatory terms. I apologize, anybody, including you Iranians. And there you go. Hubris and nemesis. It wasn't a pride fall thing. The only really what I would call good friend, a true friend that I had at Santa Anita Racetrack, well, other than Dave Porter, he doesn't count. He's my soul brother. Was a guy named initials R period M period. He was hiding in a federally protected, gated, enclosed community from his own Iranian family. He refused to marry who they had selected So they put out a bounty on their own son's head. He got asylum and escaped to America and was shoveling poops for a living. Extremely, he spoke 11 languages. He had doctoral level postgraduate study degrees, I guess. I don't know. From Oxford, England, somewhere in India, and another school in America. And there he was walking horses and shoveling poops so that he could hide in a federally protected gated community. From his own family. They were Iranian, and me and him became friends, and I had to eat all that. Nothing good can come of Iran talk. And understand that the people, like we all say now, oh, it's the big joke of all. When we say the CCP and down with China, we don't mean the people. We just mean the CCP government. It's another disqualifying statement, but, I was a kid. I heart you, RM. I hope you are well somewhere in this world. I hope your family never caught up to you. He tried to teach me to mainly learn to understand and swirl the oily brandy in a cup. And a chalice, a glass, to the perfect temperatures. Had just discussed Iran R Iranian RM. Yeah, which always will lead me back to the Rutger Hauer movie. I still haven't looked it up. I'm not going to. What else was I supposed to cover? Was a good break, romping down memory lane, and admitting, be careful who you be such a crazy hater to. End up being your one true friend, the guy that will help you when you need it. Some of the stuff from yesterday we've already gone over. I've already gone over. All right, the stuff. Yesterday was a no streaming day. Yesterday was a dug in. Already went over some of it at the start of this stream about a call from a guy about don't be working off the clock. Document everything you do for work. It will come back to haunt you. Some of those things. And thanks, George. I found out recently some of the things that a poor guy is accused of because he's, even after he had been ordered by me and the boss in writing and everything else, the boss was still calling him at 2 and 3 a.m. And he would take the calls, even though I had said, if I find out you're taking the calls, I will, something to your arm ends up off. I tried. Well, he calls me up yesterday telling me that there may be some accusations floating around and they're felony, and according to blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, yeah, George just told me about that last week. I was wrong. Thanks, George. I now know that felonies in North Carolina have no statute of limitations.
Yep. I had to learn something in those years of college.
And the floating arounds and the accusations could get serious without statute of limitations because it's the only way that the boss who ordered the guy not to take the calls, but he took the calls anyway and did work off the clock, no documents. It may come down to embezzling or improper use of company funds, or there's a lot of ways to say it, and time clock fraud, which was, it's always and always and always and always and always everybody out there on planet Earth. I said it earlier in this stream. I'm telling you again, worker bees. If you won't help your boss be a good boss, your boss is going to dump off felonies on you. It's coming. And it doesn't matter how much you say, well, I went out of my way. I tried so hard. I was such a good person. They're not. Listen to what you're talking about. And when it comes to some hard pipe-hitting prosecutor saying, if you don't give me somebody to put this off on, I'm just going to keep it on you. They're going to dump off on you. I learned, and I wrote in my business consulting training manuals, and this is another me thing. When I went to my first ever business class at a trade school, college level, we didn't screw around with it, high school economics. It is supposed to be. His wife, who he had married and divorced, in opposition to his family, would come to visit and bring him suits to wear to go out for lunch. He had shirts worth more than some of the horses in the biggest barns. His watch, too. His kids were in college somewhere, also living in protection from the culture he had dishonored by refusing to marry who they wanted to. Right. His wife, she is saying, she knew him too. She worked with me at the great race place. The wife we're talking about is who he chose to marry against the will of his father. What do you mean you have emotions and feelings? We have picked you and there's a dowry. Yes, all the feloniouses. Don't be working off the clock. Don't take their call. Tell your boss to go to Hades. The business school. First thing I learned, I try to teach it in my little cops, my little guards, my little whatevers. I try to teach my concealed carry people, self-defenser people. And it does go back to the other thing that Elizabeth reminded me of. I've already said it in 3 or 4 of these streams. How many times you got to repeat a thing? As many as it takes. Maybe they'll hear this stream and not the other ones. So sorry, devoted listeners. I really hope, I wish, if you are one, leave me a comment and let me know I've heard all your stuff. I'll heart you, even if you say you're dumb as a rock. I hate you. I'll put a heart on it. The channel owner can heart. Just acknowledging me. I got heard. Heart. This keep written is why my boss and I did not get in trouble when our $64 million grants were audited. It was not us that embezzled, and we had the records kept daily to prove it. We got fined for 13 big. Yep. Biz School 101. Learn how to record scratching sound. That's the true story. And it's in a Dead Kennedy song from the 1970s. This is how long ago college didn't mean anything to anybody in America. All you old people who can't accept that the world changed on you, too bad. The Dead Kennedy song, and I'm not looking it up yet. If somebody reminds me later, I'll look it up. We'll put it up. To do. Look up the pipe K. I hope I can use a K in a comment. I mean a pipe. It says something about going to college, and I'm not here to learn. I'm just here to major in business and be taught how to F word we can't say anymore. And win. I always play to win. It's called terminal preppy. Look it up yourself. Dead Kennedy's rock. Huh. Did that come out wrong? Dead Kennedy's rule. Oh, no, wait. I just ragged on Biden for that. Sorry, RFK Jr. It just is what it is. I didn't name the band. Business School 101 is not learn how to F. You should already know how to do that. Come on. They teach that in the 6th grade now. CYA is an acronym that you're supposed to learn in business school. It means cover your donkey. It's raw. That means have a paper trail. Make sure. Penny, 13 big pennies for each 2 eggs we had put in the refrigerator and they disappeared. We did not document that. 2 rotten eggs were stolen from the hands on the training kit for sinking and not sinking. Floating and sinking. A little bottle of clay will sink, made into a little boat. It floats. Fetching the kids how to determine with... Hang on, my eyes went blurry on me for a second. How to determine with scales, records, etc., how much flattening and shape needs to be created to make that same ball of clay not sink. Yeah, what floats your boat? CYA means cover your butt. And what that means is never do anything that could expose you to liability of any of the kinds of liability. You want me to tell you that? You got to pay for that song and dance. It's involved in my paid classes. I'm not comfortable giving it away free. Here's what I'm going to give you free. When I wrote my little paper for I don't know what, some level of biz school, 209s or 354, or maybe it was 357. Wink, wink, wink. I don't know why that number comes to mind. We were supposed to be inventive and creative and write our own theories and blah, blah, blah. Having listened, especially in California, having the benefit of external learning, like living in the most litigious society in the history of litigious societies, the state of California, lovingly known as California, and everybody suing everybody. Slip and falls were the big thing. Bring your bottle of soap with you. Pour a little liquid soap on the floor. Roll around in it so you got bubbles and sue them. They'll settle for 10%. Did they teach you that in law school, Mammy? They taught us that in business school. Not in the sense of go do that. In my business classes, college level, they taught us this is what you have to be prepared for. So I came away with, they always say there's 2 types of liability, civil and criminal. 2 types of liability, civil and criminal. That's the they quote. I added one, I added I added another. Real. Because that's your ass. I mean, your donkey. Donkey. I shouldn't give this away free star. Because I don't have a copyright on it. I didn't send it in as a page of poem by Dean and spend my 25 bucks and get a copyright. I don't care. Nobody listens anyway. They taught us, do not let this happen to you. Instead, be prepared so they cannot have cameras that show the person pouring out the soap and falling on it. Yep, that's right. Send your private investigators and make sure your foolish client didn't slippy folly somewhere where back then, it was not everywhere that could afford video cameras. They're everywhere now. I should not give this away free because I did not CYA my A. But here it goes. Paper got it's supposed to be an, but I'm saying Let me spell it Paper got an A. I got very few A's in my high school and college. Any of you listening to me know I don't get along well with society. And not only do I not respect anybody's authority, I call them out on using that word. What authority do you have? What power do you have to create? Oh, you mean power? I don't respect your power? Well, you earned my disrespect. Here's what I wrote. Number one rule of business. Dean Biz School 101. Hire your scapegoats. And now you got to harden up your heart. And you got to tell yourself as the boss. If I hire people that are so effing stupid that they're going to let me dump these felonies off on them, and I'm going to steal all that money, and I'm going to rob the clients, fraud the clients, and do all this and do all that, and my idiot employee, for minimum wage or whatever the hell I'm paying them, is going to go to jail for 15 years for it? F them. They should have been born smarter like me. I turned that into like a 500 word, not page. I think it was either 500 or 1,000 words explanation of be the bad guy, but be good at it. How do you take care of civil liability? Hire some fool to think, well, he's the boss. He's looking out for me. And burn them on down and giggle, giggle, giggle in the worst ways about his poor crying wife and children out there sleeping in a car before it gets repossessed. Because, yeah, they should have been born as smart as you or as rich as you or their daddy should have started as good a company as you. There you go. That's biz school. Biz school over. I wrote it. I funked it up. I got a A. I have never worked that way. I have been boss since I was 17 years old. Uh-oh. The good half of me calling. I must take a break. Be right back. Tell a story, George. Or don't.
I won't. A little bit of computer.
I was back. Business school 2024, 9070 50 feet. I know, I just made a mess. I'm cool like that. Biz/life school 2024 version blah 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 point blah 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 point blah blah blah. Always give good and patient tech support to your friends and family. No matter how much the technology frustrates even you, if you have the ability, maybe they're just being overly frustrated by their equipments right now. All right, business school. Cover your donkey. Get your stuff written down. When your boss calls you up and says blah blah blah, pop open that machine and say, per our telephone conversation at exactly time, because your cell phone will tell you at exactly what time that call happened, that lasted exactly. Stop all the about, approximately, on or about. The cell phone ain't lying. It's accurate. On exactly date, at exactly time, you called me for exactly number of minutes and seconds. Per our conversation during that call, you said this and I said that. Please confirm this conversation. Yes or no. Do not accept a bunch of bloviated BS and silence. Silence is consent. See, sweet Ernieter. Oh, she's so great. Because 2 years later, you might start hearing rumors about a felony misuse of a company fund. I think I read the do not happen to you thing.
Sir,
Yeah.
I thought you asked me a question.
No, I put the chat back on the screen and I said, I think I read that one. All right. This is still going back more and more stuff. Yesterday. Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. I had mentioned in the long stream that I had read in the Britannica book of ancient old. Government an ocean away. Just for its and giggles, I typed it in Google bar, wrapped in quotes again yesterday. Bam! Results. Proof of life. I didn't dreamed it. I didn't make it up and hallucinate it. Last time I ever asked Google wrapped in results. If you've never experienced it, try to type something in there that Google doesn't know. It'll tell you something like, it looks like there aren't any good results for your thing. Do you want to try it without quotes? Something like that. I'm paraphrasing from a bad memory. 50. Copy paste from above. Government an ocean away. Let's put it in Google bar with the quotes. It is there. If it was there the other day, I'm going to be sad if it's not anymore. Boy. Revolution from afar, from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Do you guys hear your heartbeat in your ears? The muskrat is coming for you. This has to do with something about Sudanese. From Vox.com, 2015. emancipate the slaves had been decreed by the British Imperial government an ocean away. It is hard to imagine the South. From the World Channel. That's the Sudanese thing again. Revolution from afar. The phrase was dug back up, but mainly, even Vox has it here. It originated in the 1770s. The Union. Who is this? It spawned from a frustration of having a government an ocean away determining our fate. This is an overarching theme, and for those of you that won't suffer the 10.5 hours or the 6.5 hour streams, because I don't remember which one I said it in, probably both. It's nostalgia from my childhood reading books. And see all the other lessons, like the business school lesson above, communications. And it was another lesson. It's just communication breakdown. Well, what if it takes a year for your feedback? The 5 components of communications, according to police and security training, is the sender, that's who sent the message. The receiver, that's who the message was intended for. The message itself, that's what message is being sent and communicated. The medium, by what means was that message sent? I know it's very hard for text-o-magic babies to understand that once upon a time you had to cut the end off a feather and angle it just so and dip it in a well of ink with a bottle, you babies, and carefully scribe and carefully blot, because if you allowed too much ink to flow out of the tip of your hollowed feather, it would ruin your whole thing and you'd have to start over. So you had to have a blotter as well. And when you finished it, finally, at last, and sealed it with a wax, then you had to find somebody going on a boat. And it could take as long as a year for you to wait if the ship didn't sink or get pirated. Or somebody was like, I wonder if there's something important in here. They put a seal on it. You think it's got cash in it? And they just stole your letter communications on a boat. It said, Dear King, send the money by noon or there won't be a honeymoon. It's old Western Union. My grandfather would say Western Onion commercial. Dearest King, help us against the whole 1776 frontiers, warlike lover ways. A year later, you might get your step number 5 or part number 5 of communications, according to law enforcement and security training. The feedback that said, because you pass your responses through some stupid AI bot grammar checker thing that says no or yes is insufficient. You must add all this bloat and bloviation to everything you do. VIOLATE, are you listening? There's no need for Father. After 7 months, I hope this finds you well. If I'm to be married to the woman of your choosing and make her my property, 1774, I must have a few ducats to apply to the local gendarmerie and the sheriff and let him have a go at her first. Wink, wink. See Braveheart. And then I can be wed. But your response is urgent, because the Shire Reeve says if he can't hit that before the next moon, he'll burn her at the stake for witchcraft. And a year and 5 months later, you get back. My son, I hope this finds you well. and that the weather is upon you in the greatest of ways. No, sorry, broke. Send. Acknowledged. Send. Hey, boss. We talked on the phone. You said you were giving me a raise to XYZ dollars and period ABC cents per hour. Yes or no? Ack or not ack? Ack is computer nerd short for acknowledged. And that all just wraps around. We keep discussing the same things. Frustration of having a government an ocean away determining our destiny. Fates are like banshees. They decide which warriors, fates, wiki. The fates are a common motif in European polytheism, most frequently represented by a trio of goddesses. They got the tatas. They don't have gender identity disorders in the good old days. I don't know, might be chicks with, The fates shape the destiny of each human, often expressed in textile metaphors such as spinning fibers into yarn or weaving the threads of time. The threads of a loom. Okay. I love tar and feathers for those who were the stooges for the monarchs or their governors. Once we made little kits, tiny party favor food take-home boxes filled with little tarry horsehoof medication and feathers, and a lovely card to send with the kit to remind elected officials they used to have sanctions. Now only recall or not re-elected is our only way to say do your job. We made poison apples out of licorice gum drops, melted and put all over an apple with a cupcake pirate skull and crossbones and black ribbon and a bow, a little card for our homeowner association member. The chair came over laughing and asked us to make him a few for some people he had in mind. We got other requests to make them for people. Thought of going into business, but it was not at the time. Yep. Not in the stars. Not in the fates. Anyway, yeah, it all amounts to the same thing. So there we go back. We tie it all together. 5 necessary components or 5 components of communication. Sender, receiver, the message, the medium, and feedback. If you don't get the feedback, run. If they won't acknowledge your communications at all, get away from whoever it is. And you see, when you search for that exact phrase now, it says, could the American Revolution have been avoided? Probably not, because it happened. See, I do know a couple things. I have contemplated. I said, how can you tie that to this? Ties to 5 components. Comms, communications, security, security, and law enforcement. I'm not going to get that book thing again. I will say, search, NC, PPSB. Go to the first link. Go to training or unarmed guard training. Scroll it down. Go to training materials. Look at the book. That's what cops and security guards have to learn in North Carolina. How's it tied to government an ocean away? By the time I was even 14, 15 years old, I absolutely am apathetic about our government. And maybe you had a different experience, Mother, but that's your experience, not mine. It was a joke. Before I ever got old enough to vote, it was a whole bunch of crap about the lesser evil. And I said to myself, Self, Emerald Lagasse, always quote who you're stealing stuff from. The lesser evil is still evil. And Auntie Evalo would say. And she got us the 3 monkeys and took out her black marker and wrote upon the base of each of the monkeys a W in front of the evils. She would always say, see no weevil, hear no weevil, speak no evil. And I would always say, don't lend them your vote or your voice either. If they're evil, they're evil. Go spend your time with someone who's not. So I had another one of those chats pop in and vanish before I could get my eyes back over there twice to see what was the chat. Thank you, YouTube. I hope it's not deleting chats from legitimate viewers. That would make me so sad. 04:30. Thank you, Tube. KIA ing the bot chats. Hearts. I do appreciate it because I don't have moderators. I don't know how to enable it. And we don't have enough chats flooding in. If we get .ru bot bombed, I'm probably going to have to stop the stream. So thank you, YouTube, because I don't know how to make it stop other than stop streaming, stop. Disable chat altogether, and then go try to figure out the settings. Can you disable the chat replay, or you just have to delete the whole video and then upload what you hopefully have recorded on your own local computer? Because I have mine record while it is streaming. Which reminds me, go to this PC. Still got some hard drive space. Go back to the list. More stuff from yesterday? No stuff from yesterday. The other follow-up. And or no IQs, Uvalde. Nope, not that. I didn't get it correctly in the checklist. Sorry. The other thing that I came across yesterday, George, I don't think you were on at the beginning of this.
Nope.
This was today. And I'm not done with her yet. I'm coming, Fawny Willis. I'm coming again. Seriously considering thinking be a smart aleck like all the other dash R's and call you the cutie pie little nickname for a derriere.
Tush?
Fanny. The Grossman sheepdog thing. They took away the KI, bad word, ology in 2022. I guess he was getting the heat.
Yeah.
For that bad word, which is one, I'm sure you've heard it at least one of my classes. That I hearted. It was, and he did make it up. I'm very believery in, especially in the firearms classes. Let's talk about exactly what we're talking about. Via scrolling, not copy pasting. Uh-oh, it made a 1. Unone. Unone. I don't want a 1. The gross man. Anyway, he is being torn apart. I have a link to many of his books. The kid's book came out in 2017, I told you about. On KIAing was the original name of one of his books. And the reason I've
Yeah.
always liked Grossman, even though I'm just giving points for effort, I don't expect him, and I don't believe he got any of his whatever from me. I looked through his own legit thing. And even in the Secret Squirrel United States Army Rangers contract training I did, I don't
Yeah.
believe for a second he was anywhere near that kind of training. He could have been. There was lots and lots and lots of soldiers that have had my training about using your words, say what you mean what you say. Especially as when you're talking about the quiet helicopter set of our soldiers. I teach them seriously. You should have learned the original concept up front. The rest of it is technology and techniques designed to distract you and dehumanize. That's why do we shoot at blurry silhouette targets? And focus on the front sight, focus on the front sight. The target should be blurry because it immediately forces you to put out of your sight, so it will put out of your mind that that's a human being over there that you have to take his life. That's your job as a soldier. I'm not talking about the cops. The problem with Grossman is that he didn't try to focus this training and the whole sheepdog thing on military warfighters. They didn't accept him into military training, so he just took it out off the reservation and went to the cops, and they were like, "We love it." And there is a long, I'd recommend to everybody, keep an open mind and don't let mine or anybody else's opinion. I have read all of, and I bought, someone else gave me one just because of the title. They were like, "Hey man, I had your class." It might have been this one, Combat. The psychology and physiology, and everybody that has had my classes knows, I say, it's biomechanics, biophysiology. It's not just physiology. We're talking about a human body. These tools were designed for humans. And to keep it secular, we always call it psychology and emotions. But when I don't want to feel like being secular and parochial or non-parochial, I say, whatever it is other than cells that makes us us and different from the cockroaches, I don't care what you call it, you have to accept that you have it. Whether you call it mental, psychology and psychiatry, or would be considered mental and biophysiology. It could be chemical, right?
Yep.
You got your physical, mental, emotional, and or spiritual. Some of those 4 things humans have that other things don't seem to have in the same combination or way that we have it. And if you have religious, good for you. You have a one-up. Learn to think about things. If you're truly faithful and religious, truly, there's no doubt in any of your molecules, then why can't you feel bad for the angry atheists? All they are is scared. You know faithfully that you're okay at the end of this. They think they're going in the dirt. They have to conflict with, why should I be good?
Yep.
So because they appear angry, it's just like, maybe I appear angry. I'm just more grown up and mature that I can accept I am frustrated beyond ration and reason. Not really. I use those words incorrectly. Anyway, of course, somebody who's taken my classes and training and understood, if you can't wrap your mind, heart, and soul around, if everything goes 100% right, I'm going to turn that person into unalived. And if it goes wrong, and I snap their spine out of them, and they live the next 40 years driving their wheelchair around with a straw, I'm cool with that too. The fates, destiny, the banshees called, and that's what war is. But see, they don't teach that to war fighters. They teach them a whole bunch of junk and hop hop and hoo-yah. And do push-ups. And take a knee and take a knee and take a knee. And sayings. And because they can't let them know, if they have to stop and think about it. Hey man, when the guy next to you gets it, he ain't gonna say, tell my mother I love her. He might scream and whine and cry, and all of his evacuators evacuate and gurgle. They call it a sucking G-shot wound to the chest because it doesn't make a sucking sound. It makes a horrifying sound, and if you hit the windpipe, it sounds like a weed whacker. That stuff, and the smells, and the sights, and the lights, and you're already under stress because there, but for the grace of your deity or non-deity, go you.
Yep.
If you don't get some of that thought in your head, and I always laugh, and all the guys would laugh, and then they'd gulp. And no, there were no women at the level of military that I did training for, because they should have had all the basics down and been certified at a certain level on all their arms, their weapons, the edged ones and the projectile ones. If they weren't at a certain level already and been through certain levels of testing, they didn't get to come to me and say, all right, now we have to unteach you a couple of things physically, or in the physics of this stuff and the biophysiology, and get your head wrapped around this stuff. Heart, mind, souls, man. Heart, mind, and soul. Or whatever you want to call it. Mental, emotional, spiritual. That's the important part. Can you do what you got to do and go home and sleep at night without chemicals? That's where I focus. So when people who have had my class and credit me for, you know what, you saved my life, or you saved my marriage, that kind of thing, and I try to remain humble and say, no, it wasn't me, it was you. When somebody who's been through that and been through the world comes back from that kind of reality, war, and they say, man, I saw this book at the bookstore, at the wherever, so I picked it up, and I got it tax or duty free because I got it at the PX, and all I could think of is you because it said psychology. And they give it to you, me, I damn well read it more than once. So I am very familiar with Gross Man and his sheepdogs, and I put down here at the bottom, I got to read the chat. Absolutely on the thought, on the no thought before saying yes to war, etc. They used to make every person in police academy and administration of justice students do this study. You were right, it's not done now. It is not done at all. They tell them, you know what'll work? De-escalation, de-escalation. What a show. That's another rip-off. My bad rip-off and horrible singing, I know, of a Mel Brooks movie. It's hilarious. Look it up. Mel Brooks, The Inquisition. They sing song, The Inquisition.
Yep. Yep.
It is fantastic. 10 out of 10. Many Mel Brooks
Yep.
movies, but not the Star Wars one. I don't like it. Spaceballs. But I'm the outlier. Everybody I've ever met seems to lovey Spaceballs. Not me. It's not for me.
Love it? No. Like it? Yes.
Okay, very good. We can agree that it's very agreeable. Lots of people like it. Don't take my opinion. Go see it for yourself.
It just has. I'm gonna put it this way. It has very funny moments.
Mm-hmm.
It is not. It's not a nonstop laugh like The History of the World or Blazing Saddles or Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many good movies.
What big knockers? Why, thank you.
So anyway, The Gross Man. It all gets reduced to sheepdog. I hate it. Because these are combined about 1,000 pages worth of book. The first one he ever published. And I thought I had the PDF file up here. Is there a link to how did I mess that up? Shame on me. Oh, here it is. And here's what I'm going to say about this. I got it. I downloaded it. I saved it to my hard drive. Because it's not in the description. I have to put it back in here. But I'm going to caution, please, anybody, everybody, nobody, the Whispering Winds, do not read the PDF until you have read all of Gross Man's work. Because all it comes about is, again, and I read the whole thing. It is long. Oh, I'm going to pull it back up through the internet. I don't want to give them any more web traffic than I have to. See? I can be kind of a wiener too. Where is it? Exposing Dave Roseman. I wonder why PDFs are not showing up with PDF icons anymore. Open with the edge. You can have the whole seat, but you only need the edge. 23 of 23 pages. It's not that long. Has a lot of reference materials. They did good citing it. Now here's my absolute silliness reduction. Other than what I have up above is a silliness reduction. My critique / idea of above PDF is he has not paid his dues. They discount him totally because he doesn't have as highest levels of degrees as they do. I don't know. I'm not studying. I don't care about your college papers. The thing that made me giggle, and I said, ha ha. I've already mentioned it this stream, and I'm about to get off the Dave Grossman stuff. I guess I didn't put all that other stuff into the links for today. I don't think. Thumbnail image. I'm a PayPal. Somebody go donate me a PayPal's. Not if you don't have tons of spare money. Nope, I sure didn't. I got carried away. Life got in the way. I got impatient, and I really should. I put a link to their what's wrong with him? But I said, ha ha, again. They said, peer review. And I said, because they claim Dave Grossman did not seek peer review before he published his works, except for the first one. That one had to go peer reviewed, but it wasn't peer reviewed. It was professor reviewed, because they said all he did was turn one of his college papers into a book, which most people do. They acknowledge that most people do. When you've written, I don't know, 300 to 500 or more pages to turn into your college professor, well, that's how long a book needs to be. You should sell it.
Yep.
And
Now
they
that being
don't
said,
blame him at all for selling it, but then they go on, but deflection techniques. We don't blame him at all for selling it, but him and his college professor shouldn't have written it and graded it and given it a day, and the publisher shouldn't have published it because he doesn't have as many advanced degrees as we do, and he's not as smart as some other guy, and he doesn't have all this police experience and all this stuff. That's just, I was giggling, thinking, you haven't paid your dues, kid. And you know what? As long as he's out there trying to earn a living and learn and interact and whatever, he doesn't have time to go back to school. Like all you school people tearing him apart for your school papers to just get more and more and more degrees that don't mean anything. He's out there living life in the real world.
yep.
I've never met him directly. I don't follow his training stuff, and he don't follow mine. I've said on one stream before, I remember I pulled up, and I'm sorry, I suck. I can't remember his name. I can't always remember. Go down, look in my subscriptions list and find Cop 9mm Chad Thompson. While I'm over here, I better fix myself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Robert Vogel. Chad Thompson. Highly recommended by me, both of them. And I rag on both of them to their faces and on their videos when they do things I don't like. And they sure as heck correct me when I do things that their eagle eyes, even in the dark. Chad Thompson sees those things in pitch black, lights out, indoor ranges. He'll say, firearms instructors, because he used to only, and he yells it loud. Where's your gun right now? Lane 6, where's your finger? That dude can see with bat ears in the dark. Chad Thompson, go look at his stuff. He's got videos up. Dave Grossman, if you're going to complain about his work at all, you better have read it. Don't read a little snippet somewhere and say, oh, man, that is right. That is stupid. I give him points for effort because he is trying. He feels called to. He is on a mission from G-D. See the Blues Brothers. But anyway, if he's working out a thing and he's working it out and making a living at working it out, he's retired military. So he makes his living anyway. I do offer harsh critiques, but also I'm not going to link the kid's book. I'm going to link this one. I think this is his first one, on KIAing, on unaliving, 2014. And then if you happen to be across there, Dave Grossman on I'm not going to use stars, let's use XX. I could use ones on killing. Oops, I said it. On unaliving. I was just reading the title of the book, YouTube. Go tell Amazon to change it. It slipped. If you're over there at the Amazon, I don't feel bad about doing that. I don't recommend or whatever. Buy your books wherever you buy your books. This is an Amazon link. YouTube doesn't sell books, so I don't feel bad putting a link to a bookstore. Bookseller. When you get to that page, you can click on his name, Dave Grossman, and it'll show you all of his works. Especially if you involve yourself at all in the training or instruction of the top of the civilian use of force continuum. And that means the G words. All of you imbeciles, word of old. Cops and militaries, stop saying weapon. If you can't use your words to say what you mean and mean what you say, you cannot use a G word to KIA somebody. You won't thrive afterwards. Cellular survival, which is what, and Grossman's a little younger than me, and a lot younger by years. I was playing these games when I was 6 and 7 years old. For real and in earnest by the time I was 12. The games of unaliving. You kids go study Los Angeles. Gangs. Go study Los Angeles. Police corruption. City and county. You'll start finding the place was barely founded by 1900s, and by 1911 they had the biggest scandal. LAPD. Worse than the Rampart scandal in 1995. Sometimes some of us grow up having turned the wrong corner somewhere in our life and bumped into these things that the rest of us blissfully and ignorantly never have to know exist. But you know what? That's how that goes. That's good. Read every that you can find. If you're going to involve yourself in that job or career where you might have to, then you better get reading on all these books. If you're going to hold yourself out as including the ability to train others, you better know all the material out there on earth available. Be the subject matter expert, even though me and George both learn from our betters or elders. Don't call yourself an expert. That's another thing. Right, George?
Yep. Don't be a drip under pressure.
Hang on. Don't be a drip under pressure.
Yeah. Former experts are former drips under pressure.
Oh, God. I mean, I forgot the like and the my. I spoke Valley Girl without the like and my. I said the G-D word. I apologize. Don't be an expert. Do be experienced and wise. Just don't use the expert word to describe yourself. It's a little long and complicated. The guy that taught me that said that the short version, Carl Moreland, he owned a computer store I worked at. He said that if you claim that, that's a done deal. That means you have experienced everything that you are going to. He said, and so if you haven't, don't use that word.
Always trying to learn something new. Because one of my favorite sort of like moral stories.
Huh?
I say one of my favorite moral stories.
Yes.
It's this old Indian chief figures he's learned everything there is to learn and experienced everything there is to experience. Decides he's going to go wander off to die. So he calls his grandson in to smoke one last Peeps pipe. And he hands the pipe to his grandson. And his grandson pours some water on the ground, mixes it in mud, dips his fingers in it, then reaches over to grab a coal. But before he could grab a coal, his grandfather goes, "Why did you dip your fingers in the mud? Make mud and dip your fingers in it." He says, "So I don't burn my fingers when I pick up the coal to light the pipe." In other words, you are never too old to learn something new.
And we all say it different ways, and I learned in martial arts stuff, and I don't know, somebody in my life probably told me, when you think you're done learning something, you're done. You've closed your mind. If you're incapable of learning anymore, especially if it came from my grandfather, he would say, go dig your own grave and lay in it until you need to occupy it. You'll starve to needing the grave. He just added a lot of more flavorful language in his native tongue, enhanced by the United States Army, or maybe it was the Marine Corps. I don't know. What was Grandpa in? Army or Marines? I did not get peer reviewed on the book, but the papers were peer reviewed and PhD mentor reviewed. One of them said, if you write the book, you will be the world expert. I wrote the book. Yep. I'm not sure what the correct term is. I guess we could ask the Google bar. Is it antonyms or synonyms? That means the same.
Synonyms, I think.
For expert. Specialist. Authority. Maybe if you wrote a book, you are the author. Itty. The maestro. Let's all call ourselves, I am the maestro. I am the virtuoso. We're not allowed to use these M words anymore. They have a connotation. Be a resource. Stupid cop and security guard book. Be a resource. Thanks, fortune cookie, I always say. Utter. I just utter when I read things like that. Be a resource. And then they plagiarized. I don't even know if it's the Boy Scout, might be the Cub Scout motto. Be prepared.
That's scouting motto, period.
Thanks, fortune cookie. Yeah, specialist. It has a different meaning to the militaries.
Knowing is half the battle. Doing
Army.
is the other half.
I'm
Knowing,
the virtuoso, the maestroso, reassessing and restructuring publicly. Yes, exactly. And that's another thing, that guy Carl with a K. Anybody looking him up, it's Carl with a K. I like wizard. Sweet Anita says. So everybody go look up Sweet Anita. Look up her clips. Oh, I cannot do it justice. A long time ago, and I used to joke it with a friend of mine he is a friend now, then he was a mentee. I was his mentor. He worked for me in my computer business, and his parents owned horses, so he learned horse stuff from me, like mainly safety. And that chubbling chits builds character. Which he would cuss and swear at me. He'd say, I've got all the character I'm effing having. Oh, sometimes doing chores means something different. Some kids get away with, loading the dishwasher, and some kids got to go out there and shovel up 10 horses worth of crap every day. That's a lot of poop. Oh, I wandered off on a tangent. What was I going to look up? Look it up. Look it up. The army, the virtuoso, the maestro. Well, anyway, the main problem. Don't be an expert. I guess I did look up. I just closed the one tab, so it went to a blank tab. Yeah, I did ha when they said Dave Roastman had not been peer reviewed. And I said, moderated, mods, see the 10.5 hours, the other thing about. And now let's go to, I know what I was thinking. I was going to ask Google, define. Used to, you had to put a colon after that. Google smartened up. You don't need it anymore. Peer. It's another, and I'm sorry, this may go off on a moment or two, because I discuss it often in these defense classes and things like that. When they say a jury of your peers, they do not mean 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty, or worse. 12 people who want to sit in judgment of others because they hate this country, this planet, and everything in it. And they have been oppressed and distressed and frustrated even more than me, even if that's only their perception. Their perception is their reality, and they want to punish somebody for being alive on their planet. That's your two choices of who you're going to find in a jury. It sure ain't going to be your peers. I did the shoveling of horses' poop for my younger son when he wanted to become a certified horse trainer. And I was not able to stay home. It was licensed back then, not certified. And I was not able to stay home. I had just started walking around alone, but still got lost. Sometimes I only had 4 racehorses and 3 ponies to clean. Yep. She will overcome. I truly believe that we need to stop mincing this word. When they say peer review, and let me hang on, I gotta separate my notes. Peer review, and I'm saying, why am I not allowed to speak anymore? Because America and 1A hashtag peer review in academics. I'm just gonna say it my way. The rest of you imbecilics living in this imbecilic plus 237 years country of mine at every level must not be from not here. Those professors and that big group of boneheads that they all sit around with and talk about, if that girl won't suck on my sucker, I ain't giving her a good grade. We know what's up in all this male-dominated misogynist patriarchy. Your peers who should be reviewing your stuff is if you can't, in a college full of people your age writing the same kind of papers you're reading, pass all your papers to the left because your fellow students writing fellow papers together, that's your peer. not this mindless garbage that flies in the face of logic. How the heck is some tenured college professor the peer who's going to review only and alone your paper, especially in the modern age, where if he doesn't pass you, he, she, it, you'll sue them for breach of contract because they took your damn money to get in that school anyway. That's not how peer review was designed. It was designed by a bunch of knobs. Go ask Darwin. How do you turn Darwin's fine works and his study of formerly unknown aminals and how they behave in the Galapagos Islands and the whole rest of the planet into evolution? He was wrong.
Well, part of
Darwin rejected peer review.
the attempt to discredit.
According to the Google AI, it says the statement that Darwin rejected peer review is not accurate. The concept of peer review as we know it today didn't exist in Darwin's time. He did engage in a form of scientific exchange with other prominent scientists. No, okay, whatever they call it. See, now they're shit. I mean, sorry, I coughed. They're outhouse lawyering the Google AI review.
Well, the Google AI don't realize that the
It is a disinformation campaign.
It's not department. It's something that
Here it is right here from the QUORA, the Quora. I'm not going to dig much further than that. I've seen it before on the wiki, and I've seen it I've read it in real books published. I'm not going to go look them up. I didn't mean to go off on this tangent. I just meant to make sure I brought the receipts. His first submitted peer-reviewed article to Physical Review in the USA in 1936 was rejected.
It's also after dead. 1, 2.
No, this is when he was alive.
He wasn't alive in 1936.
Oh, I guess not. His cousin submitted all the stuff later, or his cousin's grandchildren.
He submitted his original work to what was called the National Geographic Society in England. But part of the reason that it was rejected by, I guess, the peer review, as well as society as a whole, is they misread what he said.
And they don't care what he said. And he wasn't there. He was off on some other trip.
He died 50. He died 50 years before they bothered to put it for peer review.
Well, that was here. That was big commercial publishers and the universities that own the university presses.
Well,
not wanting to allow something that competed with their books and peer review.
Right.
So the point of it is,
and they stole it from him, because I'm just going to say during the monkey trials of the 30s and 40s, where they were going after teachers that taught Darwinism or evolution versus religion doctrine, is they misread and misinterpreted what he said. He said animals will change over generations. He did not say humans came from monkeys.
Right, I know. That's why I brought it back up, because he never used the word evolution either. He said adaptation, and defined the difference between long-term or slow and rapid adaptation. I never knew until I read Darwin stuff from the 1800s that you take a Siberian fox It's all white.
Mhm.
It's fluffy. It's so cute and white and fluffy because it lives in the snow. This one type of fox, and they showed it again on one of those, and he's recently passed. It upset me and my Priscilla, the famous British guy that does all the nature show narrating.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Siberian fox changes color with climate. Arctic.
Foxes in the Arctic fox changes with the season, fur color with the season.
Yeah, but the adaptation, and it's another thing that I pointed it out once to my significant other, and she'd never been around horses, so she didn't know. If a cold wind blows in, horses will grow a full winter coat overnight, and you better give them something to eat. And she
Yeah.
said, "There's no way. There's no way. How could hair grow 3/4 of an inch in a night?" And then she looked at a barn full of them and 2 pastures full of them and said, "Oh my gosh, there is such a thing as rapid adaptation." And I said, "Well, I guess in your Christian college and your Christian Dunn, North Carolina upbringing, you didn't learn that Darwin was good for anything other than this nonsense monkeys became men stuff that he didn't say ever."
No, because he was, believe it or not, he was a quite devout Christian in the sense of the not Pentecostal, but in the sense of the English, the Church of England,
Right.
the Episcopalian.
He said, after initial rejections at the Oxfordians or the whatever society in England from whence he came, he added a little afternote. We studied this extremely, and it's funny that we had to study this in such extreme, not only in college level biology, at a Catholic school. The Catholics were so affirmed in their, we can't be wrong. We've been doing this for 14 to 1700 years. They're like, of course we have to give you everything to read and we have to address it, so that you won't run away from here going, "Them Catholics are dumb, man. You know what? Darwin didn't say that." So they let us have it.
Well, a lot of this I learned.
He published a clarification paper that said there has been a great misunderstanding. I don't remember all the words of it, but the Catholic Church is who gave it to us in our history class and our biology class, natural biology at college level, that Darwin had to clarify. "I have said no such thing. There is no missing link. That is someone else drivel that they paint me with that broad brush or something." See, so what it was fake news and dis and misinformation on Twitter of 160 years ago. So what he wrote in his clarification, "What I am trying to explain to you is that all of the natural world, including humans, were created by the one true G-D of Charles Darwin's belief, and that it has either
Yahweh.
slow or in much rapidity adapted."
Yeah. But
Yeah, it's a shame.
medieval people knew this before Darwin, and just realized one of the first creatures that man selectively bred were wolves to dogs. We know this. We know this now, but through DNA. And why people still say we come from apes or monkeys, I point out to them, I hate to tell you this, people, but we have more DNA in common with rats and pigs than we do monkeys. When you start looking at the DNA strands, we have more in common with pigs and rats than we do monkeys. So by their logic, we either descended from rats, or we descended from pigs, or we descended from pigs that mated with rats, or rats that mated with pigs.
Yeah. All right, back on the thing. Being an expert
Ow.
and peer review in academics. You must not be. Why does this never involve peers? Define peer. I wrote already on the define peer. And remember because you were here, you remember, George.
A low wooden structure you go out to walk out on and fish.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Or throw a line in the water so hopefully people won't just bug you for supposedly sitting lonely on a pier. But they will bug you and say, "How they biting? Catch anything?" Da da da. I used to go all the time to the big concrete pier at Huntington Beach, California, with a fishing pole and a long fishing string and a sinker on the bottom and no hooks. Because
You say that.
I like sitting there listening to the ocean, and occasionally, people would get excited and reel something in, and other people would, you could kind of hear the hum, or someone might have their little radio and there might be some music going. But to be able to sit and really enjoy the air and the sound of the ocean.
That sounds funny. When it wasn't really fishing season, or I didn't feel like going fishing, I'd cut the hooks off my fishing pole and wrap and sew fur around the weight. And I would, and especially when we had a new batch of kittens, I'd toss it out in the backyard, and I'd start bringing it in, and the cats would start attacking the rabbit fur. And I had one that,
How cool was that?
yeah, one latched onto it, and he did this little kitten hang on to it so bad. As I'm reeling it up, he's bouncing off the steps because I was doing it from the back sliding glass door from the kitchen, the dining table.
Nasty doubt net stuff. I put myself a note up there in the timeline that you discussed catfishing,
Yeah.
but none of the new modern nasty doubt net style. That means a bad thing in modern net kid speak.
No, it was something, they liked it. I was having fun, so why not? Because it was actually them mimicking what their mamas that would teach them as for hunting skills.
All right.
In
So
fact, 3 of them went to one of my cousins that owned a farm. He says those are the best ratters he ever had.
I left the pale face screen up behind.
Yeah, that's when you basically got cats and fixed them and stuck them in the barn and fed them, the minimum amount, because you wanted them slightly hungry to hunt the rats in the hay barn.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In academics, peer review should be your, and think about this, all of you barely above your monkey evolved evolutionists, postdoctoral degree peer reviewers. What's the other name? The big fancy word they use? Your fellows. Your
Fellow academics.
alikes. Your
Fellow
co-students. You should be utterly ashamed and reviewed. If you won't hand that thing, all of you 30-something number of students per classroom or coursework or whatever assigned to that one professor, before you go turning that stuff over to your one professor, all 30 of you sit down at a giant round table, pass to the left, not the totes, no tote pass, paper pass. Go through, read, and review and critique, edit, and assist your fellows. That is your peer, not that jug-headed professor. Or just put the damn thing on the internet and let the whole earth review your stuff before you turn it in and stick your foot in your mouth. And go back and listen to my whole 2 days ago, 10.5 hour streamery about the Supreme Court. None of them. I don't know how many staff do they have. Let's say, hey, Google bar, how many employees does the SCOTUS have? Of course, it only has Supreme Court, associate justices, the number of associate justices. I just want to know the court's workload and staff from the Supreme Court Historical Society. More than 500 people work regularly in the Supreme Court building. All 500 of you, you are all 500 equal. The 9 elected and selected and blessed amongst men are no better than the 491 rest of you. Because all 500 of you put out that pile of turd. Note I called the Constitution toilet paper, because apparently all 500 of you can just wipe your arses with it. That nonsense 119 pages, 10.5 hours 2 days ago, is absolutely a pile of turd, masked as paper. So that somebody will walk along and stick their hand down there and go, oh, a paper, and try to pick it up and get their hand full of crap. You earned it. 500 of you think yourselves better than all the rest of it, and you are peerless. You know, just stodgy, powdery wigs. I've already ragged on you enough about that. This is why peer review and the stodgies picking on poor Dave Grossman. Well, he was not even peer reviewed. How the hell are you his peer? Some college professor. Which one of you college professors ever jumped out of a Ranger airplane or whatever Rangers do? Or had to listen to some drill instructor tell you to, whatever, wash the toilet with your toothbrush? I don't know what they really do. I got that from a movie. So, define peers. And so here's me saying again, well, I don't care if it's the college, which I have no respect for. Can you tell? You bunch of goobers.
Thank you.
What?
Just call me a goober.
Why are you a college nerd?
Afraid so. I went to college. Have a degree.
Whatever. I've never heard you say something as dumb as, well, that's not properly peer reviewed.
Well, because generally the only to get peer reviewed are those that are no longer seeking degrees because they have a PhD. Or what they call when you submit a paper for peer review is it's reviewed by the faculty and staff that will determine whether you get your master's degree or doctoral degree. And as I said earlier, some of the dumbest people I've ever met on the planet have PhD behind their name.
Yeah. There's no reason to even discuss it. You just go type in your Google bar, UNC, scandal. I don't remember what year it was. Oh, look, they had another one in 2021. No, this was in the 20 teens. Selling degrees. They got in big trouble.
One of 2 advanced degrees I was looking at possibly going for.
The University of North Carolina
you don't get one of them. You don't get a PhD behind your
Academic
name.
scandal.
It-
Here it is, way back in 2014. There is a
You get
link
called,
at CNN.
you don't get called doctor. You get called maestro,
Yeah. Or
and that's it. And it's even then it's called a Master's of Fine Arts, though it's equivalent to a PhD.
if the colleges, and remember, and know this, go read, and you can go read at the courts of North Carolina and the federal courts where this all settled. But you can start at the CNN article I just read. They decided to remember I said earlier, in business, hire your scapegoats. Well, here's how government works. UNC offered and took a settlement on behalf of all of the colleges and universities in all of the states and territories for this widespread and rampant. As long as you signed up for the student loans, you got your degree. There's over 2,000 medical doctors working that our good government and college systems said, well, it's been several years. What are we supposed to do? Take them out of their practices?
Yes.
They never set a foot in any college, let alone a med school. 2,000 medical doctors are sawing on American bones, and they had a settlement. So do I respect their peer reviews? Heck to the no. It never got to a jury.
Well,
They offered them a settlement. And imagine that because there was a money part of that settlement, the tuition went up that year. Oh, what's wrong with our country? People eat too much sugar. They got a little belly on them. Yeah, okay.
well,
In
luckily,
terms of jury,
when it comes to MDs versus PhDs, we're lucky on one thing. Just getting a medical degree at a university does not mean you get to practice medicine. It just means you can teach about practicing medicine. You can teach advanced biology. You still have to go through your internship where you get trained under other doctors.
only if you're going into working in a certain type of hospital. If you leave and go into private practice, all you need is your
still have-
degree.
Nope. You still need the internship.
Mhm.
You still need 2 years of internship today.
Does a doctor going into private practice need to intern? Where is this at? Apparently you're right, George.
What?
Apparently you are right. In the United States, it must be more updated.
I have family members long
Than
since
last time I looked.
left this beautiful planet to carry on the next great adventure, who were doctors. And at that time, they didn't call it an internship. It's right after you got out of medical school, you would go practice with another doctor,
Right,
an older
apprentice,
doctor.
intern, whatever.
Well, I'm just
And
saying,
that's
you didn't go.
still good and fine. But how did you intern if it said in there that the internship must be done with the school? And I just posted the link to the article that has all the links to all the other stuff about they never set foot in the school to begin with.
Yeah,
I guarantee you they had a whole bunch of doctors signing off on those internships that they never did.
read that. I just knew that they have to go 2 years at a hospital.
It says 1 year.
1 year. Most of them do 2 years, and then they have to do another 1 year internship, 1 year partner practice if they go into general practice. But if you want to work in a hospital, you got to have 2 years, and then another year to 2 in your specialty.
And they call it, when they bring people in at whatever level, at least around here, what I'm used to, when you go to the hospital system, they usually start you out in the emergency rooms or departments, and you have to do a residency, which is an internship at that hospital or hospital group.
Correct. Most residents, and they spend so many months at each department, and they do that. They do that for a couple years,
Well,
and then they specialize.
I still don't believe they do it. Just like, and here's another. Do you believe in destiny? I'll get back to it. Let me put a note to mark the time. Cheap
But
dog
they're not
concepts. Let me come back to that one later. Right now we're going to talk about juries.
Oh, okay.
Define peer, again, we're still under the define peer block. I think, here's my humble opinion, and I think I can squish this against the Federalist Papers and the original list. You notice how them goobers, now that they feel like it, keep saying, well, we're originalists. We're constitutionalists. Blah, blah, blah. 1775.
No, 1787. If we're talking
The doctors were doing those 2 years at combat or VA facilities, and they got their loans paid off as well. It was a big scandal. I'm going to get to it. I put sheepdog concepts. It's another thing. All this stuff. Do you believe in coincidence? Do you believe in destiny? That even the powers of time, blah, blah, blah.
Just
so
remember,
saith the Dracula.
Just remember when you're talking Declaration of Independence, it's 1775, 1776. If you're talking about the Constitution, it's 1787.
Blee and blah, in my humble opinion. A jury of your peers. In my humble opinion. I know I'm wrong. Only people who are subject to doing exactly what their daddies and granddaddies and great-granddaddies did. Without thought, with no ability to critical think or problem solve, would say, why do we do it this way? Because all those that came before us did it that way. Well, it's a damn good thing them people in 1776 didn't say, well, you know, there's nothing we can really do about it. It's how it is. I guess. Maybe not.
Peer review is to take people from
I'm done with peer review. I'm talking about juries now. I'm done with peer review. We're on to jury.
Okay.
Peer review is, like I said, pass it to the left to one of your peers, your fellows, your alikes, a student just like you.
Jury, as in like a court of law, it means fellow citizens.
Okay. I don't believe citizenship is required, but I could be wrong. George is catching me on. Is citizenship
in fact,
required for jury duty? The answer would be yes. They don't let lawful resident aliens with green cards and permanent resident status do it. I guess that's good. And I'm not so much worried about that. What I'm worried about, and I know how to twist this so that you will surely agree with me, sir.
Oh, I'm sure I will. I'm just saying where they call juries from, what they use is driver's license and election rolls.
It must not be just another mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm citizen. In my humble opinion, probably wrong because I'm always wrong, and because
No, you're not.
like my
If
mom
you were
used to
oh,
always say, if 1,000 people jumped off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge? Oh, see, it's all your fault, Elizabeth, wherever you are, mother.
it depends on what's on the bottom of the bridge.
You taught me not to be one of those. As long
You're
as
not offended.
900, as long as that 1,000 went first, I got somewhere to land.
Yeah, but if they all fill up the water might be a little softer than they are.
I have a lot of derogatory things to say. But what I'm going to say is, I'm just kidding. Don't get upset.
I'm not.
No, her.
Oh,
The mythical mother. She taught me to be different, to think for myself. It's all her fault.
well, that's what one of the things our parents are good for, is to teach us. And the school is only supposed to teach you on how to take what your parents taught you and learn more.
Yeah, that's another whole
Give you a
topic we
good,
might get into in a while. Let's get
give
back
you a
on
good.
juries.
I'm just saying, your parents give you one part, fill in one part of the foundation, and schools are supposed to fill in the other foundation. Sometimes your parents do a much better job than the schools do, especially these days. That's the reason homeschooling's so popular. Juries. So I can see what you're doing in real time.
It takes a couple seconds to get caught up, but if you will, wait for it to get caught up. Spellering. Spell. Okay, I'm going to highlight it blue. Try to make it a little bigger so that it doesn't word wrap. In my humble opinion, blah, 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 blah. It must not be just another MFing citizen. I have a deep belief, and I put it in all caps and shouts. I don't apologize for it. I'm screaming it from the rooftops into the void of people who just do. Why do you do those things? I don't know, 'cause I do. Which makes up a vast majority of our country. It doesn't stop me from being a screaming into the void silent minority. A jury, a peer-defined jury must, in all capital letters, be someone of similar background, education, and career.
Which you will never get.
So the fact of things that they say, like all this and that, it would do no good for me. Call this one the Federalist paper number, whatever. I'm doing my shows. This is number 19. Federalist paper number 19, subparagraph B. 2024. To the people of New York, pull your head out of your arse. Imbecilics.
Well, just like
If you're
one
going
thing
to
I've
put
noticed,
a former president of the United States of America in front of a jury of his or her peers, it must be 12 former presidents of the United States, or the jury is annulled or nullified, whatever the hell they call it. You could not seat one. There can be no trial. You see how many ways I've got to get Donald J. Trump out of that crap in New York?
you'd also, or you could say you must have 12 billionaires.
Sure, yes. But this is the president of the United States we're talking about. Being
Yes, but
billionaire isn't enough. If you said that the whole Stormy Daniels thing happened before he was president, okay, then it must be 12 billionaire white males who have had at least 3 wives. Or you can't seat a jury. because the whole, in my humble opinion, probably wrong, disclaimer, blah, blah, blah. I don't disclaim it. I own this. And I'll run it back down out of the clouds. Except I truly believe Mr. Donald J. Trump should be punished for many of the things he has done. Just for being effing stupid. What kind of idiot would risk it all to sign some checks that you assigned your sons, and you had $1 million plus a year financial guy and a whole staff to sign checks for you? Why did you have to covet those checks? You brought this on yourself, Donald Trump, and you embarrassed my White House for it. However, my deep, deep belief is, and this would make our next presidents even more bulletproof, because no one else is going to do their jobs either. Until they can seat a jury of 12 of you and there ain't 12 living. Shit out of luck. It's the saying of my grandfather in his native Injun tongue. So it would make our presidents even more bulletproof. But maybe require some of those staffs that walk those things in there to say, sir, those idiots in New York, your sons, sent this stuff to you. Should I send it back and let them sign it? And he say, of course. Because I took Dean's free online business class and I hire my scapegoats. And if that's my sons, they got to burn themselves.
All I can tell you.
Are my children as stupid as Hunter Biden? Then let them go. I'll write them a pardon.
Definition for peer. This is legal definition. A juror of one peers to which crime defendants are constitutionally entitled means an impartial group of citizens from the jurisdiction AG county in which the defendant lives. Does not mean a jury ethically, educationally, economically, or sexually the same as the defendant.
I'm aware. And I pulled it up on the screen so that others can see that you're not making it up. It's right off the internet webs. It's out of the U.S. Information Institute, Law Institute, Law.com Legal Dictionary, so many, U.S. Legal, the Law Stack Exchange. The only thing that matters is citizenship and geographic location. Born somewhere. No, I disagree. I have always, and I wholeheartedly. Just because, and it says right at the top of what you were just reading, most often refers to. I saw it somewhere. It said generally. Let me highlight it and zoom in on the screen.
Legal Dictionary .io.
Yeah.
Which they get their definition, or one of their reference is Black's Law Dictionary.
It says generally, comma, a jury of one's peers is a random selection of other citizens from a similar geographic location, period. These individuals do not necessarily share traits similar to a defendant's. I don't care generally. Just because 10,000 of you buffoons go jump into a jury box doesn't mean, according to my mammy, I should too. And just because I don't care how many of you accept something until and to this day, shut up about I don't care what these theories and these academics and these schools, and so many people did it wrong before. For the more than half of this country, you could lynch an N-word.
Well, when we're talking academic peers, it means a group from the same, not geographic area, but study. Like if it's a math, if you're a mathematician and you're writing a paper and it's going for peer review, It's going to a bunch of other mathematicians. If you're a physicist, it's going to a bunch of other physicists, and they get to write their opinion on what you have put out. I love the TV show Numbers.
Way up at the mile high level. If you're going to try Donald Trump for anything, you got to put together 12 former presidents, or you cannot seat a jury. He walks. But that also, before anybody gets crazy, it applies to Joe Biden too. So Donald Trump and all the rest of you and your fake FBI guy, put it to bed. Don't be going after Joe Biden for nothing. Never mind everything I said earlier about, well, smoke, fire, and all the rest. That's just something he has to live and die with, unalive with. If he truly believes as he claims to truly believe, then he's going to go for an eternity to a bad thing. Or for eternity, he's got to live in my skin. Sucks to be you, Joe. But go listen to the whole 10.5 hour other stream and one at least 4 hours prior to that about how everybody get this clear to these presidents before we let them in our White House, because according to my standard, and I won't back down, if you don't stop them from messing up, you're not going to be able to try them for it. You better get your stuff documented, get it written down. Everybody wear their body cameras. Impeach, shame, destroy, blah, blah, blah.
What?
People who hold themselves out for be president, if they said, well, we can change the law and make it Dean standards, and it's got to be 12 former presidents to seat a trial against Donald Trump or any other former president. Makes us bulletproof. Well, whatever. See what happens. If I make everybody else around the president responsible, liable, fired, destroyed, felony charged with cowardice and treason, or failure to do their duty, to protect the president even from himself, all of a sudden people will start holding the president up to the highest standard and helping him get there. If a police officer is being tried, it must be 12 police officers on that jury. Must be. Nobody else has any comprehension. And the whole purpose for all of this is go read the Federalist Papers, go read the founding Supreme Court People's Papers, go read the predecessor British guy who enacted a lot of the stuff that we stole, inherited legitimately. What's the saying? Better that, was it 100, 1,000? I can't remember the exact count. 100 people, 100 guilty. It is better.
If only cops could
guilty.
be jury for other cops, there would never, ever be a thing called abuse of power, because they would all vote one way. That's the reason I disagree with you on that one.
Okay. What we have working now isn't working. Why wouldn't you accept or... That's fine. It's fine with me. You can disagree. This is my opinion. And I haven't got to it yet. Why it must be this way. It goes to mindset. It is better that 1. It was only 10. Blackstone's legal stuff. English jurist William Blackstone in his seminal work, "It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffer." This is supposed to be
Correct.
a founding document.
Yes, I agree.
Now, that's all we get. Much like I whined and complained about, you know what? All we get out of 1,000 pages and many, many hundreds and thousands of hours and web pages and everything else from poor old Grossman is sheepdog. That's how people do. Just like we talked about Darwin. All we get out of Darwin's, all of his works that never contained the word evolution is evolution. All we get out of Blackstone's famous thing is a ratio. It is a seminal work. It is supposed to be at the heart of anything law and jurisprudence and all the rest. Commentaries on the laws of England in the 1760s. What a coincidental date.
Well, it refers back to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Just like the one thing I hate, especially the media is the worst at this. It's, oh, he was found innocent. No, he wasn't. He was found not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Define acquittal. Acquittal does not mean found innocent. Acquittal
No, it
means
does not.
acquitted. So anyway, here's me. Law and Legal System 101, Juries, by DW, by me. Why the same background / type of person? I said cops. Let me also say, if a police officer is being tried, it must be 12 police officers on the far end of that spectrum. If a gang member is being tried, it must be 12 gang members on that jury. And the reason for that is I don't care about the bias and everything else and all this nonsense. It's because to convince 12 of you who do the same jobs or the same works or live in the same lifestyle, it would take a hell of a lot more than a preponderance of the evidence or a good sounding something or other to convince a whole bunch of you that you need to go to jail.
Part of the problem that they have with modern...
That is how the scales must be, according to me, in my useless howling into the wind. That's how it must be. It will never be. Because they would say, just like you just said, well, that would just make the cops let all the other cops off. Not if you made a serious penalty for BSing as a jury member.
Part of the problem we have with modern juries, at least criminal, let me state this for clarification, criminal trials, is it used to be that the judge made sure that the jury knows the charges and what you need to prove these said charges before their deliberation. Nowadays, they just assume almost. It seems like they only assume that, oh, first-degree murder, you know, what intent is, what the word intent means, or, you know, they don't go into detail to put it in layman's term. They still keep it in legalese. The charges that the person is being charged with. Whereas you and I both know some of the words that politicians / lawyers like to use are $20 words when a couple of nickel words would work instead, and everybody would get it. They don't want everybody to understand because part of the language is putting in loopholes. I mean, that's the whole point where Clinton was saying, what do you mean by sex?
Define what is. He didn't say what is SEX. He said, well, to define that, you have to define what is and what is now. Yes, do away with all the turd house lawyering. And this is how it is. Because I say it this way, and I go back to Blackstone, because I have been harassed and harangued and had my substance eaten out by the modern system. Bad cops, bad DAs, bad courts. It would be better. What did the Blackstone thing say? For tens of thousands or millions of guilty to roam free than for one person to be tyranted in my book.
He said it's better for 10 guilty people to go free than one innocent.
To suffer.
To be just, yes. Not tens of thousands, 10.
I say tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Because you know why? We'll all have to get back to learning how to defend ourselves. And we'll need less cops. And them cops ain't going to get away with it so much either. Because if all the gang members are out on the street, they're going to take care of the bad cops for us. And the good ones too. I guess we'll have to start figuring this out. We're going to get to Darwinistic in a hurry. And that's, I believe, what we need. But in terms of this pompous arse in a powdery wig garbage about word mincing, when our highest powdery wigs can't write two sentences that don't contradict each other. Or, worse, both sentences that contradict each other are lies.
But most of this also comes from common law, not, what's the word I'm looking for? Current legislation or
statutory.
Modern statutory
common law is court rulings. Statute law or other type law not common is statute law.
It actually refers to it's been law forever. Like murder is common law. It's against the law. It's been against the law since time began. We have just decided who gets to do the punishing now versus the family of the person killed. It's the society. And then it went from society and it got further detailed amongst the millennium or decades, centuries, to who gets to determine. It used to be the high sheriff or the person of the ruling class, and then it became down to judges got to decide. Then it went to jury trials, and the jury trial actually distinguishes is during the time of knights and squires and kings and stuff. In order to convict a knight of something, he had to be tried by night, and the laws of chivalry.
Well, I don't know about all that. I wasn't there.
I wasn't there either, but I do know how to read a history book. Books.
So, then at least the knights agreed with me. And maybe that's my problem. I was born a nigget, and
then again,
in the wrong era.
After the Magna Carta, because it used to be only kings could try kings, and the nobles went, we're not having that again. And all this stems from John, son of brother of Richard, did such an F up job when he was prince regent that they went, well, this is how we're going to do it in the future. And it's progressed from that point. That's the reason the Magna Carta is the basis for, as well as, I hate to say this, people, I don't care if you're an atheist or not, the Bible. The Bible is also where we get a lot of our laws from. Thou shalt not murder. You know, how do we treat other people? What do we consider crimes? It just like we don't do like English common law or English court law. You have between one or more judges in a British court, and you have a lawyer and you have a barrister. If I remember correctly, the barrister is the person who speaks in court for you. He is not your lawyer. He's the one that speaks for court in you. Your lawyer is the one that advises him on what to do. Sometimes a lawyer and a barrister are one person, but they're generally not. That's the a la wigs and stuff. And here's a little trivia for you. The number of curls on your wig is how high up in the courts you are. That's become a lawyer in England. You get, I think it's one curl. And then if you become a barrister, you get 2 or 3 curls. And if you look at the judges, they have these huge, nothing but curls. And that comes from, as the Fiddler on the Roof would say, tradition.
Oh, well, I don't care about their tradition. Oh,
Well,
I
that's
typoed again.
our system comes from their system, but we took out a lot of the pomps and circumstances.
No, we just added words. We added bloat.
Oh, they added words for bloat too. I'm just saying it's.
And I put it up on the screen. Because
They took
you're
out a
going
lot of
through
the
all this
pomps.
stuff, and now we're hung up in the pomps and circumstances of, how many minutes do you get to speak? How
Yeah.
deep are the margins? How narrow should the margins be? What is the spacing in between the letterings? That's all designed to make sure that the peasants and the poor and the not citizenry don't have a chance in this world. Because we're going back to define people. The United States courts, meaning the federal courts, were invented the exact same time in the exact same document that they could not define people. People, as in we the people, excluded Africans, Indians, and all women.
It did not exclude Africa, unless you're from Africa. It excluded
I mean of
slaves.
African descent.
Right, but it didn't. It excluded slaves. You forget that
Okay.
in some North
I'm
Carolina
gonna
and South Carolina,
You're
there were black
outhouse
slave owners.
lawyering me. Black
No, I'm not.
Africans.
There was black Africans in North and South Carolina that were freed and owned slaves. They had the right to vote because they owned property. That was the first original condition to vote, was to own property. In order to be a juror, you had to be a property owner. You had to own land. That's a combination of your civic studies and deep history.
You're correct, sir. Again. Yes.
The
Some free black people owned property in 1776. but the number of free black property owners was small, and many states limited their ability to own land. North
Some
Carolina
did,
and
some didn't.
Virginia says many. New Jersey says some.
One of the largest plantation owners in North
Philadelphia,
Carolina was black.
Philadelphia says one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, those several do not make, because then why specifically? Never mind. Doesn't matter.
I'm just saying the Sam Crow laws, as we know them as, did not come about till after the Civil War and after Reconstruction.
And none of that matters to the Indians and the Whammon folks.
I didn't say it my Indians. Now, did I? I said that one point.
Yeah. So again, we're talking about why should it matter to me what the court of the time said when obviously the people who defined the court could not define people. I don't care what their definition of peer is. They were
But
wrong.
also, you're also talking a time period where when you say Indians, the Indians as we know them had their own countries called whatever their territory was. We hadn't got access to it. The Cherokee removal was not until 1820s, the 1820s.
I don't know.
And
It doesn't
then,
matter because at the time, the only way you could go to trial that you might have to face a peer was pretty much for you to be a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant man of long degree. Or some poor white guy that they were just going to throw in because he didn't grow up and go to the colleges and universities that they did.
actually, I hate to say this because I can only go by certain history that I know of as a fact. Wrong. In North Carolina, up in Halifax County, a slave took his owner to court for abuse. The courts sided with the slave and convicted the slave owner of abuse. Halifax, North Carolina.
Halifax
In
County,
the
NC, slave took owner to court.
the reason I know this is because the person that was convicted is a very, very distant sideways relative. And he was convicted.
And it may be in a book or something somewhere.
Somewhere,
The
I don't know if
Google
it's ever
AI
been.
interview is saying there doesn't appear to be.
There's so much stuff that Google doesn't know.
Yeah, I know, and I'm sure that there might be some stuff in here that Google knew, but you be careful, don't show people that.
Right.
I do have enough conspiratorial,
Well,
but
this
it
is
doesn't pop up instantly.
no, it doesn't. It, like I said, it was a court case in Halifax County in the 1700s, but it was the late 1790 or so, I believe. I'd have to check the family records. And that's a lot of digging in a lot of drawers. I really don't feel like going digging. That was on my mother's side of the family.
It says in the saponietown.com, but this is under some user's post. He was 24 years old in 1777 when he complained to the Halifax County, Virginia, not North Carolina, court that he had been treated as a slave. The court ordered him, I'm not reading it all.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not the same case. But
Yeah,
anyhow,
not, I was kind of hoping. I would love to be wrong about that too. And I'm not ruling out
just
some
like
kind of cover
Halifax,
up or let's hide that.
Halifax County
If you
courthouse.
named, oh, I remember the name of the book. Then I would say, no, don't name it. They'll burn it. You know, they like to erase history and revise history and cancel culture history. I wish I could find it. It would be a good thing.
Well,
But the
here's
main
one
point
thing.
is, you didn't have anything you could do, and you weren't entitled to a jury of your peers if you weren't a citizen. Those were the rights of citizenry. They could take the women and burn them at the stake. They could dang well take the Indians and the Blafricans and everybody else and lynch them on a tree.
Well,
So it was easy for them to say, well, pip pip and chitty-o, it must be a jury of your peers, non-citizen. Best of luck to you, generally. It's 2024. It's time for us to outgrow that. Our courts need
right.
to absolutely bend to the sides of liberty and freedom and teach people to write a damn thing down, especially them cops. Show me your computer generated logs, notes, and report as evidence, or we're just not going to bring the case to trial. You'd be a better cop.
Well, I also think that every cop that turns his mic off or his body cam off should be fired immediately because they're hiding evidence. They're suppressing evidence when they do that. But are they? Nope.
Those are all just rules and requirements that I don't agree. In North Carolina, you have to petition the court to get body cam video.
And that it should be public access.
Yep. The public owns it. And if the cops don't like it, they should go find work elsewhere.
Yeah. That's right up
And
there.
everybody that works at the White House, and everybody that works at our governor's mansion, and everybody that works for any form of government at any level in any way. And while I'm sitting here living in fantasy land, I'm going to say again, it would be hella harder to convince 12 people that can truly empathize with you. I got it back up on the screen. To sign the guilty verdict. And I have described before, let me describe again and define. To sympathize with someone means that you can feel for them in a separated, that's a person, I'm a person way. Any other person who stubs their toe, you can say, wow, I sympathize with you. Are you okay? Maybe you could even say empathize because you've stumped your toe. How I learned to say this and got in trouble at school over this exact thing. Guess what was going on in 1983 and 84 and 85 and forevermore? This whole transgenderism argument, debate. And somebody arguing on behalf of men should be allowed to be called women if they have hormones or shave good and implanted chests or stuffed in a bra chests and wear a wig. They should be until their hair grows out and their hips lower or raise or whatever it is. Women's hips are supposed to be different. I said, because I can empathize with women. I said, whoa, 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 whoa. Have you ever bled out the middle of your legs? And I don't mean from the back door. Then shut up. No, you cannot. And over many, many years, I learned to say, even to husbands, and I learned it from John Walsh, from a long John Walsh interview he did. It's the guy that founded America's Most Wanted. That 20 years or so after, maybe it was 15 years, I don't know, a long time after the loss of their son that led to his rise to fame and glory and obsession with America's Most Wanted and all that, and putting the bad guys away.
Yeah.
Long, long after their marriage had faded away. They didn't have a violent or a highly contested or a whatever divorce. They had a divorce. It took him a long time after to realize. And he spelled it out good in the interview, which helped me refine it to saying no man, cis or T girl, man, can truly empathize with a woman who has lost her child. That's what
That's because
finally the light bulb came on for
right,
him, that even though he was the daddy, he didn't carry that inside him. He didn't feed it. He didn't have a mother's bond with a child. And until
the
he could
mother
comprehend that, he could not be empathetic to his wife. He was just a dude who runs through life thinking, well, I can make another one.
right. Well, I want to say there is not all women who give birth are mothers. Okay, some of them give birth and don't give a rat's butt about their child.
Sure.
What I was getting is because one of the things people they use sympathy and empathy, but they don't know the meanings of the words they're using.
Right.
The
Sympathy
difference,
means you can feel for another person as a person. Empathy means, and I'm not sure what the dictionary textbook AI overview definition is, that you have lived exactly what that person has lived. That's my version.
no what? Okay, well the act, if I remember correctly, here. Well, I wonder about it. Look it up.
I'm afraid to look it up because they probably both have the same definition in the modern usage. The
Empathy,
ability to understand and share the feelings of another. That's what
identify
empathy
with.
means.
Empathy is good to identify, which means you felt it before, or understand the, as you said, the other's situation or feelings. Pity.
Sympathy is pity. Empathy is this first dictionary from the Oxford language, definitions from
Yeah,
Oxford
that's what I just
languages.
read.
Empathy. It says the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. He has a total lack of empathy for anybody. He who. It doesn't go far enough. Let's look at sympathy. Define sympathy.
The feeling, a feeling or of pity and sorrow for the distress of another.
Feelings of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune. They had great sympathy for the flood victims. Yes, sympathy. If you've been flooded or not, whatever, you can understand. Wow,
Empathy,
it would
been
suck to
flooded,
lose
so you know what
everything.
it's like.
Empathy means you have lived it, you know it, and you know what the
Lived
word know
very close
means.
to it, or lives close. And
And it was
that's where I think a lot of people get. They don't understand the words they use, sympathy and empathy. I can
656.
sympathize with a mother who loses a child, either from murder as it's an adult,
Whatever,
but
for whatever reason.
yeah,
You can
but
sympathize. You
it's,
can say, wow, as a human, I can feel pity,
I
sad,
understand,
whatever
or I
for
can
them.
understand, or I understand your distress, your sorrow,
Right,
but I can't feel it because I've never given birth.
right.
Hmm. To the
Okay.
same token, I could say the same thing about a father, because a true father or daddy, not a sperm donor, will feel similar, not the same, sorrow when losing a child to before it's losing a child. I'm gonna just say losing a child.
And I have searched many times. I haven't been able to re-find the John Walsh interview. I saw it long, long ago. If I do come up with it, I will make sure to put links everywhere, or if someone else has a link to it. It's a long John Walsh interview. I don't remember who he interviewed with. And he discussed at long last about how that was the problem.
A prime example, what I'm talking about, is I had sympathy for a very, very close friend of mine who lost a son. His son was 26 and died from heart failure, of all things. But that was due to the son's lifestyle. But even though he did not like his son at most times, he did love his son. You can love someone and not like them, just like you can like someone and not love them. And I could see and sympathize with the sorrow I saw in his eyes. I could not feel it because I've never had a child.
Right. And knowing is half the battle. All
Well,
right. I'm going to go take a
well,
break because I got to
understand. Visit the waste station
yes. And then
or
when
the
I get
gas.
back, do you want me to put the girly girl up?
Yes.
Hey, Elizabeth, if someone types in the chat, tell them, typey type, they'll be right back. All right. Gonna go grab a break for a second. A minute. A few or a couple minutes. Let me put the girly girl up. Where is she? There she is. Now, let's put the words way down at the bottom.
Oh.
There we go. Be right back. And then I was back. Elizabeth, are you still there? Is this thing working? I see the little green bar bouncing. I hope I'm still online. 07, 08, and 45. Back and. Yep, still there. Thanks for answering. George, are you there? Or are you still away too? Well, I don't want to say that until he's back. GH not back. When DW back. Previous topic. No, not previous.
Checking on somebody.
Other topic. Or are you listening?
I am now.
Okay. Then never mind. I'm not going to mark it. The coincidental, or do you believe in destiny? Let me get the whole quote up on screen. Dracula. Quote, do you believe, that's all you got to put in. And it'll say, do you believe in destiny, that even the powers of time can be altered for a single purpose? That the luckiest man who walks on this earth is the one who finds true love. And nope, I didn't do any honor or service to Mr. Gary Oldman's fabulous portrayal. Wonderful. Excellent. 9 out of 10. It would be 10 out of 10 if not for Neo, Bill and or Ted. Excellent adventure dude being in there. Sorry, guy. Sometimes you. And even Sir Anthony Hopkins, if we're really getting serious about this. Right after the book was published, the sheepdoggy stuff in Cops, a very bad guy who was a police firearms instructor. So because he was that, he got to be free of charge a private protective services firearms trainer in North Carolina. Had good political connections, so they ordered me. I jumped off earlier in this thing about how government's got us get off of this ordering people, ordering not government employees to do stuff for our government off the clock, including who I've got on my list and checklist of how many wrongs make citizens' rights. Everybody's got to stop wronging each other. Anyway, for politics, I was ordered and told by the Private Protective Services Board, you will help this guy or will vanish or disappear or revoke your certificates. We'll hook you up someday. We'll do such and such. Because he was a dumbass. And he spent his whole time at North Carolina Justice Academy in this weird little boys wrapped in 60-year-old skin goofiness between different levels of polices and private security people and the Department of Corrections people. His claim to fame for his whole week at the Justice Academy living in their dorms is that he took a giant, watery, alcohol worsened crap in a Department of Corrections instructor wannabe's bed. All he got out of a week at Justice Academy, getting the best training, the best instructors from the best instructor of instructors I have ever met. There is none better. I am nowhere near the world famous Chad. In Dean World, it's called T. 9LL only. And that's how he's still in my Smarty Pants phone today. Anybody who can't remember anything from Chad school, but I crapped in some Department of Corrections guy's bed, right on his pillow. Chad Thompson. This is what's wrong with our country, our world, our everything else. And any of you that hold out, it's your own sick denial, especially after I just showed you and provided links. 2,000 doctors are out screwing around in our country, having never set foot in a medical school. YouTube. I gotta go to YouTube, not Google Bar. YouTube. Chad Thompson. 9 There he is. Chad Thompson. Let's get it up here. Get it on. Blam. It is there. I cannot recommend enough. If you can get any form of what I have lovingly called since before I ever met him and heard about it for 2 years before I ever, no, almost 1.5. From the day I first ever met any kind of instructor in the fields in North Carolina, all I ever heard about is wait till you got to meet Chad, you got to meet Chad, you got to take a Chad class, you got to do this, you got to do that. So I had started calling him the world famous Chad Thompson before I ever met or encountered him. Because so many people kept saying, go take his class, go do this, you got to take his class, you got to take his class. I kept making up my own little piney schoolgirl thing. I said, I just need some Chad school. So this guy, I'm going to call him Joel as a nickname. It's not his real name. Joel. First, before I ever met, oh no, I had already met Chad T9LL only. Joel, in 2012, gets himself certified, and he says, hey, next time you're talking to Chad, ask him what is a Chad's commando. So I did. But Joel had already told me, codename Joel, not his real name, to protect the not innocent. Joel tells me all about his crapping in people's beds stories and all the other little. It would be okay, I guess, if you said, oh man, we rubbed shaving cream in, poured shaving cream in his hand and tickled his nose with a feather. He crapped in people's beds. I said, okay, codename Joel. But what do you remember about what Chad taught you? Oh, that we're called Chad's Commandos. So I had to ask Chad what that meant. And Chad speaks cop. He speaks Copanese 100%. And before that, he was in the Coast Guard. So he speaks military Effanese, peppered with a long career in policeanese. He says, that means the F-ups. The ones that probably should have got kicked out of there, but they paid and they have political connections. So whenever the people at the office tell me I got to deal with these guys and deal with them carefully because they're politically connected. To convince them to stop doing whatever the hell it is they're doing. Lighting each other on fire, shooting guns at each other, all kinds of madness. Absolute madness that 40 to 60-year-old men apparently do to each other, like poop in each other's beds. Chad says, whenever the school director calls me to straighten out these people, he says, we got another problem with one of your commandos. And then Chad had to go fix it without letting the person quit, complain, or anything else. Make them stop. So that's all this numbnuts, knucklehead, numbskull, empty head. Joel, codename. Protect the innocent and the guilty. In 2012, remembered from a full week of Chad school. All I ever remember from any Chad school I got is that I don't take notes fast enough, and I'd never remembered to bring enough tape or recorder or free space on my phone to record the damn thing. He goes too fast, he teaches too much, and he slings it so it sticks. It will exhaust your brain. There's his YouTube. He's got a Facebook now. He's got a LinkedIn. Go look it up. The first day that I met Joel and learned what is a Chad's Commando and pooping in beds. That's what we do down learning to be firearms instructor trainers. He showed up with a bunch of private security guard flubs who were supposed to shoot day and night qualifications. You can see day and night qualifications on my channel. How to walkthrough. Click back to my other videos. He shows up with these not trained anything by him except probably told for days in class of all his amazing crapping in beds and super gluing paper or tape to some hairy guy's hairy parts. So the guy had to cut his stuff off or rip that tape off and a whole lot of his pubic hair. That kind of stuff. Really good stuff. This jerk shows up with these 3 or 4 officers on the hottest day in Hades that I was ordered, you got to help him. He's never had anybody at a range before. And I said to important people at the North Carolina government, what the F are you talking about? He's a cop instructor. Yeah, he's never taken any at the range. Has he signed certificates? Yeah, we always help him out. He shows up with 4 security guards who are going to go out in this world and play the games of life and death with those G words on their hips, with their certificates and their range scores already on them. He said they were going to fire a couple practice rounds, but it's hot, so they were going home. One of them fired off a round in the direction uprange, in the direction of me and the other guy that had originally told me the legend of Chad Thompson. I was already suffering the heat badly. And all 4 of those guys went out in this world working. So if you ever hear of a security officer doing stupid stuff with a gun, politics. 2 years later, early in 2014. No, 1 year later. 1 year later, talking about the importance of certifications and internships and taking classes and qualifications. Joe, 2014, gets forced back to Chad school. He had to go back to Chad school because at first they used to publish a newsletter. If you go to the Private Protective Services Board, they've all of a sudden stopped publishing the newsletters, and they never did publish the ones prior to middle of 2014. Because, and I may still have my printed version, they used to mail them out in print. Codename Joel got a written, but not written, because if we write it down, it really happened. See? If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Codename Joel got in trouble for signing those same firearms training certificates to armed guards if they would let him put their wieners in his mouth.
Huh?
Well, he didn't force anybody to take and accept a wiener in a mouth. He wanted to have a man wiener in his mouth. So much so that he wouldn't just go out and play man prostitute somewhere. Because men don't care. Warm and wet, gets nostril air on it, I'll pay you for it. It's
Well,
2024.
some of us
If you
care.
can't accept it, grow up.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
some of us care.
This dude had such a bad fetish and obsession and thing. Thing about things, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Say more, say no more.
Yes, and this is a whole. It takes time for me to gather these thoughts together. Except it didn't, because I'm me. I've lived a certain life. Yes, he really, really wanted so bad so in this life that he abused his power and left all these guys did, and there was many. You know how many guys went flocking to the glory hole? It's like, man, you gonna make me take a 20-hour class with that a-hole dean and shoot? Or I can go get my wiener licked and get my papers and get out in the world with a gun and a uniform. I'm going to Joel, code name, protecting the innocent. Did they revoke him? No, because if you get revoked at the PPSB, then they might have to investigate at the North Carolina Department of Justice, whose criminal justice training and standards joke. Go back and see the concealed carry handbook, dread book. First video of mine. Well, if he gets revoked over there, then we're going to have to investigate, and revoked in one is revoked in all. We'd have to remove him from law enforcement instruction. Oh, do you really want to do that to some guy's career? He's killing mine. I don't offer blowjobs along with my gun classes, let alone in lieu of. Why do you think all the cops and all the guards are going to him? So what do? They issue him a private, quiet, hush, 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 verbal only suspension, and as long as he'll agree to stop swallowing ejaculate and go back and spend a week at Chad school again, which interfered with my Chad school. The first I finally got it, Chad school I got. He was there for politics, well connected. And he shows up in a GD Giant dually truck with Sheepdog Concepts LLC painted across the back of it. The same damn year that Dude Grossman published his book. So you see, I got a little PTSD over that sheepdoggy doggy garbage, George. It all happened same time. And to make it worse, because I had a former employee, probably about the year 2004. This is kind of is that funny, ha ha, or funny queer? See, Sling Blade. Long about approximately 2004, I had an employee who disappeared for a long time from one of my computer businesses. Vanished. Long time. When he returned, I said, where have you been? We didn't have cell phones back then. And I didn't pay for extra company pagers and all this other stuff. Instead of just saying, whatever, wherever he was, I don't know, went and took a nap somewhere. Stopped by the place and saw some friends of mine. Hung out. Whatever. I've always been good to my employees. If you BS me, I'll cut your pay, knock you off your hours, fire you. Get out of here. I can't trust you. The only reason I didn't get any further is because this guy proceeds to tell me this horrifying, super long tale. How he saw this girl. And this girl said, hey, baby, I want to put my mouth on your man parts. So he entertained her. But she was so bad, he eventually had to smack her on the back of the head and throw her out of the car. And then go back to work. And I said, did you just tell the world's first tale of the bad blowjob? The tale of the world's that didn't involve teeth. First, bad BJ. I said, because you told that thing and it made me laugh so hard, we're not going to worry about it. If you ever disappear again, don't come back. You quit. So, of course, after all that broke in 2014, the only thing that could come to my mind is, how bad of the BJs was codename Joel giving that at least 3 of these security officers went public and went to the Private Protective Services Board to complain about it? They didn't. When their employer found out that Joel had taken all the ammo and Joel had shot the targets and none of his guys had ever gone to any hours of classroom, the employer had a fit and told those employees, sign the papers and go with me to the board or you're all fired. And I'll just submit what I know to the board and give the board your names. So even though I still giggly, how bad was that kiss down low that you would go complain to a public/government agency about it? And then he shows up. Sheep Dog Concepts LLC. Stole the name straight from Concepts. Oh. Changed it to sheepdoginternational.org. You can go look it up. Codename Joel? Oh, it couldn't be this on the screen right now. 2023. He got silently vanished over some other heinous nonsense. Then they gave it to him back. He's a firearms trainer again. Back into business. Decades of this crap. It's politics. No, I do not believe for 1 second that anybody did any internship anywhere, did anything anywhere. Somebody signed some damn papers and everybody's out in the world doing whatever they're doing. Known issue. You've been to school. I went to an all-boys school. And as long as you would concede and do certain things, you get everything's okay. Between boys and men. Everything's for sale. Always. Money, favors. I mean, Corruption is everywhere, at every level. Poor old gross man. Talk about a gross man, Dave Grossman. I do like your work. I do like your efforts. You're the only one who doesn't say. One thing you're not going to find in any of Dave Grossman's work is suck it up, buttercup. Don't be a PU $ EE. He accepts that there might be a psychological component to it. Is it fear-based and silly-based? Some of it. He's inexperienced. He has less experience than me. But he's not just another, let me do a thing for you, and I'll get you out there in the world where you or some poor innocent is going to get bulleted. Yep, and he's back in the biz, George. Raking them down, milling those damn certificates. Why should we pay Dean? If him. You just remember that, North Carolina. You could have solved this all these decades. Prove me wrong. I just showed you on the screen. If I can find it, I sure as hell am getting that set of newsletters that described it all very in detail. It is not time. Tab. No. It is not time. I think I've said before. I'll say it again. I make this goofy Fweet. One time with a gaggle of us young goofy people. Many much younger, but nobody ever goofier than me. We went to the local restaurant after all of us at work at a place. Got off work and decided, let's go eat. The waitress had some kind of speech impediment. We should not make fun of her. I should not make fun of her. I'm laughing at the event. I understood perfectly what the lady said. One of those with us, Belle. That's all I'm going to say. Codename Belle, or Bells, plural. When the waitress lady said, in the availability of side orders, like Flint's wise, she was very Elmer Fudd, but in a woman voice. And then she said, or a Fweet cup. And all of us kind of wide-eyed at it for a second, but our brains interpret it for us. And Bells, codename Bells, don't try to look that one up. You won't get it. I am protecting the name of a good person. Said something along the lines of, what? Very loud and exclamation pointy. And so the kind, nice waitress lady says, Fweet cup. And Bells says, what? A cup of what? What do you say? And so the lady tries to enunciate and pronunciate. And she says, Fweet. Fweet. It's a Fweet cup. It was just, it stuck. It's still here to this day. Poor lady. Us bad young people. None of us leaned over and said, hey, leave her alone. She said fruit. Shut up. None of us did. We all laughed hilariously. I am so ashamed. That's why it says Fweet on my thing about I needed a picture of Fweet and vegetables.
The two Utes.
Yeah, the two
what?
Utes. My Cousin Vinny. Fantastic movie. 10 out of 10. Nah, yes. Let me leave it at 10 out of 10. I really like it a lot. Go see Chad Thompson's thing. Watch all his videos. Thumbs them, bell them, subscriber them. See, I'm subscribered. Oh my God, he has more subscribers than me. We both got on TubeTube at the same time. I made his TubeTube videos 10 years ago. He's uploaded more since. Lots of videos, lots of information. Unbelievables. I did not take this picture. Either John Dupree or a guy we'll call codename Richard took it. Once we got it and it went up on my Flickr, we sent a link over to Chad and he grabbed it. He uses it for a lot of things. This photo was taken 2014 where we were recording his quite a few. Might have to go to vidge-yuhz. At H2O Fowl Farms. Has a Dunn address, but it's exactly centrally located between Dunn, Benson, and Coates. Go visit them. These videos. How to be a better shooter, equipment recommendations, magazine change, and draw with live fire. 10 years ago. Exactly. 10 and a half now. May or June of 2014. Coincidentally. Same year. All right there. Information is available. Free star on the interwebs. If you ever think you're going to outdo Chad, remember, he practices, or no, let me tell you, I can't ask you to remember, you may not know. He practices with his empty hands and with his equipment. Those kind of superhuman tricks he does hundreds of times every single day. He's been doing it for 3+ decades, hundreds of times a day without rest. He is very, what we call, driven. What drives him, I do not know. I want to sit him down one day and make a video or a series of videos called the G Star and Men. Men means humans. Non-gender specific. And find some of these real super dupers and get some videos together, like hanging out or chit-chatties or maybe interviews, asking things like in the psychological thing. And it's another one, you might have to empathize with certain people before you go dumping off and jumping off Mr. Grossman's psychological stuff. Don't try to be sympathizing or interviewing somebody that you can't comprehend. Know that you can empathize them and they can empathize you and be able to, bona fides. Can you provide or tell a tale that they'll believe you? Because like guys like Chad Thompson will take one look in your eye while you're telling a story and he'll know, even in the dark, if you're BSing him or not. That's who I'm talking about. I want not necessarily the Wyatt Earps of this modern era. The guys who were very hesitant and very under control and very, Wyatt Earp only ever allegedly, reportedly put the bullet in one person. He spent a lot of time clubbing people with that big, big, big G word. But he would much rather bump someone on their noggin and let them put an ice pack on their noggin than put them 6 feet under. But asking people like me or Chad Thompson or I don't know, George, you may be one of those. kind of a serious, we don't go there, and I don't know that we'd be allowed to just do it live. It's one of those I would certainly want to edit it. And if we can at all, we might have to make a rumble. It might be too topic sensitive. 07 43. Giving away, giving it away. Somebody else go out there and do it with your big production money and remember where you heard it. The G Men series of videos. Kind of like a interview, show some stuff at the range, show whatever they want to talk about. But the important part about the good G Word Man, and I wanted to 25 years ago do a horse people or horse men book and video. Some of the amazing horse people I've met in my life, including the Queen now. Rip. Yes, that one. I talked about it before. I'm not going to talk about it again here. But the question that you must be able to give, and this comes from a famous racehorse movie where it said he gave him the old look in the eye. The old look in the eye. You can't fake this stuff and ask somebody a question. You must be able to give them the old look in the eye. Seabiscuit starred the guy that starred in Zodiac and I think one of the Spider-Man movies. Maybe not Spider-Man. Gyllenhaal. Seabiscuit. I know. I do this painfully. Seabiscuit movie, 2003. Somewhere in it they said Seabiscuit gives him the old look in the eye. Very good movie. Not too movie-fied. Especially to people. It's very hard, like when you know things about G words, to watch G word stories. When you know things about horses and horse racing, it's real hard to watch them horse stories and still remain suspended in your disbelief or remain in your disbelief without suspension. When you get down to talking serious stuff, like with the Doc Hollidays of this world, the not deliberate men, but the men who may have unalived once or twice in their life, especially if they keep after it and keep whatever. What I would like to sit down with a sober, hopefully, Chad Thompson and get it in the can and upload it. Chad, if you're listening to this and you feel like saying it to planet Earth, please put the camera sideways before YouTube. If you're going to TikTok it, up and down. What drives you? I guess people that know. If you don't know, if you say, what? My car. Okay. Don't go around asking people that. It's, but we don't have that anywhere. In all the stories and the tales and the notes and everything else and the histories that we do have, no one ever was able to get clear from, maybe even from Wyatt Earp. He wrote his own semi-biographical. I read it when I was young. I think. Something. What makes them do the things they do? Why, and especially when it's hardcore things, like what makes Chad Thompson sometimes thousands of times a day draw and holster his gun? Uh, Wyatt Earp. Boop. Wyatt Earp, The Life Behind a Legend. Comprehensive accounts. Some book supposedly by Josephine Earp. I guess there was no autobiographical, but they have plenty of the tales of in the newspapers. White Earp book. Auto. Not seeing it. Did Wyatt Earp write? Wyatt begins writing his memoirs with the help of personal secretary John H. Flood. His autobiography is coldly received during his lifetime. One publisher called the writing stilted, florid, and diffuse. Wyatt Earp dies in Los Angeles, California at the age of 80. That's according to PBS. Hold your breath. I hope Elon Musk doesn't take your website down. Somebody better sell Amazon Web Services to Elon Musk so that you can threaten him with, well, if you kill it, you're going to cut off your own money, Elon. So I guess, yes, Wyatt Earp kept up memoirs or the diaries or the whatever. I don't know that I would ever try to do video and answer that myself. What drives you? Lunacy. Goofiness. 100% through and through silly nanners. Lightening it up. Yep. Somebody go get the serious people who are often the opposite of serious. And amazingly, a lot of the G star and G word men, non-gender specific, that I have met are also musicians or musically inclined. Somehow they all have a rhythm. Maybe can't dance, but sure can. Chad can. I don't like country music. But go back to my YouTube. He has not. Everybody laughs about how vain Chad is, and he used to have a flames on it, purple PT Cruiser. It's just living life, enjoying it. You only live once, that kind of attitude. But even though he does accept money and does a daggone good job, it's a little twangy and a little too country westerny, modern, especially the new country. A little too little of Johnny Casherisms. Go to YouTube. Then go to my YouTube. View my channel. And then go to vidge-yuhz. I wonder if YouTube will ever let us change the spelling of that. And look up. From 2019. C squared or something like that. I think that's where I put carrot too. Tennessee whiskey. I did get recorded, but he said, you do that, I will KIA you. And I believe him. If he threatened me, I would piddle myself and fall over. It's called Two C's. Because her name is Christy, I think. And he's Chad. Very good renditions. The other one that I got recorded, that I don't think I uploaded. No, I didn't upload it. But I got it recorded. I played it for my Priscilla. If you ever go to see him play live somewhere, say, hey, Chad, bring the booty back. Because he does a very acoustical country western awesome version, or can do, of bringing all about that bass. And when he says himself singing in his proper country twanging, I'm bringing booty back. It makes me giggle in every one of my molecules. I love it. He doesn't take himself when he's sitting behind the Duke tar having a free drink of vino, perhaps. Maybe just a tall, cold glass of water. You can have fun doing that. But when you're playing G words, especially in a law enforcement environment, he is very serious about it. Good stuff. Go to Chad school. Go to Chad concert. Get him to sing about booty back. All right, I've Chad puppied. That's another thing. I am the number one. Probably the one and only, because everyone else says, what did you just say? I am the one and probably only Chad puppy. I freely admit, I'm a fan. I'm a fanatic. I'm a groupie. I'm a goof. Can I hang out with you, Chad? Can I hang out with you, Chad? Can I carry your bag? Please, Chad, please. I'll load your magazines. Teach me some Chad school. Even when he's not teaching, he is so through and through Master Sensei himself. He's just standing around telling stories that they always go back to in the field, in the career related stuff with him. No one hangs around him and asks him, man, how'd you get so good at playing guitar? He is the world famous for the G words, especially for cops and security. He starts talking and he is teaching. You need a notebook. Pay attention. He can't help it. It is what he is, who he is. I'm not that cool. I sit around and yap, yap, yap on my tube. Not really. That's just of late. Man, I've kept good notes today. Pretty good. We're going to have to leave this one off. Put a big old donut in there. Elizabeth. I was going to ask you about, but tell you only in email, please. Don't say anything in the chat box about your idea that you texted me about. I do need probably an email, like with a link to the book you mentioned. Now, 756 in. I have already glanced over this some. You still with me, George? Did I bore you to sleep? I must have bored George to sleep. That's okay. I'll keep yapping. I got my yapper on.
Yeah.
They took away Produce's name and gave it a number. Meaning, they took away a barcode I discussed earlier. You might have been here for that. None of the kids at the grocery store or market know what the heck any fresh fruit is. What's this? It's an apple. I thought they were red. When it's a green, well, try Granny Smith. Huh? It's very difficult for my poor lady. Every time. What is this? Broccoli. What is this? Kale. It's not spinach, it's kale.
Ick. Kale's ick.
I'm sure it is. I cannot fault her. She, for her age, looks half her age and very healthy, very seldom sick. She's obviously doing something right that I ain't doing. Right?
Collard greens and cornbread. And ham hock. Pintos. Or black peas.
I will talk to you or email about the other subject. Might take a day or two. Yeah, we're not in any giant hurry. Just give us a few minutes to think about it and see how we want to do it.
Please tell me you're not going to be out on the range this weekend.
I have no plans of it, no. Why?
Because it's supposed to be burr cold.
If I did have plans and you said that, I might look up the weather later and change my plans. No plans. Ideas from the last couple of streams. We hit on most of it. I skipped. Don't say anything else derogatory about the lawyers. I do want to say something. I put 2x, nope, missed it. But because we have already discussed it. To the lawyer's merchant. Let's get it done so we can exit off the list. Because it all combines. Here's another one. Sorry, lawyer's merchant. This is why I don't send you a letter. 07 59 Oh, to the dear lawyers, plural, and I shouldn't call them that, I should say attorneys. This is my thing, I'm not. Merchant. Georgia, USA, not that other in trouble. One. You get it or you don't. In Georgia, because of all these things, the appearances of impropriety. I did do, and I got some links. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Just today. Find the letter. This is still today. I did a lot of notes today. I'm doing good. Who was phone home? Okay. We asked about that one. Exit off the list. Is it time? Question mark. No, it is not time to talk about my friend Alexis and his many fine poems. I mentioned it earlier that if I got time, I would go there. Guess what Uvalde report is? Problem solving. Getting anything done. That's going to get a great big donut. Nope. That's always on the list. Problem solving. I'm going to talk about the L lockout today. It was on my mind earlier, but this is important. More appearance of impropriety to smoke the fire. What I mean by the Thomas, that means Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, and all of the left side of our American equation, screaming their heads off and from the rooftops, blah, 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 how he might have taken a couple trips and doesn't have documentation for it. Well, so did Willis and Wade. They took trips. They don't have documentation. Where did the money come from? What has, since the first ever hearings, been on my mind, and one might have been Trump's, might have been, there's 19 defendants in the daggone case. And all of their lawyers get an equal shake. So I don't know whose attorney it was. I know it was neither of the merchants. One of the attorneys for the many defendants, almost there, and then they said, it's away. And then they got attorney distracted by their own attorney excitement and bobbled off on some rearranging the words thing and missed it. Because they're all worried about the money, the money, the money, the money. And I self-answered one of my own questions today, and it's another one. Georgia legislature. Until you fix these things, me and my loud mouth are not going to live in your state. I'll just stay where I'm at with the known evil. Did you watch the testimony and questions of Fawny Willis? She gave a funny but true and great answer to why she had all that cash. Yes, because her daddy told her to. But she would be hard pressed if she continues this tale of that quantity. And listen, bad guys on planet Earth, if you happen across this and you think because of me saying it, because you're too damn lazy and stupid to go watch those testimonies yourself and read any, or let your computer read to you any of the little news snippets that reduced her everything to this, she keeps 5 figures worth of cash money on her about her person or her home. So you think you're gonna go get all that money by robbery or burglary? I hope you unalive on your way there, all by your lonesome self wrapped around a tree, slowly, on a vehicle, in a vehicle, on fire. Don't think impure thoughts about her. Everybody at every level in our country, go back and see my big merchant store tales. Go back and look at this codename Joel. There's corruption is everywhere. It's not safe for her to keep money around, and here's another reason why. Because if it did get stolen without proof that you had it, you have no proof it got gone, only your word. Therefore, the bad guys you would not be able to charge them. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Stop encouraging bad guys to be worse guys. All you young people, I don't care what her father said and that you can't trust banks because you're a certain tan and you got to be able to move and float and fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Document your stuff. Take hundreds of pictures of it. But you better damn have a camera inside your house, because otherwise, if you go to the cops or the district attorney and say, I had a big bag of cash in my freezer, and I saw it in a movie recently, and it says pork chops on it, but it was cash, and it's gone now. So I need my insurance to pay for it, so I need a police report. The police are going to say, this person says, without any other evidence, money was thefted from the freezer. It's not insurable, and it sure as hell can't be prosecuted. Come on, Fawny Willis, you're a prosecutor. I've already disqualified you 150 times. Let's get this clear. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. All of you stop it. Her and the other dude. That money needs to be clawed back. Everybody needs to account for all of their minutes. They are government employees, the state of Georgia, and everything else. And the federal government needs to dig deep. You're headed in the right direction for all the wrong reasons. I can't think of the guy's name. Is it Johnson, the one that keeps sending her letters? House Johnson. You know, Johnson's a British name for something. I don't know what. I just heard it once. I think I heard that. Probably not. Maybe not. Might not even be a Johnson. Speaker of the House. No, I don't think it's Speaker of the House. Some other guy. Some other hard case up there. House Representative. Letter to Fawny Willis. Jim Jordan, that's the guy. I loathe you, Jim Jordan. Professionally. I don't know of you, and I don't care what drama happens in your life. As an employee of me, here's your written review. Quit because I can't fire you. You disgust me. Even though you may have accidentally, for all the wrong reasons, happened across the right thing for a second, because it was his deposition and orders, and he's the one saying he wants her to account for every cent of federal money that her office has processed. Yes. Not because of the whistleblower who has very, very questionable, impeachable whistleblowing. Because right out in your face, she says, I don't keep the records. I don't care. All right, Fonnie Willis, go ahead. You embarrass your whole state, let alone your county and our whole country. This is a massive thing playing out on an international scale. What was I trying to get at? I keep losing myself. Lawyer's merchant. Someday sit down with me. I've already spoke out on my trash. I won't say it again. I'll say, please go try to skim through the videos. This failure to document, this lackadaisical, goofy attitude. I already discussed it in the other video. Go look it up. If, as they swore under oath, both of them, him twice, once to Jim Jordan at the deposition, if he worked off the clock, then he clocked when he was off of work as well. He is utterly self-impeached. We cannot trust anything that either one of them says. Just the way she said it was funny, and to me indicated it was true. Her dad and grandfather had said keep at least one, the rent in cash, on hand at all times. Her rent probably was. Just to not encourage bad guys. I thought it was funny, yes, but not queer or ha-ha. It was very entertaining. And I say good for them because I believe in you got to have some cash. You can't trust that the digital machines will be awake when you need them to be. You can expect your technology will fail you. I'm one of them old schools in keep you some emergency money around. And if it gets gone, know that it's your word against the world's, and you don't get to file it on your insurance. And if it's that big of an amount, anybody else in America that tried to claim that kind of thing, I already discussed in the over $10,000 amount, under all of the other federal rules and laws, says that you're reasonably suspected of money laundering or illegal stuff dealing or structuring finance to avoid taxes and all this other stuff. See, we should not hold our district attorney law enforcers above everybody else. If I can't have that much cash, she can't either.
Yep. Problem around saving up cash for emergencies. There's too many emergencies.
Right. Yeah, me and I joked before and I'll say it again. I mean on stream, and I joke it since my whole life, since I first ever, my big brother had a car. I didn't even have one yet. The first time, the first moment, some more of that. I don't remember if I said it earlier, this one or in a previous videos. Yep, I know I'm off on tangents. I'm getting back to it. But we're having good conversations, bringing up good stuff. When you start to feel a little up and then you fall down, you go splat. If you're just laying down there crawling around on your belly, you can't fall very far. It doesn't hurt as much. Always, when you start to feel like I might whistle while I walk. Man, I'm just on top of the world today. I'm gonna walk on the balls of my feet instead of back on my heels. Your car is gonna go blah 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 clunk and take that feeling right away from you. It's just a thing at least me and my vehicles, all of them, car, truck, van, whatever you want to call it. Every time I start to feel a little bit like I might swim out of the well of crap that I live in, that I'm drowning in, and just get one breath of air, the car says, nope. You can have half a breath, and now we're going back deep. I'm tough. I can take it. I got you, car. Uh, uh, uh. Relationship. Still not covered. Some stuff got done, got worked out. I studied earlier in the Georgia statutes and codes. No, the relationship itself. One of the other lawyers got very near. See, I meant to pass all these links I had. See, at 2:24 p.m., I was closing the tabs, clearing the history and the caches, because I had started way early this morning, 9:30. I don't know. Something online got me thinking. Oh, probably that Joseph R. Biden and his legacy crap led me back down the road of. You see, at every level, if the president can do this crap, why can we hold our district attorneys to anything? That is so far below president. Do you know? That's just a county thing. That's why, Joe, go back and watch Silence of the Lambs. When Clarice gets back in the car after the small town coppers and talks with her boss. Why should the high-ups hold themselves to any standard? Because the low downs are going to hold themselves to a lesser standard. Okay. Dear lawyers merchant, I don't apologize for myself. I am not directly bugging you with all this. I beg for somebody to help because none of the other lawyers care. The other lawyers are know-it-all lawyers. The problem with this is, and one of these says, I don't know anything else except for these two links from justsecurity.org. I don't know who it is at all. I asked Google Bar some questions and got these answers. Why Fannie Willis is not disqualified under Georgia law. And I wrote with a question mark in front and a question mark behind in all caps. Wrong question marks? I'm asking. I didn't fully read the entire article or post. I read enough to think, no, 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 no. Let's assemble a peer of attorneys and judgy-wudgies and see if they can pick out, because what is missing to my eyes is because none of the defense asked the other questions. And judges cannot advocate for one side or the other. Judges can't say, all of you lawyers are incompetent. This is what's wrong with your complaint against Fannie Willis. It's missing this and this and this. If the lawyers don't bring it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, I think this is how it works. If your lawyers don't exhaust all of the possibilities, if they miss one, and that's the one that mattered, it's too bad they didn't file it. The system is not there to be an advocate for either side. And that's fine. But then we got to open this system up and make available for the rest of us that, well, if Dean came up with this, can he get a little of that amicus to the court monies? Why do you think only these powdery wigs send in those kind of letters? Because they're all millionaires. They've all paid their dues. They have their JDs and they've been around a case or two. Or they watched it on TV. And no, nothing, nobody on planet Earth could possibly have thought it through or read it through, just like that Supreme Court case. I still want to know, I mean, the immunity ruling. How come nobody's read it but me, it would appear? And it doesn't take a whole lot of reading with comprehension to say, wait, half a sentence ago you unsaid what you're saying at the end of this sentence. You're yinning and yanging and nuhing and huh-huhing in the same sentence. It's not a travesty of justice. This is an absolute absurdity. I don't know. I think my understanding, and George, you've already fixed my misunderstandings several times. If you know better, let me know and I'll shut up about it. I do believe that if any of the lawyers missed it, it's just missed. It's too bad. The way some of the lawyers had said something. I didn't just watch Fonnie Willis's and Wade's. Elizabeth, I watched all of them. And I hate watching lawyers. I hate lawyers. They all are combat focused on the money, the money, the money, the money. Or, and I guess this excludes it, I found out today. I was hoping that the relationship would be considered. And it's because I had the misguided thought because one of those lawyers for one of the other defendants, I don't know which one, got up in there and started reading. And this stuff really nags and bugs me. Anytime a lawyer does this, confuses and confounds, and starts reading federal rules and statutes into a state case, they should be instantly disbarred. The judge should drop the hammer on their total career. Don't come arguing oranges in the apple court.
Sorry, sir, for interruption, but I'm fading fast, so I'm going to call it here.
All right, sir.
You
Thanks
have
for
a
all
good
the
night.
help. Yep, you too.
Bye.
Bye. I studied this early this morning. Or any other valuable thing does not include in its own self the relationship. That was a misquote from another attorney babbling federal rules of procedure or laws or codes. I don't know what they were babbling. So I went down a rabbit hole and said, well, I can see why they didn't discuss it, but the judge should have reprimanded that attorney severely. It was neither of the merchants. Don't come munging our courts anymore. Stop wasting the court's time, which is the people's money. In some rules, procedurals, every court can have its own codes and conducts, its own rules. Go watch Ally McBeal and see how absurd it is. The judge wants to inspect your teeth and make sure you brush and floss correctly. True story. They can have that if they want to. We allow them this. We need to get rid of it, but that's the fact, Jack. So, money. If a district attorney agrees to take money or any other valuable thing, such as a trip or whatever, in some courts in our lands and jurisdictions and whatever, the other valuable thing could be the company of a romantic partner. Because that does not meet these letterings. Because studying this through Georgia's court rulings, Georgia's court, as far as I can tell, has carefully explained that other valuable thing is different than what we would call consideration, which can be converted to money. Valuable consideration is an entirely different thing. I'm stepping into the lawyer's world, but I'm trying not to. I'm just making a clarification that I got myself. I agree on the hate of what lawyers do. It is why I have a complete forever excuse from jury service. I said I will come in, mail paperwork, call people for the office, but I will not go into a jury. I have severe brain injuries and would not be capable of sitting there and listening to lies and wrong abuse of the legal system, and would end up in contempt of court. My doctor signed it. No jury service for me ever. Yay. So because they cannot do whatever, and I don't know why the state isn't looking into this. Does somebody have to go file this complaint at the state? What? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't care. I have my own stuff in North Carolina to worry about, and federal stuff for cops and security officers. I think all you lawyers are disgusting and despicable. And it sounds to me like if a district attorney takes or agrees to take, or there is any appearance of, would somebody come update the Georgia statutes or any other thing that is not authorized by law, the consideration, see, it uses the word consideration hereof, is a promise or undertaking to procure or try to procure a finding by the grand jury of a true bill or no bill upon an indictment. Well, that is exactly what conspired or transpired, however you want to put it, between the district attorney, all of her staff, and Mr. Wade, and anybody in his orbit that knew of this thing. There is severely the appearance of. But the reason I got to this today and tearing it apart was to decide, because the judge has already gavelled it in the internal hearing. It's on appeal now. That the money, the judge isn't going to allow the money. They just got rid of Nathan Wade. They'd already said that relationship is over. We don't have it anymore. We're not holy candy. The thing I say is wrong at justsecurity.org with questions wrapped all around it. Wrong means to me. Am I wrong? Could be. Why Fannie Willis is not disqualified under Georgia law, I believe, has simply to do with, that's how it goes. If none of those lawyers brought exactly this complaint, then too bad. And I haven't finished reading the third link that's going to end up in the comment. I'm not linking these in the chat box. And I don't know how they're going to transfer. Like, I don't know if this one will transfer as a link because of the length of it and all the percent this, percent that. We better ask. Web browser, please. Okay, it worked. It works in my web browser. That means that's the best I'm going to do for all the rest of you. If it doesn't work, throw me a comment. I'll get you a shortened URL. This uploads from the same place is simply the original from the merchants for their client, Michael Roman, motion to dismiss that led to all of the others. See, they filed it on January 8th, 2024. The hearings, the rulings, the everything else. And I'm making no claims about who this is or what this is, the justsecurity.org. Google provided me 2 links in a targeted search result. I found out all on my own, digging through Georgia stuff and Georgia codes and Georgia court rulings from the highest courts of Georgia. that the relationship itself is not considered valuable consideration. The question I still have is, and smarter people, let alone people with the technical know-how to how do you apply this to law, goes back to my checklist. The appearance of impropriety, the same old smoke fire thing I started with but didn't finish. If the Thomas trips no document on the left get, oh, we should kick him off the court, then shouldn't the Willis Wade trips and gifts and obvious meals that he paid for, but no one can document anything, but they admit one or the other paid for something and they were both involved in this case. So somebody gifted somebody. Shouldn't she also be removed, disqualified? What is still not covered or discussed in any way, anywhere that I can find. The relationship itself, I had written this before I had done a lot of reading. This is supposed to be a question, more of a question. Does the relationship itself violate, let's word it. Does the relationship itself violate the Georgia statutes, codes, rules, ordinances? I don't care. Whatever you call it. Because she was showing favor, thereby allowing, even if just for xual or romantic, or, and it really makes me sad because I really truly believe that she was not fibbering when she discussed how lonely she was. And he's a great guy. And he said several times, you know, he had just got past a very scary medical incident. And he was kind of lonely himself. And I hate it. Life is very, very cruel. You guys should have known better. You should have known better. Life is tempting. But you done did it. You done did a thing. I think that you were right in the appearance of wrongdoing. It is legally a scintilla in the state of California. The going around here and there is more than a scintilla. Even appointing someone she herself described as a friend. It would seem more than a scintilla of appearance of wrongdoing to appoint a friend of a position. Yes, or two, from or to. And especially knowing, like I said in the previous rants about this, but it all comes back to nobody has brought, that I can find, put it in this way. Is this some kind of weird, and all you lawyers out there on planet Earth figure this out, knowing that I am ultra biased. In a better world, I would hope that they could convict and incarcerate Donald Trump. But when you mess the case up, you mess the case up, and it all goes back to, and I'm going to search something in a few minutes. So, what she did, in my mind, I know, not judgy-wudgy, no powdery wigs, I ain't got no lice, is discrimination against anyone not doing the romance. She allowed for falsified billing, knowing and willingly. Go see the previous videos. I'm not going to beat that horse again. But I haven't beat this horse at all. What if, the great what if, she had blinded her eyes because of flapping them in romance in a very cute movie way? I apologize again, Miss Willis. I hate that matters of the heart are ruining this for you, but they are, because you didn't take care of it beyond reproach or question. How do we know that there wasn't a lawyer who could be working as special counsel, special prosecutor, whatever it was he was appointed to manage this case against Donald Trump at all, with better qualifications and an unimpeachable character, and wouldn't get up there on two different stands, having sworn two different oaths, and admit to falsifying the billing. We'll never know, because you discriminated against all the other, if you can call one, good lawyers in the state of Georgia for romantic gain. You showed favor. That's all. I don't know how to simplify it anymore. I hope somebody can get it to some kind of attorney. Somebody get it to Donald Trump's attorney. Donald Trump, get all the attorneys together. Pay them all, especially the merchants. Pay them with some of that campaign money. But make sure you let someone else sign the check, sir, please. Let them figure it out. Somebody put some lawyer money into not only get her off this case. Well, this has been in its pendency and interlocutory appeals and all the other nonsense. 4 people have already pled guilty. No matter what else happens to this case in any way, shape, or form, they have no way out. They pled guilty. The law does not apply equally to them, because anything that happens after the fact happened after the fact. They caved. I don't like her. I don't believe her naivete. And she just wanted to believe that the President of the United States wouldn't trickster them. I don't believe her a bit. And her born again harder story. I don't know her name. I don't care. Don't memorize the names of bad guys. But it's kind of a sad story. That number one, she said that she finally gave up because not only was she getting no help from anybody with her legal fees, and it was up over near $1 million already. Her trying to fight that garbage in Georgia. But Trump and company had not yet paid her fees for the work she did for them. All you people squawking about your conquering hero, Rudy Giuliani, complains that Trump did not pay. Yes, spelled correctly. Rudolph Giuliani says he was shortchanged as part of Donald Trump's 2020 election campaign to the tune of about $2 million. Rudy Giuliani. Now you guys have to pick, all you Trump-phibians. Who's lying? Rudy or Donald? You can't have it both ways. And all the other lawyers and all the campaign stops. That one where the microphone messed up. Donald Trump said, well, let's just not pay him. I don't remember where it was. He's a deadbeat. He's a scumbag. He's brazen about it. He destroys people for fun. Look at him doing this to Rudy Giuliani. To that poor lady in Colorado. I don't believe in any of her stuff. Not one word. Colorado attorney plead guilty. Jenna Ellis. Sorry, ma'am. You go down in the history books and you go on my YouTube. Everybody leave her alone unless you're going to send her money. But send me money first. I'll cut her in when I get comfortable. She's doing fine with her new, I believe, very religious podcasting. Girls can do that, guys can't. Very nice work, ma'am. Nice work. Parlaying your infamy into a lucrative business. Good job. The old boys club chewed you up and pooped you out and left you pleading guilty in Georgia. So even so, there's still 15 of them on the hook, and I would like to see, because he's from here and he's already been convicted here for fraud and all kinds of other stuff, that Mark Meadows, the other bum that let for politics, stabbed Donald Trump in the back. There are people involved in these cases that I think it should have been taken a good deal more seriously. But I'm a true believer in this equity stuff. Fani Willis destroyed this. Somebody get with me, help me understand. How is this not showing favor? Let alone knowing and willing acceptance and filing a falsified billing to a government agency. So isn't he in criminal violation of the Georgia statute? Oh no, that's if a district attorney takes or agrees to take from any person. What about the other person? I'm not digging in the Georgia statutes. What if somebody offers bribe to district attorney to procure or try to procure a finding by a grand jury? I'm sure there's something in Georgia statutes. If nothing else, go after him and destroy him and say, look what you did to Fani Willis, you bad boy. This world is full of temptations. You have to be able to say, Fani, involved in this thing, thank you for the opportunity, but I feel myself unable to look away from you. So either I gotta go, get off this case, and let's find someone else, and you and me can go have a dinner. Or will you wait, and when we're done with Trump et al., we'll tough it out, and when it's all said and done, can we then go hold some hands? It's called grown-up stuff. I know. You don't get an excuse. Like George saying, oh, well, that's because how we do. You know, well, I'm sorry, George. I'm not picking on you. It's the way you said. Well, we've always done it wrong. Well, all right. Until we admit there's a problem, we can't fix it. Just like all those other ones said, well, they haven't paid their dues. They didn't this, they didn't that. If we hold their feet to the fire, we have to hold everybody's feet to the fire. Yes. Somebody has to grow up and act like an adult and make adult decisions. And stop worrying about, all the tests and all the studies and all the jokes. Do you want a double scoop of ice cream today or a single scoop for the next 10 years, every day? More than half of this country will take the double scoop today. There was some college study a while back, meaning within the last 20 years. Time has no meaning to me. About how they offered college students a $100 bill now or $10 a month for a whole year. You could have $120 spread over a year or $100 now, 20 less. They all of them, not one would take the more money. We are very short-sighted. We go short, not long. It happens in everything. Man, this is a very hard and painful thing. That dude made $500,000 off of this case that he can't account for. His billing is false. I would have begged her, please, Please. Let's get through. This is important. Please wait for me. And if this gets any further, if I find myself any further distracted, I will recuse myself and try to refer you someone that'll hand me a finder's fee. Wink, wink. The people need to make sure Congress says fix it, or we all get unelected by the voters. The voters refuse to stand up for themselves because all they're ever given a choice is between two evils. So what? Yeah, the voters, and then we have to lie to ourselves and tell ourselves that no, it's not that. It's because my guy's really the good guy. Your guy ain't no better. If Trump was any better, this wouldn't be a case. Not even the appearance of. But that's all of that, and it just is what it is. This, to me, I think that case has got to go. And I still will always cry out, somebody, Elizabeth, if you know anybody, even in law school, I don't know, don't bug our little cuz. She's busy, and I don't bug any of my family with it. 08, 45, something, 00. Moving on, not because I feel like I'm done, it's because I feel like I'm beating myself because of I haven't scripted it out, worked it out, talked it out like we're doing right now. Got it refined, got it good. I wish I could. I call myself the world's most frustrated inarticulate. Moving on to proof of concept. And I don't know. I'm thinking I remember a thing. But I may not. Now I need George back. George, come back, because you rapidly answered all these ideas I had that were obviously wrong. George knew I was wrong and got me down the road to I won't be wrong again. Thank you. Hang on. Let me read. Rights or how to get them stood up for. This is exactly right. This is why I'm on and on and on about it. Us unwashed masses, or I don't remember what it said. The Ellis Island thing. Even whether we were born here or not. We are all voiceless. This is what is wrong. We don't have a representative anything. They're all Marie Antoinette's. She had a legit excuse. She got sold into that S*X slavery arranged marriage when she was 12 years old to combine the powers of two empires by her own mother. She was not. Why did she act so immature? I don't know. Can't figure it out. Detective OJ case. Detective Furman. And I didn't pay attention to the OJ case. I hated everything about Johnny Cochran. Obviously not a bad lawyer. He got rich doing it, and he got OJ off. My own personal bias kept me far from it. Wasn't there some question of something relating to controversial figures in the Simpson trial? This is from a school of law. I don't know who it is. umkclaw2.edu. These web pages are as old and crusty as my web pages. They don't scale to modern screens. A Los Angeles homicide detective became one of the most controversial figures in the Simpson trial. Furman arrived at the murder scene and was responsible for the significant discovery of the bloody glove. They have a taped interview. Why did he become controversial? I thought it was because he tampered with the evidence. Yeah, here we go again. This goes back a long time. O.J. Simpson, rip. I feel horrible for those kids. I believe it's multiple kids. Ooh, I don't mean to have that on my screen. Bad boy, Mark Furman. I did pay attention to the OJ case. A woman saw 4 men get into a car. She was not allowed to testify because she had lied on a car application once. The prosecution and even Furman became. See, because she had made a false statement or falsified an application, falsified on a paper. So how come a woman's entire credibility is destroyed because she may have fudgy-wudgied a car loan application by saying, I've been at my job longer than I've been at it. Or I make more a month than I claim I'm making. I'm sure that's what it was. But they will totally say, well, then nothing you say ever is any good. It still goes to the point. Thanks for putting it in there. From chat. EW? No, EW. Woman discredited. Pun intended. Disqualified from OJ. And maybe I'll look it up later. Maybe I won't. Testimony because false statements / documents. There we go. Fonnie Willis. Nathan Wade. Why does a normal everyday person get totally discredited and disqualified for making a false statement? Yet you guys do it with impunity and brazenly. Is there equal treatment or justice under the law? And the answer is no. The dog was covered in blood. The woman said he had bitten one of the men. The paw prints on the sidewalk showed a dog holding on to something, pulling backward, but they did not go for over a week to see where the dog even was, even though it was initially in their custody by the man who found the bodies. Wow. The thought of, and see, it had to do with, this is all building up to my proof. I wrote on. I meant of. Thank you for pointing it out. Building the proof of concept. Again, it just circles back to smoke fire. If there's the appearance of impropriety, it means it can be discredited or disqualified. Impeached. What I'm getting at is just because there was questions, and then we get the whole, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit thing, the famous Johnny Cochran line. That whole trial gets reduced to that. Nobody remembers anything else. I remember something about the detective being impugned or impeached because of the question, the reasonable question, not of placing evidence or falsifying it, of handling of it. It broke the chain or some silliness. I don't remember. I don't care. I'm not going to look it up. And I apologize, internet and world. I saw it too late. Fast clicking links. Don't be fast clicking links live on your streams. Go read them like I did early this morning. The N word with the hard ER on the end, all spelled out, quoting Furman. I really do not mean to do that ever. I don't think I should be got away with it. Because I'm the one who ran off and clicked the link. See, I take responsibility for me. YouTube, let me know. Do I need to delete this live version, edit the saved copy, and upload that as a regular videos, not a live videos? I will happily. Just don't delete my whole ding-dangerdly page. What I'm getting at from the proof of concept, and I have dealt with this many times with cops. If a cop is discredited, police officers' cases reviewed or dismissed because they were convicted of crime. I know I remember, and I just don't have a set of links ready. Sorry. Look how long this stream has gone already. And I did do a great deal. Here's the log throughout this stream. Here is what I refined down into the description. Here is all the stuff I did this morning. Trying to get this shorter, sweeter, better, and then life happens. I didn't phrase my question correctly. What I'm trying to get links to, and I'll just maybe do it tomorrow. Put it on a to-do list for tomorrow. I know without needing to be corrected by good King George or anyone else, that sometimes when they find out, based on a tip of an iceberg, that some cop is a long-term bad cop, all of that cop's cases have to get reviewed or thrown out. Alleged outside of trial to have been the guy who was a gigolo who was known to have been out driving her car a lot. When OJ went to write a book, he was told someone was selling his Heisman and stupidly ran down to get it and got arrested, did prison time. I thought it was to show him what happens to guys who tell on the gangs. And that woman wrote the book afterwards saying drum roll. Here's one from 2006 from the Office of Justice Programs. A study of law enforcement officers arrested. This report has not been published by the U.S. Department of Justice to provide better customer service and JRS, which is the authors shown below used federal funds provided by U.S. Department of Justice and prepared the following final report. See, this is some of that. If they cut out all kinds of stuff, somebody getting federal money will no longer be able, even though it took them. If the first part of an award number is the year it was awarded. So they got some money in 2011, and it took them till April 2016 to come up with 671 pages. Sounds like a pretty bloviated report. I might have to read this thing later. So let's put question mark, question mark. Do cops who get caught being criminals / bad cops get their cases thrown out or at least reviewed / reviewed / appealed? That's what I'm getting at. So what I want to know is if cops get their cases thrown out or reviewed because they have impeached themselves or lost their credibility, shouldn't district attorneys' cases follow the same rules or be pushed up to the state level? I know they said all that other stuff, and they were very concerned, they being the state of Georgia and the Georgia governor and other people, and mainly the judge and a lot of news outfits. According to a lot of Stephen King books, and I never did look it up to find out, is there a dead male warehouse? I forget. Yeah, it's called the Dead Letter Office. See? You can learn real things by reading fiction books. Thank you, Mr. King. And it rocks. I always float down here. The Dead Letter Office. I found out about this a long, long time ago, reading probably the Bachman books. Prior to him publishing in his own name, he published in a pseudonym. Saying his case is reviewed, not always thrown out, but in a case review would let gangsters out who were guilty, but the appearance of inappropriate behavior made the case a suspect. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, and I know I can find things. But there was much discussion and loud from officials and news people of what if Fani Willis is disqualified. NBC News says, NBC News, you better not have any N-words with anything in here. I trust them. I should have not clicked an unknown link. I got fooled by the .edu. What happens if Fulton County DA Fani, oh, I did it again, is disqualified from Trump case? When is this? When is this? This has been being asked for a long time. It would delay the case from going to trial this year. That's already succeeded, even though she didn't get disqualified. Could lead to the charges being tossed altogether. And again, it depends on which complaints or questions are presented to the judges and the appellate judges and everybody else. It is far too complicated for little brains like me. This is all the way back from February. But it made me think of, I read about that in the Stephen King books, maybe the Bachman books, that I forgot what it was called. The Dead Letter Office. Former President Trump and numerous co-defendants, it could delay trial and possibly scuttle the charges altogether, legal experts told NBC News. For a new prosecutor to take over the sprawling 15-defendant case would be a massive undertaking, said Amy Lee Copeland, a defense lawyer and former federal prosecutor in Georgia. Adding the theoretical new process. Tried to mark a thing so I could see it better, and it caused the screen to scroll. If she is disqualified, it would be able to be argued by many of the gangsters she did put in prison. Could also appeal and have their cases tossed. Yeah, except the big one, the other RICO case she had going at the same time as this. We'll look that up in a minute. They just changed their plea and got themselves guilty. And I don't believe there's anything you can do. Just like I feel bad for that Colorado attorney lady. And it's more of my business school stuff. I've said before on streams, you might eventually win the lawsuit. Can you afford to survive it? And that's why the Colorado attorney lady said, nope, I can't fight this anymore. I'm broke. Nobody's helping me. And this has gone upwards of $1 million. And the client, who I'm being charged for clienting, refuses to pay my bills. Adding that the theoretical new prosecutor. So once you've pled guilty is what I'm wondering. It's going to be too bad. If she did get removed, impeached, tossed out of the office, so whatever they do in Georgia. Any other cases still in their pendency? Sorry, judges and lawyers, if I said it wrong. Improper clandestine relationship and have enriched themselves off this case. See, that's all they worry about is the money, the money, the money. The money's important too, but what about the work? I'm trying to see if this one. No trial date to a halt. If Willis were to be disqualified, her entire office would be as well. This is what I'm thinking about. The dead letter office. Under a 2022 Georgia law, when a district attorney is disqualified, the case is referred to the executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, who is tasked with finding another prosecutor for the case. I don't know where I read it, but I read it several places and I heard some politicians out of Georgia explain it, which is why I was thinking about it. It's where cases go to die. If it ever goes to this prosecuting council, it is done. They said they had other cases that had happened to. See, another one. The council's executive director, Pete, I don't want to mangle that, Skandalakis, told NBC News. That same name, a former district attorney, said his office would begin looking for who has the resources and capability, not only personnel and expertise, but also financial to handle such a case. The bigger the case, the more expenses involved, he said. He would also be mindful of geography, who's closest to the site, and who has an extremely high caseload and a light caseload. You're looking for someone who's a neutral arbiter and can make decisions based on the evidence. But they now also have to, if this got passed along, other prosecutors would have to say, is this even worth fighting? Look at some goofy dude who does Californians and computers and security guards in North Carolina can poke this many holes in the case, let alone all the good work done by the merchants right there in Georgia. Why would we spend any money on this? Has it been totally poisoned and ruined? A DA cannot refuse an appointment, but it's best to find somebody willing to take on the assignment, he said. He could choose to keep the case himself, assign it to the state attorney general's office, or appoint a private lawyer as a special counsel. But he said financial constraints make that last option unlikely. Uh-oh. What about if you couldn't find a special counsel who would not go twice under oath and admit, yeah, man, I bill what I need. We're good. Pay the hourly rate of an electric district attorney, which is about $70 an hour, and I can't pay for him or her to hire an investigator or other help, he said. And no lawyer is going to work for that. The reason they agree to that as district attorneys or whatever, everybody saw her pay. They've discussed all the monies. She makes a ton of money. So anyway, when the other versions I heard and read about this, I think it would be disingenuous to say politics isn't a part of any process, but I'm still looking for someone who could be neutral and could make their decision based on the evidence that's available. What he's saying is the guy that runs the prosecuting attorneys council of Georgia is that this is where cases go to die. Once the local who got it messes it up, it's over. It's done. Oh yeah, it's still sitting there. It's still open. Yeah. That's the ticket. If she is disqualified, it would be able to be argued by many. Oh yeah, I already read that one. So let's look at that one. 09, 10, 26. Done with Willis and the dead case office. I already forgot this fast. This prosecuting attorneys council. I don't remember. Sorry. I don't remember. More cases go to die. And I still don't have an answer, but I do believe a lot of these pending in previous cases that even if they resulted in a conviction, if the cops can be dug up and shown to be bad, the district attorneys and their offices and everybody else is certainly going to call those cases into question. And let's say, Fawny, I almost did it again, but I caught myself. I apologize, ma'am. And you see me and hear me if somehow this gets across to you, ma'am. It really does make my heart pitter pat or break or whatever. I truly believe that you were being truly truthful about sad and lonely and how cruel life is to put a friendly person, let alone romantic, into a lonely life and then make you pay the price for being impatient or succumbing to temptations. Rico case changed plea or pleading guilty. I don't know. 8 days ago, 5 defendants remain in the YSL Rico case. All the rest of them pled guilty. Pleaded guilty. However you say it. I apologize, attorneys and judges. I'm not one of you, and I keep getting in your lane. 5 defendants remain in Fulton County's YSL. That's the rapper guy. Rico case. District Attorney Fawny Willis has now said when she wants their trial to begin. Judge in Fawny Willis case forces acquittal on 3 charges. See, they got a directed verdict, so already her other cases have some flaw where the judge ordered acquittal. Here it is. November 1, 2024, young thug released after changing plea deal to guilty in Georgia's longest running criminal trial. And I don't know if she brought this case or she picked it up and it was brought. I really don't know. But I don't know. I don't know enough about Georgia law, and I'm certainly not going to look at it now. I'm getting ready to wrap this thing up. I think we've covered a lot of good ground. I've learned much. Had some of them bad ideas I had or old ideas I had updated, refreshed, corrected. And I don't even know what this case was about. I'm not interested. Bunch of Georgia junk. It's an ocean away. He was released from jail after changing his plea to guilty earlier that day in Georgia's longest running criminal trial. He averted prison time with probation, bringing a stunning close to a chapter of a case that has riveted court watchers for nearly 2 years. Trump et al. Said, "Hold our beverage." This is Trump and however many others et al. Election stuff, RICO case, may well outage and become the next longest running. Which is another thing I would beg the Georgia panel or commission or whatever they've got. The governor can't do it. Pardons stuff to just start looking at it from that angle. Get the whole mess shut down and get everybody off the hook in the state of Georgia. If it goes that way, figure out how to get those 4 that entered guilty pleas anything. But it probably is what it is. I don't think I'm wrong on that. You cannot reverse that kind of entry of a plea. The plea change by the rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, appeared on the brink of not happening after Superior Court Judge Paige Whitaker asked if he agreed to a non-negotiated plea. That means prosecutors and the defense could not come to a sentencing deal, and that the judge would ultimately decide his punishment. I don't know what it was. Wow. After the thing, conspiracy and participating in a street gang, and RICO, ongoing criminal enterprise. I know that's not what RICO stands for. That's what we all below the appropriate levels, us commoners, understand it to be. There better be no violations. But if there aren't any, you're coming back to see me. Something about 40 years. 40 years. Commuted it to time served. He must complete 15 years of probation. Those must have been some pretty serious charges. 20 years to be served if probation is not successful. 15 years is a long time. You gotta behave, dude. You will be tempted. Behave yourself. Young thug, whatever your name is. And I don't know that any of that would change. If somebody knows better, throw it up in the comments. 09, 17, the E. Young thug. F. Willis case 5 remaining. He plea changed to guilty. So if somebody knows, here's the question for anybody. Can a guilty plea agreement be unwound, unpleaded? I always get myself in trouble with the lawyers or the ones who didn't even play one on TV, the outhouse type. Are you allowed to say pled, or must you say pleaded? Or do you have to carefully craft the sentence and say plea and wrap words around it? I don't know. I'm not going to educate myself today. Somebody in the know, short and sweet, give me a link. And then we will say, and at last, thank everyone again for watching, listening. I'm going to get out of the shout mode. No more caps. Listening and participating, chatting, and commenting. So many hearts. And if nothing else, thank you, Void, for being my void and listening. Thank you, Elizabeth, for your listening and helping and contributing. Maybe you can make sense of my nonsense. Poor thing. You thought when you got rid of Uncle Dave, you got rid of this crazy talk. Beware, I hunger. All right. It is 11 something p.m. I am 9 hours and 20 minutes into strimmering, livering. I must go eat and tuck myself in and go sleepy time. Again, thanks everyone. Thanks everything. Thanks world for being you. I wouldn't have had content for this many hours. If I do go tomorrow, maybe we'll do the poems of the great Alexis. Or not, or movies, or musics, or something. I don't think I have any deep dives tomorrow, even though Uvalde's still up there. Every other day. Don't do it every day. So let's check it out. Let's end it up. 09, 21. I don't remember how many. 40. Let's say 940. Mainstream. Turn off. So we are turning off. In 5, 4, 3,